the young Duchess of Lancaster, captured after the failed rebellion of her elderly husband. She, Idelle, destined from a young age to marry into one of the four great families, is now displayed before the nobility as a spoil of war. The emperor has granted Idelle to the knight Laszlo Croesus, who made great contributions to the victory. Falling from the peak of fame to the status of property, Idelle was so desperate that she considered death to preserve her dignity. However, Laszlo offers an unusual condition, hiring her as a real maid instead of treating her like a war trophy. In Idelle's eyes, the rough and ragged earl is completely out of sync with the sophisticated aristocratic world she once lived in. Bearing the status of a maid but retaining the essence of a duchess, Idelle gradually changes Laszlo, while being drawn into unpredictable emotions. Let us follow this fascinating story with Lisa Manhwa. The story begins with Idelle's voice echoing in the darkness, praying to the almighty and merciful, Para. Moonlight gently filters into her bedroom. Idelle sits in the dark corner softly murmuring, "Please." She pleads, "Guide me, so that I do not have to endure too much pain." Idelle closes her eyes, focusing on prayer, steadfast in the face of pain. Her voice still echoes calmly amidst the fire that is consuming everything, the arrangement of the gods and patient waiting. As the knights below frantically shout, "The holy gate has been breached, seize the rebels." Idelle continues to whisper in the room, "Pain is only fleeting, the sweet fruits nurtured by patience will be harvested." The knights outside have now quickly run into the mansion. "Search quickly." They say urgently, "This way." One points to the room in the corner, only that room left. He orders loudly, "Break down the door." Idelle then slowly opens her eyes. She indifferently looks towards the crowd outside the door. The knights see her and excitedly discuss, "Humph, she is truly as beautiful as the rumors say. Is it because she is the Duchess, even in this situation? How?" Laszlo quickly enters the room. He softly calls, "Duchess Idelle Lancaster." Then, Laszlo looks at Idelle sternly. She looks up and calmly asks, "Are you going to behead me here?" Laszlo slowly draws the sword from his side. He points the sword at Idelle's neck and announces, "No, by order of the emperor, I will take you to prison." Idelle wonders fleetingly, "I wonder where I went wrong." She thinks sadly, for the responsibility of sitting in this old chair, the honor and pride of a noble. Idelle regretfully thinks of the past days. "I foolishly persisted for those things, even though I could not even control my own death." She suddenly remembers the past, the perfect Duchess Idelle Lancaster. She had only become the Duchess of Lancaster not long ago. 3 years ago, Idelle was surrounded by young gentlemen. "Look over here." Behind her, there are whispers about her. "Idelle Canyon is here." A nobleman says softly, "I heard that this time she is engaged to the Duke of Lancaster." No matter how great the four major families are, it is still not very good. You see, the Duke is already old. Another person joins in the gossip. "That is right, the Duke is already this year." The nobles whisper to each other, "Sure, someone will hear us, but look at that steadfast attitude." Then they all turn their gaze to Idelle. How can she? The nobles are a little curious. She does not seem worried at all. I can't understand what she is thinking. Idelle Canyon, the only daughter of Duke Canyon. The nobles all think to themselves, in the empire, there are 4 major families. She was raised to marry one of them. They are a little contemptuous of Idelle. In the end, she achieved her predetermined goal. Just like that, 1 year and 8 months, being the wife of the old duke. But the nobles did not think that. Who would have known that the perfect lady was just a tool to connect the families, and then, the Duke of Lancaster, who was trying to break away from the empire. She became the wife of a rebel. Back in the present in the palace, DeMarcus announces softly, "This is the best spoil of war this time. The Duke of Lancaster's second wife, Idelle Lancaster." Idelle raises her head slightly. She covers her face and bows her head slightly, a life born and raised for profit. Idelle thinks sadly, not even brave enough to run away, only knowing how to collapse on the spot. She thinks fleetingly of her life, not brave enough to reach the end. With the last bit of honor, she pulled the old chair and sat down. Then, Idelle thinks firmly, even if it is just like that, but anyway, I will never surrender until the very end. In the palace, the nobles suddenly shout loudly, "Your Majesty, please hand over the criminal to me. Don't listen to him, Your Majesty. The number of enemies I killed is more than him. They secretly laugh smugly. Really, let us have sympathy for this widowed lady. Let us have a duel. A noblewoman says softly, they probably do not care about face anymore. A little later, some nobles discuss. That is right, Idelle Lancaster was once praised as the perfect noble lady, but now she is just a slave, so there is no reason to refuse. On the throne, DeMarcus gently shakes the glass of wine in his hand. He smiles faintly and says, "Oh, my, Emperor DeMarcus Tabarin." DeMarcus pretends to be friendly and says, "The greatest contributor in suppressing this rebellion, I almost forgot, did not I?" He calls a little sternly, "Tell me, Laszlo." DeMarcus quickly asks, "This girl, do you need her?" As his voice rings out, Idelle also looks up at the same time. "If you want, I will give her to you." DeMarcus continues to say, "This wonderful trophy, you can take her." He smiles softly, waiting for Laszlo to speak. The whole hall also becomes silent. A nobleman whispers, "Just because of one wrong marriage, she fell to the bottom of the abyss." The noblewomen also gossip, "That commoner is so lucky, not only was he ennobled as an earl, but also." Everyone talks softly, "The emperor gave him the best trophy. How could it be like this?" Idelle then glances at Laszlo and thinks, "That person seems to be a mercenary, but now, does that matter to me anymore? In this situation, he is no different from them." She clenches her hands a little worriedly. "Only, the one who brought me here is." Idelle remembers Laszlo's information, Laszlo Chrysis. According to what she knows, he is the owner of Kaliof, the largest mercenary group in the empire, and the man who was ennobled as an earl for his achievements when he was only 27 years old. Idelle thinks to herself, to the noble aristocrats, he is a great threat. She continues to think, however, from what I have heard, the nobles despise mercenaries as criminals, despise him and treat him like commoners. Laszlo coldly glances towards Idelle. She flinches slightly, and looks away to avoid him. After a long while, Laszlo speaks, "Not sure." He says calmly, "I am short of servants, so I have no choice." DeMarcus immediately bursts out laughing when he hears this. Ha! Ha ha ha! That is really funny. You are going to turn the Duchess into a maid." Laszlo continues to say, "To be honest, I do not know what to use her for." DeMarcus coughs softly and nods. "Okay, okay." He quickly announces, "Then I will give Idelle Lancaster to Earl Laszlo Chrysis, who needs more maids." Hearing this, Idelle's face turns pale. "Almighty Para, is this the price I have to pay after enduring for so long?" 3 years ago, in the Canyon family, Idelle's mother shouts loudly, "Idelle Canyon, stop being stubborn. How dare you defy your father?" Idelle hesitates slightly, "But mother," she says in horror, "the Duke is older than my father. How can I marry him?" Her mother quickly dismisses it. "No, there will be no better match for you. He has had lovers for a long time, and his children are already grown up. He will definitely not touch you just to have someone to carry on the family line." She laughs slyly, calculating, "If the Duke dies, all the assets will belong to you." Idelle still tries to speak. Then, she tries to argue. "How would I know when he will die? At least I have to be over 30. Idelle's mother rubs her forehead in frustration. "You really do not understand anything." She says coldly, "As long as you become the Duchess, your father will have to bow his head to you." Idelle's mother asks unhappily, "What are you really unhappy about?" Idelle trembles and thinks to herself, "What is so good about becoming the Duchess of one of the 4 great families?" Duchess of one of the 4 great families. Then she goes to her father's room and begs, "Please, father, I do not want to, please listen to me." Although she tried to object, for a long time, the destiny of my life has been arranged. Idelle's father shouts and criticizes, "What a disgrace. Why can't you take the initiative to stand up for the family for once? Do you know how much humiliation I had to endure to get the position I have?" He pretends to be noble and says, "I do everything for you." Idelle's father frowns and scolds, "I have done so much for a useless person like you. In the end, why did I raise you until now?" After some time, Idelle had to accept her fate. "I can escape from such a father. I can leave the Canyon family. I endured with only that one thought." She thinks back to the time after marriage. "I was relieved because the Duke was always looking for lovers and did not touch me. I endured." Idelle remembers all the contempt she received, endured the harsh words from the people in the Duke's family. "I persevered." However, She always tried her best. Even though I had to manage countless books and hundreds of servants, I persevered. Idel feels like she is a puppet. Welcoming guests every day and organizing parties, I persevered. She endured day by day, never making a mistake, always smiling, pretending. Then, everything suddenly collapsed for Idel, waiting for a moment of freedom to come. But, are those just futile efforts? One day in the past, the servant suddenly ran in and shouted, "Run away, madam." Idel was startled and asked, "What?" The servant replied quickly, "The emperor's army is coming." Idel remembers and feels a little sad. Until then, I did not know anything. Only I did not know. The Duke of Lancaster's plan, the plan that was carried out without me, had failed. In the past, after receiving the news, Idel quickly ran outside. She looks around and searches everywhere. I can't see anything. Where did they all go? Idel thinks painfully. It was I who became bait for the royal army. She looks out of the mansion in panic. The life I longed for is. Idel gently touches the window, receiving the warmth of people. That is a warm recognition. She thinks sadly to herself, but even though I managed countless books and servants, the only one who told me to run away was a housekeeper. Nothing in this huge mansion belongs to me. Idel thinks painfully. I have become a perfect lady as my father wished, a life that only has a shell, praised but with nothing real inside. Could all those sufferings be the prophecy of God, telling me to run away immediately? Currently, Idel has been brought to the prison by the servant. Silence. She thinks worriedly. I am already seeing things worse than death. Idel bows her head in silence. The so-called war trophy is actually just a slave. Slaves have disappeared for a long time, so people do not call it that anymore. Suddenly, a voice comes from the side. You, still pretending to be noble until the end. Lauren says contemptuously, "What an admirable lady." The eldest daughter, Lauren Lancaster. Daria also cries and criticizes. It has been like this since she came to the family. The second princess, Daria Lancaster, even though she has been sold, she still acts like she is the real Duchess. The two of them keep questioning Idel. Duke Canyon has confessed everything. She must have helped her father too, who allowed her to be the Duchess. One of the two scolds softly, "What an unfilial child." Idel glances at the two Darias in front of her. The curses are not the first time. But when have I said such rude words? Maybe I am too tired and want to give up. She gently advises, "Okay, Lauren, go to sleep for a while." Idel quickly comforts, "Daria, you too." She thinks tiredly, I do not want to waste my energy on meaningless curses. Idel leans against the wall dejectedly. There will definitely be times when the surveillance is lax, so I need to save some strength to protect myself. Her body suddenly trembles. If I have to survive as bait, I would rather die. Idel worriedly calculates. The men in the Lancaster family are all dead. The Canyon family has avoided extinction by giving up all rights related to me. Earl Creso said he would use me as a maid. She ponders. The fate of young female prisoners is ultimately difficult to be treated as human beings, although they have committed serious crimes, the crime of treason. But because it is a gift from the emperor, at least they are held in a prison with good conditions. Idel trembles and curls up in a corner. She thinks to herself, it feels like my body is screaming, and my head hurts too. Then, Idel immediately reassures herself, okay, let us sleep. After waking up, there may be good things happening. I have to think about how to end this life. The next day, when the sun rises, Idel is lying curled up in a corner of the bed. She wakes up slightly, Idel quickly opens her eyes. She quickly sits up from the corner of the bed. Idel gently adjusts her clothes. Terrible habit. Even though I am so tired, I still wake up at this hour. She thinks a little worriedly. Today is the day I will be handed over to Earl Cresos. Idel quickly calculates. I have to seize the opportunity to find a way to end this life. She glances at the small window outside. So, this moment, may be the last morning to see. Idel looks out while thinking. The blue light shines through the small window, as if sending a farewell. She exclaims softly, the blue sky is so beautiful. A moment later, Idel calmly receives the food brought to her and thinks, the last meal, even though it is for a criminal, it is quite luxurious, because it is the last time. I eat each bite with gratitude. Then, she quickly calls, Lauren Lancaster, Daria Lancaster, come here. Idel sincerely prays in her heart, I pray that you will not have to suffer pain and hardship. A few minutes later, the prison guard's voice shouts loudly, Idel Lancaster, come here. They quickly escort Idel away. Now, I only have one last task. She silently follows the soldiers out. Idel is slightly determined. Even if I die, I will not lose my dignity. Take advantage of the carriage. If the servants' eyes are not too strict, maybe I will succeed. This road is full of aristocratic houses, so there are quite a lot of carriages passing by. But then she suddenly gets a little worried. Idel thinks a little fearfully, if I am lucky, maybe one time is enough to die. She prays silently, I hope that stupid servant comes here. At the same time, Laszlo has already appeared here. Idel is startled when she sees him. A moment later, the carriage quickly departs. Laszlo frowns and glances at Idel. She thinks in surprise, I did not expect this person to come out directly. Indeed, he must be here to supervise. Idel silently calculates, did I accidentally say something? He definitely won't like me. She observes softly and thinks, anyway, he is the captain of the suppression team, and I am the wife of a rebel, how can he have a good impression? Laszlo suddenly takes off his cloak. He gently puts the cloak on Idel. Laszlo asks confusedly, what is wrong? Can you stop trembling? Idel realizes, so my hands are trembling. She gently picks up the cloak, so this cloak. Idel quickly calculates, should I throw it into the air? Will there be enough time to jump out of the carriage? She prays silently, just let the carriage wheels run over me. Idel's face turns pale with fear, but she still tries to calm herself. I can do it. There is the sound of another carriage coming. Count to 3. I will open the door and jump out. She counts softly in her heart. 1. Idel thinks. 2. Laszlo suddenly speaks. Give up. Idel is horrified to hear this. She guesses in panic. He knows what I am going to do. So he let me sit in the same carriage. Idel thinks fearfully to herself. This man will not let me go. A moment later, Laszlo quickly orders, get out of the carriage. Idel looks around as she gets out. This is where I will live. She thinks sadly to herself, the hell that I have to endure. Then, Idel quickly gets out of the carriage. She suddenly staggers and falls, my ankle. Idel closes her eyes tightly in fear. A moment later, she slowly opens her eyes. Oh, it does not hurt. Idel gently touches the person next to her. She quickly raises her head. Idel's face turns pale as soon as she sees it as Laszlo. She remembers the teachings of the past. As a noble lady, remember never to do this, especially pretending to faint and hug others. That is a lowly seduction. Idel stammers embarrassedly. I am sorry. She thinks flusteredly, he won't misunderstand. Will he? Laszlo then gently lets her go. He quickly goes ahead and gestures, follow me. As soon as he enters the mansion, Laszlo calls, Chief Maid, what is going on in the mansion? Idel turns back curiously, Chief Maid. Then a joyful voice rings out, welcome back, Earl. Marcia quickly comes forward. Oh, there is nothing special. Everything in this mansion is well managed by Marcia, do not worry. Idel wonders to herself as she looks at her, why is not the housekeeper coming out? At the same time, Laszlo suddenly speaks, aren't we short of maids? Here, add manpower. You assign her yourself. He instructs softly, first, bathe her, feed her, and let her sleep. Marcia replies, yes. Laszlo continues to order, choose an empty room for her to stay in. Work will start from tomorrow. Idel thinks confusedly after hearing this, didn't he tell me to go to the bedroom? She thinks worriedly, is he really going to use me as a maid? Marcia says softly nearby, humph, always doing everything neatly, really. A moment later, a little girl runs over quickly from afar. Mrs. Bohem, have you heard? Marcia asks, what is wrong, Mina? Mina says quickly, I just heard from the soldier outside. The little girl recounts softly, she is the wife of Earl Lancaster, who was captured as a prisoner. Marcia is shocked to hear this, really. Then, she laughs, how strange, how can a duchess be so clueless? Marcia orders smugly, Minnie, first, follow the Earl's orders, let her stay in the room at the end of the hall. Mina replies with a sneer, yes, Mrs. Bohem. Marcia leaves while saying loudly, now I have to think about what to use this girl for. A moment later, in the room at the end of the hall, Idel thinks fleetingly as she enters the room, maybe he has a little kindness after all. I was given clothes to change, and food was brought to my room. She looks around the room. Even though this room is small, it is still livable. Idel thinks a little sadly. All these situations are telling me that you are no longer a noble. Suddenly, she shivers slightly. My body is so cold. Idel remembers the current living conditions. It seems that there is no warm water for the maids here. I will have to take a cold shower again next winter. She ponders, that is really strange. The financial situation is probably not the problem. Idel wonders a little confusedly but then dismisses it. But this mansion, even though it belongs to the Earl, why is it so dilapidated? No. Do not think anymore. She tries to reassure herself. I have to look at the reality in front of me. Then, Idel goes to the table for food. Even though I have been through many things, I still feel hungry. She gently takes a piece of food. Idel slowly enjoys the piece of food. She exclaims immediately, so delicious. I thought I would never eat fruit again. I once wanted to give up my life, but death is not the only way to escape it. Idel remembers the past and thinks, it is just that I do not want to live like an object to satisfy lowly desires. I do not want to live like a toy. She clenches her hand softly and says, I am still alive. Idel mutters softly, tomorrow. Will I be able to eat fruit again tomorrow? She closes her eyes wearily. Maybe nothing will change tomorrow. Earl Chris won't do anything to me. The sweet smell of fruit will linger in my heart. I just want to be quiet. Survive the day. Idel looks out the window, trying to live as a maid in this place. Can I live through these peaceful days? She thinks determinedly to herself. Anyway, I will persevere and survive, hoping that one day I can find peace. At the palace, a servant enters DeMarcus' bedroom and reports, tonight, Lord Chryses personally came to receive the prisoner. He sneers when he hears this. He is like that. DeMarcus turns back and asks, what do you think? He smiles happily. Does he look like someone who just won a great trophy? The servant replies confusedly, yes, I am not sure. DeMarcus suddenly thinks fleetingly, others do not know, but I know very well, the true nature of the mercenary king, Laszlo. He remembers some things from the past. That guy once signed an agreement with me, to join the war in the final moments. DeMarcus remembers, the contract was only for the reward, but he gradually followed countless mercenaries, making achievements that even noble knights could not match. At that time, he had asked Laszlo, tell me, what do you want? Anything. He replied calmly, the amount of money I want is clearly stated in the contract. Other than that, I do not need anything else. Hearing this, DeMarcus is a little satisfied. He possesses that power but does not crave power, and he dares to be straightforward, without any fear. He thinks to himself, he is perfect to be trained into a loyal dog. DeMarcus calculates softly, but to make a more docile and loyal puppy, you need some bait that is attractive enough to conquer his heart. A baronetcy, not enough, that is right. He remembers another incident. It happened 2 years ago, at the victory banquet. At that time the nobles often discussed, that mercenary really became an earl. It seems to be true. He will definitely want to be equal to us. Just thinking about it is annoying. They whisper uncomfortably. I do not understand. DeMarcus recalled the scene at that victory party, where despite being the main figure, he was unwelcomed, and Laszlo's eyes were only directed at one person. He stared intently at Laszlo's gaze. DeMarcus quickly realized it was Idel Lancaster, enough for him to make a bet. With that thought, he laughed eagerly. The dice have been cast. Now it is time to wait and see the results. Very exciting. I have never lost a bet. In Laszlo's room, his angry voice echoed. Damn it, that cunning emperor. He muttered to himself. What is he aiming at? I never thought I would get caught up in this with that Duchess. What a mess. Laszlo frowned, thinking, accepting the contract with the emperor, receiving that troublesome title, all just to get my sister to a better place. He recalled, annoyed, if only I had not been so greedy then, suddenly becoming a noble, but with the status of a commoner or mercenary, the contempt is no different. Laszlo thought resentfully, how will my sister be looked at when she comes of age for marriage? Then, he thought, from what I have seen, that marriage market is full of meanness, fathers selling their daughters to old men, just to befriend one of the 4 great families. An old duke, despite having grown children and lovers, still remarrying. Laszlo thought about Idel's marriage, and the noble lady sold at the highest price in that market, Idel Lancaster, who resigned herself to becoming the concubine of a senile old man. Yet she still smiled. If she really hated it, she would have run away. In the end, she is just a power-hungry person, willing to trade her youth. Suddenly, his face darkened slightly, but Laszlo wondered, puzzled, why can't my eyes leave her? He thought dejectedly, anyway, I am not the kind of person who can talk to her. Laszlo thought about his and Idel's situation, me, someone who just became a noble, and her, born and raised in the eyes of the nobility, someone I thought I would never meet again. Now, Idel Lancaster is a maid in this house. A moment later, Laszlo muttered again, that cunning emperor, giving me the Duchess, is just to warn those who are plotting rebellion, or something like that. He said softly, if I refuse, she would be sold off, or take her own life. There are only those two paths. Laszlo fell into a moment of contemplative silence. He suddenly remembered, I saw her being left alone in that dilapidated mansion. Laszlo thought of the situation at the time, Duke Canyon cutting ties with his children, to preserve his honor and life. He thought for a moment, then became annoyed. The Duke and Earl, they all abandoned her, yet, she still chose death. What is the pride of a noble? Laszlo scratched his head, puzzled. I do not understand them, giving up their lives rather than giving up that honor. He quickly approached the bedside lamp. Laszlo gently turned it off. He said softly, keeping her by my side, maybe she will be useful. If she escapes that past, at least her life won't be the worst. The next day, Marcia's soft voice called out, hey, Duchess. Idel was startled to hear that. Marcia held out a rag and scolded, what is this? So, your house used to use dirty rags like this. Are you preserving your smooth hands? Idel was taken aback. Then, she quickly bowed her head. I will do better. Marcia snapped, of course, hey, Salia. Celia turned around and replied, yes, yes. Marcia frowned, questioning, what kind of training did you give her? She sneered and gestured. Don't go easy on her, train her well, supervise her closely, that rebel that the Earl brought back here. Seconds later, Marcia laughed even louder, who knows if she will do anything dangerous here. Celia hesitated and asked, but, are you sure there won't be any consequences? Marcia immediately said, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that old, dead Duke will come looking for this pitiful thing? She quickly spoke loudly, nothing will happen, do not worry. Damn it. Chief Housekeeper, Idel glanced up at her, Mrs. Marcia Bohan. She remembered Marcia's words from last night, so this is what she meant yesterday. I can't believe it, I can order a Duchess around. Idel speculated, maybe she just wants to show everyone how powerful she is, by oppressing a Duchess like me. She quickly realized, from the moment she introduced me to all the servants in the house, she has always been like that. Does she want to see me cry? There is no need. Then, Idel quickly thought, but more importantly now is. At the same time, two voices came from behind. Finally gone. Celia rubbed her forehead, which was aching. Have to finish the work at hand, Layla said worriedly, being ridiculed is nothing. But the problem is, we are already busy enough. Yet she still finds ways to make things difficult. Idel recalled the situation at this time. Salia is the maid in charge of the laundry room, Mrs. Bohan deliberately chose her to guide me. A former Duchess, she must be quite embarrassed too. She thought nervously, if I am criticized again for not washing clothes properly, it will affect everyone around me. Seconds later, Idel decided, first, I have to deal with the things in front of me. She quickly washed the clothes again. Being ridiculed is nothing, the problem is. Idel thought fearfully, I do not know how long my health will last. Anyway, I should be grateful for being alive to do these things. At the same time, in Dustin's mansion, his voice rang out, Idel, you useless thing. Dustin shouted angrily, just because you are a daughter, you are no help at all. He kept smashing things around. A moment later, Dustin stopped angrily. William quickly said, Father, what should we do now? I heard that Eldil has become the spoil of that mercenary. Dustin became even more furious, shouting, William, shut up. Don't mention that useless person in front of me, a traitor, unable to even take her own life to preserve her honor. He roared fiercely, I, Eldil's father, Dustin Canyon, I did everything to save this family. Dustin recalled being at the palace. Please believe me, Your Majesty the Emperor. He had explained, feigning pitifulness, Duke Lancaster forced me to help him rebel. He kidnapped my daughter, Eldil, and imprisoned her. As a father, how could I refuse? DeMarcus only replied coldly, "Is that so?" He thought softly, since Tust Canyon has affirmed his innocence, there is nothing more to be said about the fate of Elda Lancaster, the Duke's wife. Dustin quickly said, "All right, of course, Your Majesty." Back in the present, Dustin shouted madly, "A daughter married to a foreigner. She has nothing to do with our family anymore." He thought silently, with painful pleas, I not only did not hand over the Duke's secrets, but also offered my property, enduring shame and humiliation, just to survive. Dustin thought fleetingly of DeMarcus of the Top Baron royal family. He remembered information about DeMarcus. He ascended the throne after his incompetent father. Dustin was secretly annoyed. He brought commoners into the court to consolidate his power, a scheming man, using any means to achieve his goals. He frowned, thinking, he wants to use our family as an example, suppressing other nobles. He has turned Eldil into a toy for that lowly mercenary. Dustin muttered angrily, from the beginning, everything was within his calculations. How dare he look down on me? This Dustin will not let things end like this. Seconds later, he quickly calmed down and called, "William, Geoffrey." Dustin instructed his son softly, "Be careful for now. The Emperor is not afraid of anything right now. He already has his loyal hounds." William and Geoffrey nodded quickly in response. "Yes, father." Dustin thought confidently, "Just wait and see. I will definitely revive this family, so that no one dares to look down on Earl Canyon again, definitely." At Laszlo's mansion, Idel was quickly going out into the yard. Behind her, a voice called her back, "Del." Idel turned around when she heard the voice, "Eldil, let us go together." She was a little surprised, Celia and Layla too. Celia said friendly, "Are you planning to dry the blankets alone? It is better to do it together. We happen to be going the same way. Let us do it together." Then, the two of them, Layla, immediately worked with Idel. Idel gently shook the blanket and hung it on the line. She suddenly looked up slightly. Idel thought blankly, 10 days have passed since I came to this house. She recalled the things that had happened recently. If anyone asked me what I have done here, I can proudly answer that I have fulfilled my duty as a spoil of war. Working as a servant in the laundry room. Idel thought a little happily, thanks to that, I am now used to doing laundry. Then she became a little dejected, except for one problem. Marcia often makes trouble for her. "Hey, Duchess, the laundry is so bad today. Are you looking down on me? Or are you stupid? That is the housekeeper who always comes to make trouble for her." She provoked smugly, "If you have something to say, just say it." However, Celia often stood up to help Idel. "Hey, Mrs. Thane." Marcia was surprised to see her. "Wah, what?" Celia said calmly. "She has not been learning for long and she is already doing this well. Not bad." Celia scolded angrily. "I can teach her myself. You mind your own business." Marcia still tried to argue. "I want to remind you to do it right." Celia retorted immediately. "The laundry room is my responsibility. You do not need to interfere." She asked unhappily, "Are you too free or something? If you are so good, do it for me." Then, Celia took a rag and went to Marcia. "Here, wash this dirty rag. Wash it for me." Marcia was startled to see that, Marcia left a warning and quickly ran away. "All right, but remember, I will be watching you. Do your job well." Celia stuck her tongue out angrily at her. Idel quickly asked, "Celia, are you okay?" Celia scratched her head embarrassedly and replied, "I am not doing this for you, so do not mind it. She keeps bothering us. If I let it go, I will probably be annoyed to death." Idel said softly, "Thank you anyway." "Oh well," Celia continued, "she will definitely find a way to get revenge on us. It is worrying." Then, she comforted optimistically, "But it is okay. At worst, our meals might be a little worse. Anyway, tomorrow will be fine. You do not need to worry. She is that kind of petty person." Celia quickly gestured. "Come on. There is still a lot to do today. Let us start again." A moment later, Idel thought fleetingly, "The housekeeper always finds ways to make things difficult for me." The former Duchess. She was a little worried. "Celia, she does not care about my status as a spoil of war, and is willing to stand up to protect me, and the other maids, they are also suffering because of me." Idel thought uneasily. "I have never talked to them or heard their thoughts. I only dare to hope that I do not cause too much trouble for them." She asked softly, "Are they okay?" Idel sat in her room and muttered silently, "Maybe. They do not have time to think about anyone else." She gently rubbed her sore fingers. These jobs are enough to make my hands torn. Idel suddenly wondered, not only them but also me, for the past 10 days, Earl Chris's has never called my name. He has forgotten me as if I do not exist. Seconds later, she felt lucky and said to herself, living as a maid without being noticed is a blessing. If those who have passed away knew, would they be angry? If those who have passed away knew, would they be angry? Idel showed a fleeting expression of joy, but I am happy and grateful to have escaped the Duke's family. A moment later, when it was getting late, Idel quickly fell asleep. I have to try to work hard tomorrow. She prayed silently. I hope today will pass peacefully. I hope there will still be a piece of apple to eat tomorrow. Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside the door. Idel quickly jumped out of bed. She speculated fearfully, who could be looking for me at this time? Could it be that the Earl has changed his mind? Has he come to take me? Idel asked in a trembling voice towards the door, who is there? In the dark night, Idel sat up, her voice hoarse. Who is it outside? Outside, the knocking on the door continued. Daisy's voice came from inside. It is Daisy, from the next room. Can I come in for a bit to talk? Hearing that, Idel thought in surprise, Daisy. She thought to herself, I heard that she is the youngest maid in this mansion. Daisy stood outside the door, her face radiant like a flower, her voice clear. Sorry to bother you so late. Idel hesitated. Although we occasionally meet when passing by, we only greet each other with our eyes. But then she decided to open the door. Idel said politely, please come in. When Daisy came in, she quickly said, can I ask what you are here for? Daisy rummaged in her sleeve, her face flushed, and said shyly, it is not very important, but I have something I want to give you. After a while, Daisy took out 2 small bottles. She looked at Idel with expectant eyes. This is ointment and lotion for injuries. Seeing that, Idel asked strangely, why did you bring this to me? Daisy's voice fell. Every night, I hear you groan in pain, she sighed. The walls here are very thin, so I can hear everything, and also because I am in the next room. The candle in the room was still burning brightly. When she heard Daisy say that, Idel felt slightly sorry. I am sorry, I did not know. Daisy quickly replied, it is okay, I can still sleep well. But there is one more problem, Daisy said softly. More importantly, I heard that you are being bullied by Mrs. Bowen. Hearing these words, Idel showed a clear look of worry on her face. Daisy held the 2 bottles of medicine in her arms. She kept sighing and said, and you are not used to the work yet. If it hurts every day, it is very uncomfortable, right? She said gently, so I just wanted to give you this medicine. Hearing these touching words, Idel's eyes lit up as if she had just found a sincere friend. Daisy gently put the bottle of medicine into her hand. Idel thought to herself, in the world that I used to live in, there was no concept of simply and for a non-specific reason. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The 2 of them just looked at each other. Idel looked at Daisy without taking her eyes off her. She thought, I can't believe that such a young girl has a heart that always cares about others. She looked at Daisy's innocent face. Idel thought silently, I did not expect that there would be such clear, unfeigned eyes in the world. After a while, Idel finally blurted out, thank you, Miss Daisy. Hearing her call her that, Daisy was startled and shouted, don't call me Miss anything, just call me Daisy. To ease the awkwardness, Idel suggested, then you can call me Idel too. Hearing these words, Daisy looked at her with sparkling eyes. She played with the ends of her hair and asked hesitantly, is it okay for me to call you that, sister? Can I call you sister? Idel held the bottle of medicine in her arms. She smiled gently and nodded. Daisy said excitedly, let me put the medicine on your back and shoulders for you. Idel felt a little embarrassed and refused. It is okay, I can do it myself. But Daisy was one step ahead. She took the bottle of medicine and said, you can't reach your back, we are all girls, there is no need to be shy. Hearing that, Idel had to agree. Okay, then I will trouble you. Idel thought to herself, if I had a diary, if so, I would write, today, I made a friend, with a new friend. Soon it was morning. The next morning, just as Celia said, breakfast was very simple. Looking at the plate of food in front of her, Celia's face darkened and said, see, I told you. Looking at the plate with only a loaf of bread and a few slices of fruit, Idel thought, but at least there is still fruit. She did not show any discomfort and picked up the fork to eat. Idel thought to herself, maybe thanks to Daisy putting on the medicine last night, my back hurts much less. Putting a piece of fruit in her mouth, Idel said to herself, in the past, I used to be forced to eat to stay in shape, so this is fine. Idel tried to tell herself, so, today will definitely be fine too. On this side, each leaf fell lightly by the window frame. Laszlo stood beside it, thinking deeply. He gently opened the letter. Each carefully written line in the letter was revealed. His face was stern as he read it. To the Honorable Mr. Chrysis, the loyal heart of the lion. Laszlo immediately ordered, bring her here. His voice was urgent. To the reception room on the first floor. Immediately, Idel was quickly brought to the place. Walking behind the servant, her face was thoughtful. What is this sudden summons for? She felt confused, even though there are many eyes watching this place. I do not think anything big will happen, but why did he call me? Her eyes drooped slightly with worry. The servant's voice rang out, please come in. Stepping into the room, a broad shoulder waiting for her caught her eye. Idel thought to herself, but I still believe today will be a peaceful day. She introduced herself timidly. I am Idel. Idel said softly, you called for me. Laszlo patted the chair and said commandingly, come here and sit down. He sat down first. Laszlo stared at her. Idel looked at him, thinking to herself, Earl Laszlo Chrysis, every time I meet him, I always feel overwhelmed. Idel quickly moved forward and sat down. As soon as she sat down, Laszlo asked, I have a question. Do you know the Marchioness Barbara Celestine? When she heard that name, Idel exclaimed in surprise, ha, Barbara. Idel sat there blankly. She thought to herself, wait, why is the name of the Marchioness Celestine coming from this person's mouth? Laszlo's eyes sharpened. He asked again, you do not know her. Idel hesitated. She wondered, is it okay if he knows that she and I know each other? Finally, Idel spoke. If it is the Marchioness Celestine, I know her, but only to the extent of meeting a few times at tea parties. Hearing that, Laszlo asked in a curious tone. Those must have been very special tea parties, huh? He picked up the letter and said, to the point where that grumpy old woman. Laszlo said calmly, had to write a letter begging for you, pleading so much. Contrary to his calmness, Idel exclaimed, a letter from the Marchioness. Idel looked at him with disbelief. Laszlo just quietly observed her expression. He slowly handed the letter over. Idel raised her trembling hands to receive it. In her heart she thought, I can't believe it, my precious friend, Mrs. Barbara sent a letter. Idel quickly opened the letter and read it. When I heard the news, I could not ignore it and had to write these lines. The entire Duke's family has isolated her. And she knows nothing about those shady things. She read each line carefully. Please do not push the girl Idel to the depths of despair. Reading to this point, Idel thought to herself, many people knew me as a duchess and have turned their backs on me, but I do not blame them. At that time, all eyes were on her. Idel thought, that is perfectly reasonable. I committed treason, the most serious crime. Her hand trembled as she held the letter. She could not stop thinking, therefore, I assumed that everyone had abandoned me, but now, I am receiving compassion and care from unexpected people, as well as comfort from an old friend. I think that if I endure everything without complaining, I can protect myself. Idel recalled the moment Celia stood up to protect her. Idel felt, but I see that kindness. That entire night she received Daisy's medicine, and also the warm generosity from the unfamiliar servants. Idel held the letter. She felt as if she was stroking her head. Idel thought, and now a friend from the past has come to comfort me like this. I can feel my friend's sincere effort. Just to comfort me. But then she suddenly became nervous. Idel worriedly wondered, but what will Earl Chrysis think about this? Thinking of this, her heart suddenly sank. Idel was restless. Will he mistake Barbara as an ally of Duke Lancaster who will plot against the Emperor? Idel broke the silence. The Marchioness Celestine is a kind woman. She has no connection to our family, and my friendship with her is just a personal matter. Her hand was still holding the letter tightly. She looked at him with firm eyes and said, so, please do not misunderstand this letter. When he heard her say that, he asked, you think I will make things difficult for her? Does everyone think I am such a cruel, heartless person? Idel hurriedly slammed her hand on the table. She explained loudly, it is not like that. That is not what I meant at all. If my words have made you uncomfortable, please forgive me. His eyes were fixed on her. Seeing her body still trembling nonstop, Laszlo said, looking at you trembling like that, as if I am about to behead someone right away. He repeated the two words, behead. But then Laszlo quickly turned away. He said awkwardly, "Those are not words that should be said in front of you." Seeing this action of his, Idel was stunned for a moment. In her heart she thought, I have never seen him reveal such an expression. Idel carefully observed his face. She guessed softly, could it be that he is feeling regretful? Laszlo was also immersed in his thoughts. That woman, to me, is just a fugitive and to be executed, a member of the Duke Lancaster's family on the run. Recalling his gruesome actions, he thought, I must make her feel uncomfortable, scared, even disgusted. Maybe in her eyes, I am no different from a cruel monster. In his heart he blamed himself. But what did I say to her before? Look, she is trembling as if I am going to behead someone right away. Looking at the small girl in front of him, Laszlo thought, I can't believe I would say something like that. Laszlo pursed his lips. He thought irritably, you insensitive idiot. I am just curious why Mrs. Celestine cares about this. After a while he turned to look at her. Looking at her expressionless face, Laszlo wondered what she was thinking. Suddenly, Idel looked up and said, Lord Count, you were just following His Majesty's orders when you achieved victory. The fact that I am still alive is the real thing to worry about. You do not need to pay attention to the gossip. Hearing those words, Laszlo felt hurt. He wondered how she could say such things so calmly. Looking at her still composed demeanor, Laszlo thought to himself, even if she can't express resentment, there is not even a hint of animosity. Her eyes were wide as she looked at him. Laszlo clenched his fist, thinking, she really is a proper duchess. He secretly pondered about her. Her perfect composure and choice of words, all meticulously honed through lessons. Her demeanor, gestures, and words are all flawless. Then Laszlo remembered his former self. And me, even though I bear the title of Count. I am still wallowing in darkness, Laszlo thought. Still unchanged from before. His palm tightened. Laszlo gritted his teeth, thinking, perhaps, this is the feeling of shame. He frowned and tightly closed his eyes. Finally, Laszlo spoke. Anyway, I hope you will reply to that letter yourself. My words of defense probably won't be believed. Idel was taken aback. Me? Idel smiled brightly, her voice lighter. But, what should I write? He thought for a moment, then replied, whatever you want. Suddenly, Laszlo suggested, but there is one thing I would like you to write, that I will never treat you according to the world's expectations. Idel looked at him with wide eyes. She murmured, the world's expectations. Laszlo turned his face away, his voice soft. Treating you like a slave, or something shameful. Idel immediately said in surprise, honestly, thank you. At this moment, she thought to herself, how could there be such bizarre rumors among the nobility? His heart burned. I clearly stated that she would only be a servant. How could they think that I, who have a younger sister, would do such beastly things? The beasts are those arrogant nobles, not me. He looked at her small wrist, thinking, I have not even held a woman's wrist before. Moreover, Idel was still struggling with what to write, muttering, okay, I should write. His deep eyes looked at her. Laszlo pondered, she is just another small woman, that is all. He remembered that night. Laszlo had the opportunity to hold her in his arms. He secretly assessed, she looks strong, but she is so pitifully frail. When Idel hurriedly avoided him, it made him think, she can't even bear to be touched by a lowly mercenary like me. Laszlo told himself, therefore, I will absolutely never touch her. While he was deep in thought, Idel suddenly called out, Lord Count. She held the letter to her chest, repeatedly saying, really, thank you very much. Looking at her like this, Laszlo pursed his lips, emphasizing once again, absolutely never. Before long, it was late at night. Bitterly cold gusts of wind swept through the deep night. Daisy's voice echoed in the silent space, a bone-chilling cold. Daisy shivered and lamented, but I can't help but take a bath. Idel, carrying clothes beside her, helplessly said, there is no other way. It has been a very tiring day. Seeing her lament like that, Idel pondered, it seems like there has never been warm water in this mansion. Having arrived at the room, she looked at Daisy with reluctance, thinking to herself, Daisy, a young girl who knows exactly where to apply the medicine. How old was she when she started working? She told herself, I must treat her better. Daisy happily waved goodbye. Good night. Idel gently replied, you rest well too. As soon as she stepped inside, Idel saw something. She wondered, what is that? She saw the gift Laszlo had sent. Idel thought, Count Chris has sent paper and a pen for me to write a letter. He really paid attention to what I said earlier. She recalled that time. Idel had said, I do not have a pen and paper. Could you lend me some? Laszlo crossed his arms, sighing, don't worry about that. Just write whatever you want. Idel ran excitedly to the desk, exclaiming, what should I write first? But when she sat down to write, Idel became gloomy. She complained, I have so much I want to write, but the letter will probably be checked before it is sent. I can't write like before. To the person I love and respect, Barbara. Idel carefully wrote each line. To the dear Lady Barbara M. Celestine. The room was lit only by the candle. Idel was immersed in the letter, diligently writing, Barbara, who always cared for me and took care of me. I do not know how to thank you for remembering me and showing compassion to a sinner like me. She mentioned a memory with her. I still remember the first day I met you, 7 years ago, at Countess Radrick's tea party. At the party, everyone was whispering, how could that person come here? Did he really come? Seeing everyone gossiping, she said, what is wrong with Lady Celestine being here? The young ladies around her exclaimed, oh my God, the Canyon family. A maid ran over and pulled her hand. Calling, Idel. She whispered in her ear, this is Countess Radrick's tea party. The relationship between those two is not good. You will see soon enough. They are as different as night and day. Hearing this, Idel asked, then why did Countess Radrick invite her? It is obvious that. Before she could finish, the servant's voice rang out, Marchioness Celestine has arrived. She appeared with elegance, the widowed Marchioness Barbara M. Celestine. Barbara slowly entered the hall with a cane. Idel heard the sound and guessed, that is not the sound of high heels. She looked down at her dress, thinking, she is limping on one leg. Is it a prosthetic? Her face darkened. Idel shockingly guessed, her footsteps are getting louder and louder as she comes in. This is why she was invited. Idel looked at Radrick, who was smiling eerily. She thought, even if I do not know what conflicts the two of you have, it is unacceptable to take advantage of someone else's shortcomings like this. She quickly grabbed her dress and ran towards her. Idel smiled, bowing and saying, oh my lady, what a coincidence. Do you remember me? The last time the carriage wheel broke down in the middle of the street, you helped me. Idel took her hand, saying happily, you left and refused to accept thanks, so I was hoping to meet you again. She continued, so you are the great Lady Celestine. Barbara spoke for the first time, saying slowly, oh, did something happen? Idel quickly replied, yes, because I am still quite inexperienced in social gatherings, I did not recognize you. Radrick, who was standing next to her, also praised, you were so generous, how wonderful. Idel still enthusiastically held her hand, saying, I was really grateful at the time. Barbara smiled at her rescue, thinking it will be natural to cover up the unpleasant sounds and silence. She approached and linked her arm with hers. While holding on to her, Barbara gently praised, all right, you are quite a spirited girl. Idel said softly, if I made you uncomfortable, I apologize. She quickly replied, it is not like that at all. The image of her smiling remained in her mind. Idel thought, I was young at the time, and felt proud to have helped a lady in a difficult situation. The party continued, with people gossiping. Have you heard about it? Lady Oberon has finally announced her divorce from her husband. Didn't the Oberon family go bankrupt because they were scammed? Another person said, I heard that the lady has been working as a translator and going out more often. The person next to her asked curiously, could it be that she is requesting a divorce because she has earned a little money? Barbara calmly sipped her tea. Their voices rang in her ears, working outside, undermining her husband's authority and showing disrespect. Idel and her friend also noticed the conversation. They continued, while her husband was generous enough to endure all of that, she still requested a divorce. Perhaps she has a lover outside. Idel turned her face away, thinking, I did not expect that society could damage someone's reputation so easily. They quickly concluded that she has neglected her duties, and suddenly a loud noise startled everyone. Barbara put down the teacup in her hand. She crossed her arms, scolding with a scowling face. It seems that young people today are much more conservative than when I was young. She questioned, Why do you have more rigid thoughts than even my generation? Why is it considered wrong to show your abilities to be recognized? Barbara spoke in a flurry, like a sinking ship, trying to save a declining family, wanting to do better, trying their best. What is wrong with such aspirations? Idel looked at her in surprise. She placed her hand on her chest, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her, thinking, aspirations. Can I pursue that without being condemned? Hearing those questions, Radek laughed and said, your words are heavy. Can you compare a man taking on responsibilities outside and a woman abandoning her family? Lady Oberon. She is a progressive woman who dares to take on responsibilities that her husband can't handle. Barbara picked up the teacup again. In response to those words, Barbara smiled and replied, in this era, everyone has to fight for their rights, yet all you know how to do is criticize others. She slowly took a sip of tea and continued, you should have been fighting for your own rights, but instead, you are dragging others down into the mud. Another lady also spoke up. It is not surprising that people say she swallowed her husband whole. It turns out she interfered in his work from a young age. A guest also chimed in. I can see that she seems to have seen herself through those jeers, seeing someone stand up for her. Radek smiled contentedly. Others also began to defend her. You do not have to mind them, Lady Radrick. We also have the same thoughts as you. Seeing that this topic had been going on for too long, everyone suggested, well then, let us change the subject now. Idel's face was reflected in the teacup. She had been silently listening to everyone's discussion. It was getting dark, and after the noisy tea party, everything finally came to a close. Outside the gate, Idel's urgent voice called out, please wait a moment, Lady Celestine. She hurriedly ran over and said, can you spare a moment for me? Barbara also stopped, asking, is something the matter, Miss Canyon? She expressed her feelings. I was wrong just now. I dared to feel sorry for you. I did not realize that you are the strongest among them. Idel looked at her with sparkling eyes, saying eagerly, I want to become a strong person like you, Lady Celestine. If you do not mind, can I visit you often? Barbara also smiled and replied, that is a precious suggestion. I also want to talk with you more often. After that meeting, Idel often went to chat with her. From then on, we were often together, sharing many stories. Little by little, we became closer friends than anyone else. Perhaps, during this time, no one cherished and loved me more than Barbara. Thinking of this, she regretted, if only I had listened to Barbara even a little bit. Idel wondered, would things have been different? At that time, Barbara shook her small shoulders, earnestly advising, Edel, do not get used to sacrificing yourself. Marrying an old Duke Lancaster, you have to escape the brainwashing of those wretched men who want to take advantage of you. Ignoring those words of dissuasion, she said softly, but if I do not obey my father, the only thing waiting for me is death. That sentence made Barbara explode. She shouted, why must you die? Please, Edel, look at me. If you ask for help, I will do everything to help you. Idel stared at her. Then she lowered her head and cried. That was the last time Barbara and I met. When writing this, she could not restrain her emotions. Idel's eyes were filled with sorrow. She clenched her palm. Idel put down the pen, thinking, I am sorry, Barbara. Now, I only hope that when Barbara receives this letter, she can feel a little at ease. At that time, in a certain room, an envious voice rang out. Really? Idel was summoned by the Count. Marcia had just come out of the bath. Mina's voice affirmed. Yes, Lady Bohem. Mina quickly grabbed a robe and ran over. The girl told her in detail, but it was just a daytime meeting in the drawing room, and she left not long after that. Surely nothing big happened, right? Marcia put on her robe and turned to scold. That thing is very cunning, not an ordinary person. Look, even Celia is defending her. Mina laughed and said, Celia thinks so too, Layla and Daisy too. Like attracts like. She had just finished bathing, so water was still splattered on the floor. Marcia clenched her fist, saying enthusiastically, we have to teach them a lesson. She thought about how much money she had lost. Marcia's voice became even more determined, so they can't raise their heads again, those rebellious children who refuse to return the favor. Hearing this, Mina suddenly remembered and said, speaking of that, some servants are complaining that they can't take cold baths forever. I have even been suspected of why I do not bathe with them anymore. Looking at the tub filled with hot water, Marcia shouted, what? She asked cautiously. The person did not say anything, Did she? Mina proudly boasted. Of course not. I am very tight-lipped. Hot water is a privilege for me and Lady Bohem only. The girl said disdainfully, who told me to pay 100 lingtons every month, Mina thought. Anyway, I can easily recoup that money by selling things from the Count's house. Marcia strictly instructed, it is best to be careful with your tongue. If this gets to that young lady's ears. Mina jumped up, replying cheerfully, of course, that young lady definitely does not care about this. Marcia also laughed, feeling relieved. That is right, there is nothing to worry about. The fireplace was still burning brightly. She thought, as long as Miss Linnea trusts me, the Count is rarely home anyway. This house is almost in my hands. The next morning, when the sun had not reached its peak yet, Idelle handed over the letter and said, this is the letter that the Count asked me to write. I am sorry to bother you. The young man replied, I understand. Idelle still looked at the letter with lingering feelings, sighing softly. At this time, Daisy was carefully cleaning. Celia wiped the sweat from her forehead, complaining, these clothes again. How can I never finish, and they keep giving me pointless tasks. Layla, standing next to her, replied, there must be something wrong with the housekeeper. Celia angrily asked, where is she now? She immediately replied, it is easy to guess. Layla said softly, she is probably whispering something strange to Miss Linnea again. Just as she said, she was brushing Linnea's hair. Linnea asked, is that so? Marcia replied, yes, miss. Marcia, never speak falsely. Everything, from socializing to work in the mansion, is entrusted to me, Marcia. The girl said coldly, I understand. Do as she says. This mansion must be run like a perfect noble family. Marcia said contentedly, yes, miss. The sky was turning golden, the sun was about to set, and Daisy's complaining voice rang out, my shoulders. Daisy was rubbing her shoulders while groaning, I have been cleaning so much that my arms are aching. There is no good place left. Idelle, standing next to her, could only sigh and encourage her. You have done very well, Daisy. Idelle Lancaster sat next to Daisy, chatting. We have guests coming later, so they are suddenly cleaning up so thoroughly. She sighed and replied, no guests come to this mansion. It must be the housekeeper's temperament. Hearing this, Idelle Lancaster was suddenly stunned. Come to think of it, it has been a month since I have been here, and no one has visited. Count Chrysis is a noble close to the emperor, yet no guests visit the mansion. In her mind, she saw the image of a cold man. It must be because of the bad rumors about the Count. Idelle Lancaster tightened her grip on her hand. At first, I did not have a good impression either. Her head drooped slightly, her eyes becoming hazy. Even so, he has treated me well. Looking at his behavior, I do not think he is a bad person. Thanks to that, I am able to live here. Anyway, Daisy suddenly tilted her head and spoke, startling her. There are no guests, but because of the young lady, we have to do this sometimes. Huh, what do you mean? She took out a piece of bread from her pocket and gave it to her. It is Count Chrysis's younger sister, Miss Linnea. Have you heard about her? Eat the bread. Idelle Lancaster awkwardly took the bread from Daisy. I heard that many people have quit because of the young lady. She nodded and replied, that is right. The days when the young lady is angry are really scary. She has never had to work a day in her life, so I do not understand why she cares about our work so much. She was surprised. Is that so? Daisy cut the bread and told her, I heard that the Count has made a lot of money since he was young. She took a bite of the bread. Thanks to that, even though she is of commoner origin, she has never had to go hungry. That is the story. Daisy tilted her head as if she was thinking about something. Really, if he had to struggle to become a noble, she should just live her life with gratitude. I just do not understand why she is so childish. Idelle Lancaster held the bread, staring blankly without replying. The Chrysis siblings, who became nobles overnight, and me, who went from a noble to a maid. It feels like everything is turned upside down. She remembered the scene of having to use her hands to wash clothes. I learned how to wash clothes for the first time in this mansion. Before learning, I knew nothing. Idelle Lancaster remembered the feeling of being a noble. They are probably standing at such a high position for the first time. Maybe they do not know how to live as nobles. The more she thought, the more she sank into her memories. The Chrysis family, even though they are close to the emperor, are not very elegant and are full of quirks. The head of the Count's family does not seem to care about managing the family, and the only young lady puts all her energy into the affairs of the servants. They are not strange people, but simply do not know what they are. Then Idelle Lancaster remembered the arrogant and conceited appearance of Mina and the others. It is even stranger that there is no main housekeeper in the mansion, so power falls into the hands of the female manager. Only when the evening twilight fell did she call out, "Daisy." Idelle Lancaster looked ahead. "Is it because of that young lady that the maids are quitting?" Daisy, still chewing on the bread, replied, "No, many people quit because of the head maid. But if you blame it on the young lady, the Count will write them a good letter of recommendation." In her mind, she saw a memory of Laszlo Chris's working. His eyes looked fierce as he read the letter. About the letter of recommendation. "Thank you for working hard." Daisy could not help but exclaim, "He looks so stern, but in reality, he is a kind person." Idelle Lancaster agreed. "That is right. His appearance is a little scary, but he is a good person." She still held the bread, sitting listlessly and looking at the sky. "But there are too many problems." Even so, the Chris's family is a new noble, not a family on the decline. With the solid power that Emperor Marcus Tuberin gave him, trusted like Count Crisus, he needs to play a worthy role. Idelle Lancaster fell silent, her pupils shifting slightly. If so, the Count had better quickly find a reliable partner, such as getting married. In noble society, marriage is an effective way to survive. "Didn't the Emperor introduce him to someone suitable?" Daisy urged. "You should eat too." She replied flustered. "Ah, that is right." Idelle Lancaster lowered her eyes, secretly praying, "Anyway, whoever becomes the Count's wife, I hope it will be someone who sympathizes with me." The next day, sunlight streamed through the window. Idelle Lancaster anxiously clenched her fists, her forehead sweating. How interesting. In front of her was a woman sitting with her legs crossed on a chair. That girl leaned back and carefully assessed Idelle Lancaster. "You are Idelle Lancaster." That girl with red hair and a cold face was Laszlo's younger sister, Miss Linnea Crisis. Those two siblings always call people over, so suddenly. She carefully lowered her head, thinking, but she does not resemble her brother at all. "For now, I am just Idelle. The Lancaster family is gone." Lena Crisis interrupted, "I know that." Idelle Lancaster blankly opened her eyes. "Is she angry?" She looked at Linnea Crisis, who was frowning, thinking, "By the way, I do not know how old she is. Probably around her late teens, but not imposing at all." The girl crossed her arms, looking unhappy. "Duke Lancaster is an old man in his 60s, right? How could you marry someone like that? Did she want to become a duchess that much?" In response to that mockery, Idelle Lancaster still remained calm. "Unfortunately, my marriage was not something I could choose. I had to do what my father told me to do." Linnea Crisis shouted loudly, "Oh, how disgusting. How could a father do that?" She pursed her lips and lowered her head, thinking, "That is right, young lady. Something that even a young girl knows, so why did not my father realize it?" After a moment of silence, Linnea Crisis suddenly asked, "Hey, how can you be with such an old man?" Idelle Lancaster, without hesitation, looked directly into her eyes and replied, "He has a long-term mistress, so he never shared a room with me." Linnea Crisis exclaimed in surprise, "A mistress? That person also managed the Duke's rebellion funds, so she must have died with him." She received more shocking news, hardly believing her ears. "What?" Linnea Crisis's pupils seemed to contract, beads of sweat appeared, and she hesitated. Then, after a long while, she looked at Idelle Lancaster and asked, "What were you in that family?" She was silent, her eyes full of contemplation. There was a time. Her eyelashes fell, covering the deep disappointment in her eyes. "I also longed to prove my worth." Fragments of memories and heavy disappointment flashed through her mind. "I believed that if I worked hard and fulfilled my responsibilities in the position I was given, I would become a member of it." Idelle Lancaster's hands clenched. "But I was just a placeholder to showcase a perfect family to outsiders, and at the same time, I took on the chores that no one wanted to do." Foolish Idelle. Linnea Crisis silently looked at her, the atmosphere more suffocating than ever. What a foolish life. Linnea Crisis, with a gloomy and angry expression, scolded, "What is it? Why are you smiling like that?" The girl's next words stunned Idelle Lancaster. "You despise me too, do not you? Huh." Linnea clenched her fists on either side of the chair. She leaned forward, stood up abruptly, and stamped her foot. shouting, "You are just a slave now, why are you smiling? Aren't you thinking that someone as ordinary as me is putting on airs as the Count's daughter? You still think you are the perfect Duchess, huh?" In the face of the girl's unprovoked anger, Idelle Lancaster took a step back in surprise. "Why are you suddenly so angry? Have I said something that offended you? If you tell me where I went wrong, then..." Linnea Chrysis stomped her feet, looking upset. "You are looking down on me." The girl gritted her teeth and hissed, "Kneel down now." Idelle Lancaster remained still. Without reacting, "Why are you standing there looking at your master like that?" She gently lifted the hem of her skirt and bowed. "I apologize." Linnea Chrysis stared wide-eyed at her every action. Idelle Lancaster knelt on the ground, bowing her head in remorse. "Since you have not ordered me to humble myself, I thought I should stand." The girl suddenly trembled. "What is it? Do you have no self-respect?" Linnea Chrysis questioned loudly. "You were once the Duchess of a Duke, and now you are doing this in front of the sister of a Count." But she simply replied, "I am no longer the Duchess." Hearing that, Linnea Chrysis suddenly froze. The pride of a noble, how meaningless that is. Idelle Lancaster was still kneeling on the ground. "You are my master, and my legs are not worth that much. Are pride or honor worth it?" The atmosphere fell into silence. Linnea Chrysis stared at her kneeling on the ground. "My world has been completely turned upside down." The girl was so angry that her whole body trembled. "How dare you answer back to me? You think I do not know you nobles? All you do is call people over and mock them. You are all liars. Do you know who is protecting my life?" Idelle Lancaster only lowered her head, enduring that unprovoked anger. "My brother trained those mercenaries like stray dogs and won the war, so why?" "I understand now, Miss Linnea. You have seen the image of other nobles through me." The girl burst into tears and shouted, "Get out of my room now. I do not want to see you for another second, the center of high society that I left behind. This girl is standing there." Idelle Lancaster left the room, gently closing the door behind her. She stepped back and sighed wearily. She could have been as free and lovely as ever. Idelle Lancaster looked into the room and muttered to herself, "Somehow, she reminds me of her. Come to think of it, the names are quite similar." The scene from that day appeared again. Lynn Canyon was sobbing. "I can't take it anymore, Idelle. I can't hold on any longer. Once I get married, things will get better. Just bear with it a little longer." The girl pushed Idelle Lancaster's hand away forcefully. "No." She was stunned by that action, her sparkling eyes opening wide. Lynn Canyon said in a trembling voice, "I." The girl clenched her hand in midair. "I am different from you. You can endure it, but I have endured enough." Lynn Canyon cried sadly, hugging her chest. "I have no reason to live anymore." Idelle Lancaster frantically grabbed her skirt and chased after her. "My younger sister is no longer by my side." Lynn Canyon. The history of the Canyon family stretched back a long time. The great-grandfather, a gambling addict, won a piece of land. On that land, a sapphire mine was discovered. From a poor man, he became incredibly wealthy and offered a large amount of gold to the royal family. The royal family, facing a financial crisis at the time, bestowed the title of Count as repayment. Thus, the Canyon family was born, but it had the appearance of a nouveau riche, without character or honor. In a room, a shrill voice rang out, "Lynn Canyon, have you memorized who the 4 great families are and where they are?" The girl trembled and replied, "Yes, father, Duke Lancaster and Count Barrington." He slammed the whip in his hand and scolded, "Wrong, you foolish child." He turned to look at Idelle Lancaster. "Idelle, tell her instead." She nodded and replied loudly, "Yes, father." Idelle Canyon, 12 years old. The other families are Duke Barrington, Marquis Tolane, and Marquis Winblair. Dustin Canyon hung the whip behind his back and continued, "That is right, the correct answer. Those 4 families are forces that even the royal family must be wary of, so never forget." His eyes were full of contempt and disgust. He pointed the whip at the 2 sisters. "No one is allowed to look down on the Canyon family, and you must remember that one of you must marry into one of the dialogue error." Dustin cracked the whip and roared, his forehead bulging with veins, "Do you understand?" Under his instruction, the 2 could only whisper, "Yes, father." Lynn Canyon and Idelle Lancaster walked together in the long hallway. "Idelle, sister, will I be like you when I am 12? The girl pursed her lips and lowered her head gloomily. "I think I am really stupid." She panicked and quickly comforted her softly. Why are you saying that, Lin? You are not stupid at all. The girl lowered her head, her eyes welling up. But father said that just now, that. Idelle Lancaster grabbed her skirt and gently stepped closer. Father is just always using harsh words. He means he wants you to try harder, not that he really thinks that way. The girl was skeptical. Really? Idelle Lancaster gently took her younger sister's hand. Enough, Lin. She said softly. Don't be sad anymore. Let us go downstairs and eat cookies. I will share my portion with you, Sister Idelle. Idelle Lancaster gently stroked Lin Canyon's cheek. After we eat, let us study together. I will help you, do not worry. The girl was happy again. Two extremely happy faces. The two of them walked hand in hand to the end of the hallway. Yes, I agree. With you by my side, everything will be resolved. The old butler, with a serious expression. Go back to your room, Miss Lin. From today, you are forbidden from snacking. He walked in front of the two sisters, reminding Idelle Lancaster. I heard that you failed your test yesterday. Snacks will be forbidden until you qualify. You are not allowed to touch anything. This is the Count's order. She was stunned, looking at him, her voice trembling. No way. He squinted his eyes, looking down at Lin Canyon with a dark gaze. Miss Lin. Have you finished your homework? The girl fearfully pulled her hand away from Idelle Lancaster. Not yet. The girl's face darkened, tears welling up. Then Lin Canyon turned and ran away. Then, you go eat the cookies. I will go back to my room and do my homework. Idelle Lancaster called out. Lin. She sighed sadly, watching that small figure. Lin. Lin carefully walked up the stairs to her room. Father is strict, but he has been even harsher lately. Why is he only cruel to us? And why am I so helpless? Idelle Lancaster pursed her lips, putting her hand on her chest. My heart is choked, and anger is surging. For Lin, I just want to grow up faster. Will everything be better when I get married? If I try to become a perfect lady? At social parties, Idelle Lancaster is always the most prominent and receives the most praise. With her slender figure and charming smile, she became the best daughter-in-law in the empire. If I bring my father the power he desires. Dustin's scolding voice echoed throughout the mansion. Lin Canyon, you are 16 years old. When are you going to grow up? With such poor abilities, not only can you not approach the four great families, but you are not even noticed by any family. You are just a useless person who squanders the family fortune. Your sister has debuted into high society and is welcomed everywhere. The girl helplessly hugged her head. When will you become my pride? You must achieve an appearance that I won't be ashamed to introduce to others. On the other side, Idelle Lancaster was happily looking at the flower in her hand. If I become the role model my father wants, will Lin be happy when I give her this gift? Will she be free one day? Lin Canyon sat on the ground, looking out the window, the furniture in the room scattered and broken everywhere. The girl's eyes looked at the bird outside, full of longing for freedom. The girl cried, her eyes becoming more and more desperate. Sister. Lin Canyon suddenly stood up and rushed outside. I can't take it anymore. I can't become a lady like you. The girl threw away the blanket and ran to the balcony, standing up straight and looking up at the sky. What I really want is just. The girl reached out towards the bird, as if about to see freedom, like that bird, fly far away. A bloody feather fell down. It seemed that Lin Canyon had been able to find the feeling of release that she desired. Dustin announced indifferently, Lin is dead. The whole family only changed into black clothes, with not even a hint of sadness on their faces. Idelle Lancaster was stunned, still holding the gift for Lin, her pupils contracting. What? What are you saying? He turned his head away uncomfortably. The girl is dead. Do I need to say it a second time? Dustin glanced with disgust, pointing outside the balcony. The girl was standing on the balcony on the third floor, looking outside and slipped and fell. Remember that well, and do not let any rumors spread. After saying that, he and the others turned and left. In Idelle Lancaster's utter confusion, he clicked his tongue and added, what an extra nuisance during a busy time. She was distraught, her legs giving way as she knelt on the ground. Lin. Why? I can't take it anymore. I also have a mouth, thoughts, and a heart. How much longer do I have to endure? I have really endured as much as I can. This life is no longer worth living. When I met Barbara, I once thought I had a little hope, but then, you were even more despairing. In the end, I married according to my father's wishes. Returning to reality, Idelle Lancaster looked out the window, but Lynn. She stood in the darkness, leaning half her body out to receive the light. Actually, I also thought about a way out like you. People who are forced into an unwanted life, how can they live well? Idelle Lancaster's eyes were filled with sadness. She looked down at her hands. And yet I still wanted to teach you how to be patient. Do I have the right to interfere? My heart is choked. She let her hands fall down, closing her eyes in resignation, and I hate myself for this helplessness. Inside Linnea Chris's room, the girl sat by the window, hugging her knees and burying her face inside. Night fell, and the lights in the park turned on. Laszlo strode confidently. He turned his head to look around and thought, look, even the head maid has not shown up. Well, this mansion is just a place to meet with the mercenaries anyway. Laszlo looked at the luxurious mansion in front of him. If it were a true count's family, things would definitely be different. Linnea ran out from inside, saying in a reproachful tone, "You are back. You are so late today." Then she said, "Well, you have worked hard today anyway." He nodded slightly, "Yeah." Linnea followed behind curiously. "What did you do in the palace today?" Laszlo answered casually, "The same as always. Why do you ask?" The girl was like a little tail, following behind him. "I am just curious." In the empty hallway, everything seemed silent. Laszlo glanced at her and asked, "Why are you following me all the way to the room? Is there something you want to say?" Linnea seemed flustered. "No, it is nothing important." She cleared her throat and began to say her purpose. "By the way, I received an invitation to a tea party, a party organized by Lady Emerson. Do you know her?" He answered immediately, "No." Linnea awkwardly lowered her head slightly. "Is that so? I understand." Laszlo spoke. "If you do not want to go, you do not need to force yourself." The girl quickly shook her head and waved her hands, explaining, "It is not like that. It is not easy to get a chance to wear pretty dresses. It is just." Linnea cautiously expressed her worries. "When I get there, I do not know what to say when I get there." The girl had difficulty expressing her request. "So, brother, if possible, can you find me a good tutor?" Laszlo asked sternly. "Linnea Chris's, if you find a kind person this time, do you promise not to get angry, but to study?" Linnea retorted softly, "When do I get angry?" Hearing this, his voice became a little irritated. "Answer clearly, Linnea." Laszlo then listed the events she had done in the past. "How many times have I arranged a tutor for you, who among them lasted more than 2 weeks?" Linnea refused to admit defeat, arguing, "But that is their fault." The girl remembered the past. Linnea's old tutor said with a condescending tone, "It is okay, Miss Linnea. It is understandable that a commoner would not know, but not knowing to the point where I have to teach you over and over again to understand. That is a little worrying, is not it?" The girl shouted. "They laughed at me first." Linnea cried, "Always pretending to be noble, standing right in front of me, treating me like an idiot. What am I supposed to do?" The girl continued, "At social parties, I can endure it, but in this mansion, I can freely shout." At that time, Linnea angrily retaliated against her. "How dare you look down on the person who paid you?" The girl tightly gripped the hem of her skirt and trembled. "It is not my fault. Those tutors were just raised too softly. It is unreasonable for a servant to quit after being told a thing or two, is not it?" Hearing this, Laszlo was stunned. "Linnea." Linnea laughed self-deprecatingly. "Oh right, that Duchess is a little different." He widened his eyes. "What?" The girl had regained her composure, crossed her arms and turned away. Even though her status is much higher than the previous tutors, she has no self-respect at all. When told to kneel down, she does it immediately. I only called her over to try her out, but she acted as if she was so elegant. Laszlo shouted, "Linnea Christus." Linnea shouted no less. "What? You startled me." "Why are you shouting?" he said sternly. "Do you know that you just did something shameful, making a servant kneel down?" Laszlo painfully rubbed his temples. "Using power to trample on those who are weaker than you, that is the behavior of the nobles we have always despised." The girl looked at her brother in fear. Finally, she blurted out a sentence, "I know that too." Linnea asked with difficulty, "But can't I be like that?" The girl expressed the grievances in her heart. "Those nobles used to look down on me. I also want to try looking down on them once. What is wrong with that?" But Laszlo was still not gentle, but taught her, "You are not looking down on a noble, but playing with a servant. Every word he said seemed to hit the place she did not dare to face. In front of real nobles, you would not dare to do that. Are not you ashamed of that? Linnea sobbed. What do you know? Her inner self was torn. I do not even tell you the insults I have to endure because I am afraid you will be hurt. You do not know how difficult and aggrieved I am. Do you know that I do not dare to say a word in front of those nobles? Linnea shouted in a choked voice. Okay, you are so good. In her heart, she wondered, why do not you help me a little? Linnea turned and ran away. Don't you care what happens to me? Laszlo called out. Wait, Linnea. But the girl did not care anymore. Do whatever you want, I do not care anymore. He stared blankly at the door slamming shut in front of him. Laszlo sighed with difficulty. Damn it. He looked at the night sky. Even I myself do not know what to do. What am I doing after all? Laszlo remembered. Isn't it all because of that damn title that venomous snake stuffed into my hands? DeMarcus clasped his hands together and said leisurely. Even if you do not like it, you should accept the title, Laszlo. You need to become a symbol for the mercenaries. He frowned and asked, a symbol? He said calmly, the mercenaries who have given up for half their lives need hope to integrate into society. They need to see that they can become someone like you. DeMarcus smiled and explained, so, become a new force, with power. You can protect your Kaliof mercenary team and other important things. I give you this noble title for a reason. In the last sentence, he squinted his eyes and smiled. One day, you will also accept your fate. DeMarcus said indifferently, just like I had to accept my fate. But, he cursed inwardly, what fate? Even solving my younger sister's problems can't be done. Returning to the present, Laszlo rubbed his head and sighed. Maybe I should find another tutor in the guard, and I have to emphasize that this is the last time with Linnea. He was still very worried about the girl. Sending another expensive necklace to the party will probably make it a little better. Laszlo remembered Idel, and also, Idel, is she okay now? He was very worried about her after hearing what his younger sister said. A person who was once a duchess must have self-respect, being forced to kneel down like that. How can she be okay? But if she is crying alone right now. Now, Laszlo started to panic. Should I go apologize on behalf of Linnea? He walked back and forth in the room. No. What would Linnea think if I did that? That is right. Forget it. Laszlo Chrysis, you are paying too much attention to her. Laszlo rested his chin on his face, which was covered in stubble. Finally, he flung open the door to his room. Laszlo blushed and panted. Calm down a little. Yes, stop here. He regained his senses and analyzed. Visiting her at this hour will definitely cause unpleasant rumors. Damn it. Elsewhere, inside a luxurious and bright room, Barrington held a cigarette in his hand. What a nuisance. Barrington sat opposite him. After the victory celebration, the atmosphere in the nobility is not good. Barrington said with an unwilling tone. The Lancaster family collapsed so easily. Who would have thought? He laughed mockingly. I thought they would last at least until the end of the year. It is all because of that guy after all. Barrington gritted his teeth. Laszlo Chrysis, a dirty beast. He pressed the cigarette, but into the newspaper with Laszlo's picture on it, causing the image to burn black. Barrington also put out his cigarette. Who would have thought that a royal family would abandon their self-respect to join hands with a lowly mercenary, because they are all beasts alike? The images of Laszlo and DeMarcus appeared. Marcus Tabarin. That guy also came from the battlefield, bearing the name of royalty but not understanding anything about dignity or nobility. Their malicious thoughts were spoken by him. Therefore, the emperor must be changed. As long as Marcus is the emperor, this country will only decline further. Barrington pondered. However, this is not the time for us to show our faces. We must use dirty tricks. He had calculated very carefully. If the 4 great families know, only 3 of us, act directly, we may be caught immediately. Tolaine then had an opinion. Marquis Tolaine, what about that family? Barrington seemed to just remember. Duke Barrington. Count Canyon. Come to think of it, the Count's daughter was forced to be given to that lowly mercenary Chrysis. Barrington spoke his assessment. Marquis Wimblair, that guy is quite good. He married his daughter to Lancaster for profit, and now he is handing her over to the Emperor in the name of protecting the family. He picked up the glass of water and sipped his lips. Can those inferior people do great things, he wondered, but at least they are useful somewhere. On Idel's side, the sexist remarks rang out as if from hell. At least get married and bring back some money. If a daughter does not get married, what use is she? She painfully hugged her head. Now that Lynn is gone, why do you have to give me a headache like this? Remember, Idel Canyon, this marriage must succeed. Suddenly, Idel opened her eyes in shock. She was still lying on her bed. It was just a dream. Idel's eyes were filled with sadness, remembering the unhappy memories. She slowly sat up, arranging her blankets. Even now I think, my father, Count Canyon, was not satisfied even though he had a lot of money. Idel was very helpless. If they want to become nobles, they can donate to orphanages or hospitals for commoners, instead of trying to marry me off to one of the 4 great families. But it is meaningless to think about it now. A maid said, as she quickly rearranged her bed, hurry up and get ready and go out. Looking outside, the sparkling rays of sunlight were competing to pass through the bare branches. Such a beautiful morning. I must work hard today. In the kitchen, the servants were busy tidying up and cleaning. Idel, who had changed clothes, was sitting down to eat breakfast when a voice was heard. That is right, it is very tiring. She looked over and saw Lola reaching out to scold. Anyway, take care of it yourself. If you do not finish on time, you know the consequences. The girl nodded fearfully, yes. Idel thought to herself, those two originally have different work areas. Why are they here? But she quickly dismissed that thought from her head. It is none of my business. Celia spoke up and asked, Idel, let us go after you are done eating, right? Idel agreed. Okay, Celia. A moment later, the 3 of them, wearing different cloaks, were walking on the grounds of the mansion. She looked up at the sky and exclaimed, the mansion seems quieter than usual today. Huh, Layla explained. That is because the head maid is not here. She went out with Miss Linnea. Idel wondered blankly, isn't serving the young lady the maid's job? Celia was unhappy. Anyway, she is just buying useless things again. It is not our money, so who cares? The 3 of them arrived at the storage room. Layla looked inside in surprise. Oh my, I am also a bit surprised. No one has come yet. Maybe because the housekeeper is not here. They are more relaxed. They looked around the room, thinking. Celia spoke up and suggested first, do you want to check it out yourself? She said her intention. Idel, you have been here for almost 2 months, right? Then it is time to get familiar with the mansion. How about you go collect the laundry today? Celia was not idle either. We will take care of the laundry that you did not finish yesterday. Idel hesitated, but there is still a lot of laundry to do, and this is the job that the head maid assigned to me. Layla smiled brightly to reassure her. It is okay. The housekeeper won't come to check today. But Idel was still very worried. But, she asked with concern, it was hard to deal with the young lady yesterday, right? She quickly denied, no, I am fine. Layla nodded gently, then that is good. Anyway, take your time to collect it, do not rush. Celia kindly reminded, take it easy, got it. Idel was bewildered. Then, she happily said goodbye to her friends. I am going now, Layla. Thank you, Celia. Celia quickly rolled up her sleeves and started working. We have to deal with it quickly. Layla waved goodbye. Just trust us. Layla exclaimed. Celia is so kind. Celia turned to look at her in surprise. What? Layla explained. Idel, it must be very hard to do all this. Celia replied, Layla, you are worried too. Idel seems weak. She lowered her eyes slightly, worried, but she needs to understand this place clearly. Celia clearly understood Idel's situation. Other servants can leave at any time, but someone with the status of a spoil of war like Idel can never leave this mansion. Outside the mansion, she thought confusedly, I have never left the laundry room at such a busy time. Idel slowly walked up the stairs. Below were other servants carefully sweeping. She stood on the stairs and looked down. Layla and Celia are so kind, deliberately creating an opportunity for me to breathe, but I can't let them do all the work. I should go back early and help them. Idel found a cart and started working. Walking in the hallway, her heart was happy, a new job. It feels like I am being recognized. Suddenly, Idel looked in one direction. Inside the room that was not closed, there were 3 people. Isn't that the maid from earlier? They are secretly doing something, and people close to the head maid. Countless questions arose in her mind. Why are not they in their area resting here? Everyone is busy. But Idel continued walking. Only her head still turned towards that room. Where are the servants who need to be here now? Could it be the conversation just now? An ominous premonition rose. It is covering up, giving their work to others. Idel was changing bed sheets and pillowcases while thinking, I know the head maid is creating factions, but it is not right to give their work to others. It is not good to make younger people do it. Instead, she was very worried. Count, does he know about this? Idel was struggling internally. Or can I only stand by and watch this injustice? Suddenly a voice rang out. Probably so. She heard that voice coming from outside. That is right. Outside, the conversation continued. Captain, the golden fox is always given easy tasks, is not he? The red rat has to endure grievances. He will be much more careful. But, at this time, Idel recognized the owner of the voice, Count Chris's voice. She gently hugged the change sheets and left. I have to leave here before I am discovered. Suddenly, Nathan turned his head sharply towards Idel and shouted, Who is there? He quickly stepped forward and flung open the door to the room. Nathan was furious to see her appear. I told the head maid to tell everyone not to come in. Why are you sneaking around? He quickly questioned, Who are you? What are you doing here? Laszlo was very surprised to see that it was Idel. Next to him, Nathan kept asking, Who are you? What are you doing here? She answered gently, I am a maid in the laundry room. Idel bowed respectfully. I came to collect the laundry from the count's room. If this bothers you, I can come back later. He then spoke, There is no need for that. You can leave now. He was a little surprised to hear that. Wait, Captain, I have never seen this maid before. Have you checked her identity carefully? Laszlo spoke in defense. I have checked it, very carefully. She is allowed to be here. She bowed. Then I will take my leave, Lord Count. Nathan did not give up and kept nagging in his ear. What is going on? But I feel like I have met her somewhere before. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, I remember now, no way. She is the Duchess of Lancaster. Then Nathan waved his hands and continued to be verbose. You are really using her as a maid. What happened while I was away? I thought it was just a rumor, but what if she heard our whole conversation? He clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Don't worry, if she understood it just by hearing that much, then she can join our association. He still did not believe his eyes. It is suspicious. A person who was once a duchess is now working in the laundry room. Have her hands ever touched water? Laszlo was unhappy at this point. Are you blind? You saw her hands just now, and you still dare to say that? Nathan retorted softly. I did not look that closely. He defended her. Those are the rough hands of a hard-working person. Don't let prejudice blind you. Laszlo crossed his arms and added more information. Moreover, she has not received any secret communication from Count Canyon. He was surprised. What are you saying? Nathan asked in a flurry. Even the Marchioness sent a letter. Are those people really her family? He slowly spoke. So Idel is not. He quickly interrupted. You just called her name. At this time, Laszlo realized that he had misspoke. He quickly changed the subject. Enough. Let us get back to what we were talking about. We have to closely monitor the red rat. If the golden fox acts, Nathan was serious again. We will receive a reaction. I understand. I trust your intuition, Captain. Hearing that, Laszlo thought, but I do not trust my intuition. Now I am going to the palace. He pondered. Wait, Captain. As for Idel, she was pushing the cart of laundry back into the hallway. It seems they did not suspect anything, but this is troublesome. Anyway, I do not have the right to speak up. Even if I had the opportunity to speak, the Count's close associates would not believe me. Idel had her own calculations. For now, I can only do what I can. Outside the magnificent palace, a stern voice rang out. Hey, Knight Milton. That palace was extremely large and luxurious. The captain of the knights stepped forward. So you have finally finished your training, Edmund quickly replied when he saw him coming. Hello, Captain. The vice commander of the Royal Knights, Edmund Milton, smiled kindly. He asked, Are you training at the intensity of the guard again? Don't overdo it, after all. You still have many other things to do. He explained, It is not that I intentionally train like them. Although the Duke Lancaster's rebellion has been put down, no one knows which faction will rise up next. Edmund replied with a smile. Therefore, I think it is best to be always ready. The brown-haired knight next to him praised. That is indeed an exemplary answer, Vice Commander. He frowned and complained. If it were not for that Count Chrisus, you would have been the commander of the Royal Guard now, not the Vice Commander of the Royal Knights. He interrupted. Come on. Edmund patted him on the shoulder. Everyone has a position that suits them. For me, the position of Vice Commander of the Royal Knights is a great honor. He still could not help but exclaim, but you are too kind, Vice Commander. The current situation is, in the royal palace, the armed forces are divided into two. One side is the guard who directly protects the emperor. That team is directly protected by Laszlo. The remaining side is Edmund's, the royal knights, who both protect the palace and go into battle. The captain of the royal knights, he said very gently, anyway, people still see the guard as nobler, because they are closer to the emperor, but no matter which side it is just a cooperative relationship, right? Don't force yourself like a workaholic anymore. He replied, I am just doing my duty. The boy next to him nodded in agreement. That is right. Communicating with the members is also important. You are always a shining example for us. Edmund only smiled without saying anything. But in his heart, he had his own calculations. The emperor is a prudent person. Each action has its own meaning. The fact that he values Chrysis, a person of common origin, and a mercenary, must be in his calculations. Edmund looked at the others and sighed, but even so, it is really hard to accept. The reactions within the night team are also. He looked up at the bright sunlight. It is really uncomfortable. Back in the hallway where Laszlo's mansion was. He was putting on his shirt. On his back were countless old and new scars stacked on top of each other. Laszlo slowly put on a dignified black coat on the outside. Suddenly he heard some noise. His eyes flashed with vigilance. Laszlo said towards the door, Who is out there? The voice outside was a little flustered. How did you know? Hello. We are from the night team. We came to meet the commander of the guard. He quickly allowed, Come in. Entering were 3 people, all saying in unison, We are Terry Bogarden, Angelo Vallon, and Joseph Oz from the night team. Laszlo was very unfamiliar to see them. I have never met you before. The 3 of them still stood up straight, with their hands behind their backs and respectfully replied, It is probably because we are not strong enough to catch the eye of the guard commander. So you do not remember us. It is understandable. He adjusted his clothes and asked, Enough with the flattery. What is the matter that you came to find me? Joseph said a little hesitantly, It may be a somewhat abrupt request. Angelo continued next to him. Anyway, the Royal Knights and the Guard are originally people who cooperate with each other, right? Laszlo was a little impatient. Just say it clearly, do not beat around the bush. The 3 of them mustered all their courage, and said loudly in unison, Please allow us the honor of training at your mansion. Responding to them was silence. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. He turned his head to the side. That is a bit of a sudden request. One of them laughed awkwardly. It is embarrassing to say it. It is impolite to disturb someone as busy as you, so it can't be helped if you refuse. Laszlo's eyes were as sharp as a hawk at this moment. He asked coldly, Yet you still tried to come here and ask for it. What is the reason? He was suddenly stunned. Yes, he hesitated. That is. Angelo said the wishes of the 3 of them. The thing is, we also want to become as strong as you. Joseph explained. It is just that, training in the palace is something everyone can do, so it is easy to become complacent and sluggish. He continued to say in his astonishment, After thinking carefully, we realized that we need to be trained by someone really strong, who can fairly assess our current strength. The more they said, the more enthusiastic they became. Angelo was very excited, and the person we thought of was, you Chrysis. He quickly recounted the shocking historical events of Laszlo in the past, who has become famous everywhere as the youngest commander of the guard in history. We heard that you are famous for always fighting without letting emotions interfere. Angelo was so excited that his face turned red. We are also very curious about how the training method of the guard differs from that of the knights. I heard from an acquaintance in the guard that you are always generous to knights who have aspirations to rise. He silently crossed his arms, looking at those 3 people. In his heart, Laszlo nodded. It is not exactly wrong. I have never stopped anyone who wanted to approach me. Remembering how lonely he was before, it is just that none of those elites bothered to find a guy from a mercenary background like me. He looked at the 3 people in front of him again. As for these guys, their bodies are falling apart. Their posture is terrible. I do not see any signs of people who will do great things. It seems they have only recently awakened. I do not hate those who have aspirations to rise. Suddenly Laszlo remembered DeMarcus's words. But you have to become a role model for those mercenaries. He smiled but said the harsh truth. Laszlo, you will also have to accept your fate, just like I have no choice but to accept my own fate. He lowered his head again, thinking with countless factors in his head. That is what he meant. I did not expect to hear such words from the knights one day. Even so, becoming someone like he said does not make me feel comfortable at all. Finally, after a moment of thought, Laszlo spoke. The desire to train is commendable. He quickly replied, yes. Three bewildered faces intently listened to what he said. But I just want to ask one thing. Why, of all the places you could choose, did you choose my house? You. Laszlo emanated a gloomy aura. Why does it have to be here? Angelo averted his eyes and stammered. That. He replied hesitantly, because of the attention of the superiors. The training ground in the palace does not seem very convenient. Angelo quickly added, it would really be bad to receive training from you while the captain is still there. That is right, is not it? Terry next to him echoed. Yes, even if the captain does not mind, colleagues will definitely not let it go. Laszlo nodded in his heart. That makes sense. Yes, there is always a bit of a competitive atmosphere between the guard and the royal knights. It is best not to worry the commanders over there. He stroked his chin and nodded. Okay, come on Saturday next week, at 3 p.m. Angelo was very excited. Thank you. Joseph was no less excited next to him. Thank you very much, Captain. Terry promised. We will definitely be on time. Laszlo was no longer as harsh as before. Then, go home carefully. He watched them leave. If it is just a little consideration of the basics, it will be fine. Looking at the backs of the three people, Laszlo pondered. Although I do not know how much their skills will improve, but his eyes were now filled with many indescribable things. Looking at the peaceful atmosphere outside, where flocks of birds soared and flew, that longing to become stronger is so hard to come by. At the work area of the palace maids, come on, everyone gather around. Marcia stood in front of the palace maids, clapping to get them to focus. We will have guests coming this weekend. Just in time for the new year. It is time to decorate the mansion again. Everyone, make sure your assigned area is clean and tidy. The girls whispered, really? What is going on? She ordered, and the laundry room. Take down all the winter curtains. Wash the spring curtains to prepare. Celia frowned and asked, what? Layla was very worried. There are more than 150 curtains in this mansion. Celia protested strongly. It is still winter. How are we supposed to dry them? But Marcia did not care. That is your job. Staying up all night or whatever is none of my business. She still tried to negotiate. If so, then first, prepare the lobby and reception room on the first floor. She refused and shouted, shut up. I said to do it all for me. Idelle, standing behind, looked at that scene. What a mess. She looked around worriedly. Not only laundry, but will the people in this mansion be able to entertain guests properly? What wind made Count Chris's change his mind so quickly? In the study, Laszlo was intently looking at documents. A few days later, he prepared to board the carriage for himself. Today I am not going to the palace, but to another place. The horse controller replied, yes. He quickly understood the words in Laszlo's intention. I understand. It has been a long time since you went out. So where should I take you? The noble residential area of Grania Avenue. The carriage slowly entered. Laszlo quickly got out of the car. Greeting him was a very professional butler. Greetings, Chris's. Welcome to the mansion. The reception room is on this side. Marquis Celestine stepped forward to greet Laszlo. I finally got to meet you, Count Chris's. He politely replied, thank you for inviting me, Marquis Celestine, and the two of them looked in one direction. A woman with a powerful appearance stepped forward. It was none other than Barbara, the Marchioness Celestine. She smiled. Just call me Barbara, do not use long titles. I just find it annoying. He quickly put his hand on his chest and bowed. I am Laszlo. Suddenly, Barbara's eyes became cold. I know. But you are the head of a family. I will call you Count. He was very confused between the two of them. Laszlo smiled and replied, it is better not to arbitrarily allow inappropriate names to be used. She also smiled back. That does sound right. The sunlight shone on Barbara, making her radiate a powerful and dignified appearance. He secretly assessed, as expected of the leader who has protected an entire family, not an easy person to deal with. Marquis Celestine cleared his throat, breaking the tense situation. Should we sit down and talk? The three of them went to the table together. A palace maid was gently pouring tea. The atmosphere became silent again. Laszlo gently nodded to thank her. He looked at everything from the moment he stepped inside, feeling bitter. Will my mansion be able to entertain guests like this? Butlers with the right attitude. servants who are not too ostentatious, but full of care, an atmosphere full of nobility. Laszlo affirmed, there is absolutely no way that would happen. Barbara spoke first. Count Croesus. He turned to her, yes. Barbara elegantly placed the teacup on the table. She asked about Idel's current situation. Idel, is Idel okay? Laszlo replied, how can someone born as a noble who lives under the name of a maid be okay? In his heart, he tried to calm down. I can't let my mind wander. This is the reason I agreed to the invitation today. Looking at Barbara's slightly frowning face, a month after I sent Idel's reply letter, she agreed to meet. Perhaps it is because. At this time, he also interjected, frankly speaking, Lord Count. Marquis Celestine clasped his hands together and said slowly, I originally wanted to wait longer to observe the Emperor's actions, but my mother asked me to meet you. The reason, I am sure you understand. Laszlo nodded to indicate that he had received the information. Overviewing the current situation, in the upper class, there are three forces. First, the pro-emperor faction wants to consolidate royal power. Second, the old noble faction wants to maintain the power that has been enjoyed. Finally, the faction that Barbara leads, and the neutral faction, which does not belong to any side. They have now broken their neutral stance and directly confronted. Now, when the Duke Lancaster family, representing the old noble faction, has been destroyed, then all actions of the Marchioness Celestine's family, representing the neutral faction, will be the focus of attention for everyone. Marquis, are you okay with that? He put out his hand. Of course, it is not that I changed my position just because of Idel's matter. Taking this opportunity, I want to understand the Emperor and the Count. Marquis Celestine smiled lightly. Actually, I also feel lucky. If Idel did not go to Count Croesus's house, then my mother would have kidnapped her, and then we would have been in a very difficult position. Laszlo smiled and replied, I do not know if I should say it is an honor that you took the initiative to meet first. Barbara spoke, Count. She expressed her concern. I have read Idel's letter that you sent. She is not a person who wants to make others worry, so even if she says she is fine, she must actually be very tired. And also have to work in a difficult place like the laundry room. Barbara began to make the intention to protect her. We can't let the innocent Idel suffer like this. If you are a person who knows how to protect the weak, I want to hear what decision you will make. In the future. He spoke his plan. I plan to let her work as a maid until the social scandal subsides. She lowered her head, raised her eyebrows, and asked, and then what? Laszlo replied, that is what I am wondering about. He straightened his back and asked, so please tell me, Marchioness, how far can you go for her? Barbara was a little thoughtful when she heard that. Laszlo silently turned his gaze towards her. Barbara generously replied, if necessary, I will do anything. She suggested, release Idel, leave the rest to me. He smiled but did not laugh. If you do not release her, it seems you are really willing to kidnap her, huh? Laszlo continued, you and I seem to be a good match. Barbara covered her mouth with her hand. People say love knows no age, but please give up and go find a woman who suits your age. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. What a pity. She analyzed. If it is the Celestine family, it is definitely a good place to send Idel to, a place where the Canyon family or the three great families can hardly interfere. And if the Celestine family joins the Emperor's faction, the Emperor will also welcome it. One thing is for sure, Idel will also live here more comfortably and happily. In Laszlo's heart, he also thought so. Yes, it definitely will. The next morning, at the Croesus mansion, Linnea's voice rang out, loud enough to be heard. Just now, what did you say? The girl's face was pale. Say it again. He still stood up straight and announced again. To reiterate, this is a message from Lord Croesus. His Majesty the Emperor urgently summoned him, so he will be late. He instructed that if guests come, please serve tea and cakes, and then lead the guests to tour the mansion. In Linnea's head, it exploded. What the heck? The girl was confused and wide-eyed. Today's guests are my brother's friends, but he is going to be late. This made Linnea feel like she was left in the middle of a snowstorm. It is the first time I am organizing a tea party myself, the first time the Croesus family has guests. But Laszlo Croesus is absent. The girl stared blankly at the tea table. What should I do now? Linnea kept biting her nails. I tried to imitate the decorations based on what I have seen before, but will it be okay? It would be nice if brother was here. He would probably know how. What if it becomes a laughingstock again? Marcia stood next to her. smiling broadly. Don't worry, miss. You have done very well. Of course. The girl did not believe that. How can I believe your words, Marcia? In Linea's heart, it was as tangled as a ball of yarn. Someone, give me some reliable advice. Suddenly, the girl remembered. Mina, call Idelle Lancaster here quickly. Mina stood there stunned. What? She quickly chimed in, miss, but... Linnea started making a fuss. That is an order. If it is her, she will probably understand a lot about tea parties like this. Idelle arrived. You summoned me, miss. The girl nodded, starting to explain hesitantly. That is right. So, the reason I called you is... Marcia next to her whispered into Linea's ear, Miss. She really did not have good intentions at all. Just tell her to serve and hand everything over to her. In front of the guests, let them see the Duchess being bossed around like a maid. That would look very imposing, right? Yet the girl agreed. Yes, that is right. In Marcia's heart, a sinister thought flashed. Marcia, am here, yet you still insist on calling her out. She looked at Idelle and smiled contemptuously. Then just suffer, Duchess. And I will take a break, by the way. Linnea had bad ideas pumped into her head by Marcia. Idelle, the work in the laundry room is not easy, is it? Today, I will specially have you serve by my side. She bowed. Thank you for your concern, miss. The girl said her request. In a moment, there will be 3 knights from the night team visiting. My brother said he would be late, so we have to greet them. At that time, Linnea was a little shy. We will greet the guests in the front hall, okay? Idelle said calmly. Normally that is the butler's job, but... She looked at her. Since there is no butler, the head maid has to greet them, right? You have to lead them into the reception room. Marcia was a little uncomfortable, clearing her throat. It seems you know well. The girl asked suspiciously. Then I have to wait in the reception room. Idelle explained patiently. Knights usually do not have titles, right? The lady is the head of the family, so it may be more appropriate to come down after the guests have arrived. Linnea thought her words made sense. That is right. The girl smiled slyly. Then, when the guests arrive, just choose a suitable time to bring out the tea and cakes. That would be great. She turned her back. Understood. Then I will go to the kitchen to check the tea and cakes and come back. At this time, Linnea was complacent with herself. Okay. The arrangements will be taken care of carefully and magnificently, right? In a corner, Marcia's face showed displeasure. Idelle walked while rubbing her forehead. Now there are no more problems. What a relief. It seemed she had a fever. Her body felt so heavy. I have to try my best until the guests leave. The clock now pointed to 2:45. In the room, the girl sat in front of the mirror, getting ready. The appointment time is coming. Will I do well? I have to be able to. I am the sister of the owner of the Mercenary Association. Linnea suddenly turned back. It is done. Idelle approached to inform. Miss, the guests have arrived. The girl asked, is that so? Then let us go down now. But she held out her hand towards Linnea. First. Idelle asked, can you give me the handkerchief? The girl was surprised. Why? She still asked slowly. Where's the powder? Linnea started to panic. It is here, and here too. This is the flowering powder that has been popular recently. Idelle picked up the glass jar that the girl had just pointed to. Then I will take my leave. Linnea watched her lightly putting on makeup for herself, bewildered. Oh my, what is she doing? The girl wondered. I finished putting on makeup in the morning, and looking in the mirror there is nothing that needs to be adjusted. Linnea remembered her words. Masha said that because guests were coming, she paid more attention than usual. While she was lost in thought, Idelle's voice brought her back to the present. It is done. Linnea looked at herself in the mirror in great surprise. Such a fresh beauty. She then turned to ask her, what is this? It looks a lot simpler than before. Put it back with the flowering powder. But Idelle shook her head. I can't. She said softly, I am sorry for saying this, but that kind of powder is not suitable for young unmarried girls to use. Linnea snapped. Where did you say it is not suitable? Can others still nitpick? With young ladies, Idelle explained patiently. Just reveal the natural expression of yourself is enough. Suddenly, she stared at the girl without saying a word. Idelle said a truth that was not easy to accept. If you use this type of cosmetics to artificially blush, even if you are young, you will be considered trying to attract men. I am sure someone will think that way. Hearing those words, Linnea felt like she was struck by lightning. At this time, the girl realized in shock. No wonder, wherever I go, I feel like there is a strange gaze. Linnea stammered, I have been using this every day. The girl remembered. Masha said it was a type of cosmetics that was popular among the nobility. What should I do now, if there are strange rumors about me? Idel quickly shook Linnea hard. It is okay, miss. She reassured the girl. Just do not do that from now on. Idel suggested, now, you go greet the guests, and perform the duties of the head of the family. Linnea now remembered, that is right. The girl nodded. Understood. Let us go, Idel. On the magnificent staircase that was carefully cleaned every day, Linnea and Idel stood still in front of the closed door. The girl was a little flustered. It is my first time doing this. What should I do? She reassured her. Don't worry. The nobility always respects people with higher status. Here, the person with the highest status is the lady. Linnea looked at Idel touched. I do not know why. I used to treat her very badly, because she was a duchess. The girl remembered the days when she treated her wrongly. Now she is just an ordinary maid, but it feels completely different from Masha. Idel was thinking about something, so it should be. She taught Linnea how to talk. You just say this. I am the younger sister of Count Chrysis in this mansion. My brother is busy, so I will directly come forward to help him. In her heart, the girl suddenly felt a warmth. I feel very at ease with what Idel said. Idel asked, are you ready? Both of them put their hands on the doorknob. Miss Linnea Chrysis presents herself. Idel turned her suspicious gaze towards the door. She asked softly, who is out there? A female voice echoed from the quiet hallway. She continued to introduce herself with a gentle tone. I am Daisy, in the room next door. Can I come in for a moment to talk? Idel raised her head in surprise. Daisy. She thought to herself, I heard that she is the youngest maid in this mansion. Idel opened the door. In front of her was Daisy smiling brightly. Sorry to disturb you at this late hour, she secretly observed. Although we occasionally meet when passing by, we only greet each other with our eyes. Idel was embarrassed to stand in front of such enthusiasm. Please come in. The two of them stepped inside. Idel asked curiously, can I ask why you came? Daisy happily slipped her hand into her wide sleeve and took out two small items. It is not very important, but I have something I want to give you. She kindly presented two small bottles in front of Idel. This is ointment and cream for the injured areas. Idel could not help but be surprised, her eyes widening. Huh? Why did you bring this to me? Daisy started to explain hesitantly, her cheeks flushed slightly. Every night, I hear you moan in pain. The walls here are very thin, so I hear everything, and also because I am in the next room. Idel panicked. I am sorry, I did not know. She replied with a soft voice. It is okay. I can still sleep well. Daisy continued. More importantly, I heard that you were bullied by Lady Bowen. Idel paused in surprise. Her eyes drooped sadly. And you are not used to the work yet. If it hurts every day, it must be very uncomfortable, right? Daisy pleaded. So I just wanted to give you this medicine. Idel was silent, her eyes following her. She was touched, reaching out to take Daisy's hand. In the world I used to live in, the concept of simply and for no specific reason did not exist. The two of them stood there in silence, but the atmosphere around them seemed to gradually warm up. Idel could not utter a word. In her head, thoughts full of admiration surfaced. Unbelievable, a young girl like this has a heart that always cares about others. Idel looked at Daisy, who was smiling brightly like the morning sun. Unbelievable. In this world, there is such a clear eyes, without any falsehood. She happily reached out to accept the gift and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Daisy. She was shy. Oh, do not call me Miss, just call me Daisy. Idel smiled kindly and gently made a suggestion to narrow the distance. Then you can also call me Idel, right? Daisy was overjoyed. She blushed and stammered back in an expectant tone. Is it okay if I call you that, sister? Can I call you sister? Idel smiled affectionately. She nodded slightly in agreement. Daisy's eyes lit up. Let me put medicine on your back and shoulders for you, okay? She was flustered. It is okay. I can do it myself. She smiled and took the medicine. You can't reach your back. We are all girls anyway. There is no need to be shy. Okay, Idel gently replied. Then I will trouble you. In her heart, Idel told herself with a small joy. If I had a diary, if that is the case, I would write. Today, I made a friend, with a new friend. The next morning, just like Celia said, breakfast was really simple. She shrugged obviously. See, I told you. Idel smiled shyly. She looked down at the plate of food, only a small loaf of bread, a little green vegetables, and a thin bowl of soup. Idel was surprised, thinking to herself, but at least there is still fruit. She smiled slightly in relief. Probably thanks to Daisy putting medicine on me last night, my back hurts a lot less. Idel put a small piece of apple to her mouth. She told herself, in the past, I was forced to eat to stay in shape, so this is okay. In her heart, she tried to create a positive energy, so, today will definitely be okay. Laszlo was intently looking at each line of words on the paper. His sharp eyes glanced over each word. Laszlo frowned thoughtfully, his lips pursed, to the esteemed Lord Chrysis, the loyal heart of the lion. He ordered in a low voice with a cold tone, bring her here. Laszlo continued to give specific instructions, to the reception room on the first floor, immediately. Idel silently followed the butler's footsteps. She lowered her face, calmly thinking, what is this sudden summons? Although there are many eyes watching this place, I do not think anything big will happen. But why did he call me? The door to the large reception room opened. Laszlo's voice rang out, please come in. Idel saw his back standing tall by the window. She reassured herself, but I still believe today will be a peaceful day. She stepped inside and introduced herself. I am Idel. Idel tried to keep her tone as calm as possible when facing him. You summoned me. Laszlo put his hand on the armrest of the chair. He gently tilted his chin to indicate, come over here and sit down. Looking at his decisive movements when he sat down, Idel felt like her breath was being squeezed. Lord Laszlo Chrysis, every time I meet him, I always feel overwhelmed. She maintained etiquette to sit down on the chair in front. Laszlo lowered his voice slightly and asked in a probing tone, I have a question. Are you acquainted with the Marchioness Barbara Celestine? Idel was so surprised that she exclaimed rather loudly, huh? Barbara. She paused. An alert thought suddenly flashed. Wait, why did the name of the Marchioness Celestine come out of this person's mouth? He looked at Idel's reaction and continued to ask, you do not know her. She thought to herself, would it be okay if he knew that she and I were acquainted? Idel tightly intertwined her hands, looking worried. If it is the Marchioness Celestine, I know her, but only to the extent of meeting a few times at a tea party. Laszlo said with a remark, those must have been very special tea parties, right? He took the letter on the table in his hand, to the point that that difficult old lady, Laszlo continued his sentence, had to write a letter begging for you, pleading so much. Idel exclaimed in surprise with utter astonishment, a letter from the Marchioness. Idel was so moved that she choked and could not utter a word. Laszlo remained silent. He did not say anything more, but only silently observed her. He held the letter forward. She tremblingly reached out to take it. Unbelievable, my precious friend, Lady Barbara, sent a letter. Idel began to focus on the handwritten words. When I heard the news, I could not turn a blind eye and was compelled to write these lines. The entire Duke family has isolated her. And she knew nothing about those shady things. She focused on seeing every stroke that Barbara had written. Please do not push the girl Idel to the end of despair. Many people who know me as a duchess have turned their backs on me. But I do not blame them. Idel unconsciously remembered the judgmental and contemptuous gazes that had once been directed towards her. That is right. That is completely reasonable. I committed treason. The heaviest crime. Her hands trembled again. Therefore, I assumed that everyone had abandoned me. But now, I receive compassion and concern from unexpected people, as well as comfort from an old friend. I think that if I endure everything without complaining, I can protect myself. The memory of Celia bravely standing up to defend her suddenly surfaced, but I see that kindness. She remembered last night when Daisy brought medicine to give her, and also the warm generosity from the unfamiliar servants. Idel brought the letter close to her heart. She felt Barbara's warm pat on the head, and now, a friend from the past, has come to comfort me like this. I can feel the sincere effort of my friend. Just to comfort me. She frowned slightly, thinking about Laszlo's reaction. But what will Lord Chrysis think about this? Idel began to feel worried, thinking, will he mistake Barbara as an ally of the Duke Lancaster who will conspire against the Emperor? She earnestly mustered all her courage to speak up to explain. The Marchioness Celestine is a kind woman. She has no connection with our family, and my friendship with her is just a personal matter. Idel looked straight ahead, emphasizing each word. Therefore, Please do not misunderstand this letter. Laszlo nodded. He raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, You think I am going to make things difficult for her? Does everyone think I am a cruel and heartless person? Idel was startled and horrified. She quickly stood up. It is not like that. That is not what I meant at all. If my words made you uncomfortable, please forgive me. Laszlo's eyes suddenly turned cold when he saw her reaction. He saw her clutching the hem of her skirt, her shoulders trembling, looking at you trembling like that, as if I am about to behead someone immediately. Laszlo paused. He repeated the two words, behead. Laszlo frowned with self-blame. He turned his face away. That is not a word that should be said in front of you. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. Idel widened her eyes in surprise when she saw that action. I have never seen him show such an expression. A suspicious thought arose in her heart. Could it be that he is feeling remorse? Laszlo thought about his responsibilities and position. That woman, to me, is just someone who is being hunted down and executed, a member of the Duke Lancaster family who is on the run. He remembered what he had done. I must have made her feel uncomfortable, scared, even disgusted. Perhaps in her eyes, I am no different from a cruel monster. Laszlo remembered the image of Idel witnessing everything. But what did I say to her before? Look, she is trembling as if I am going to behead someone immediately. He blamed himself for inadvertently repeating it. I can't believe I said that. He bit his lip to suppress his annoyance with himself. You callous idiot. I am just curious why Lady Celestine is concerned about this. He stopped thinking and looked up. Laszlo's eyes stopped on Idel, who was still intently looking at the letter. What is she thinking at this moment? She looked up at him, speaking with a calm tone. Lord Count, you were just following His Majesty's orders when you achieved victory. The fact that I am still alive is the real thing to worry about. You do not need to pay attention to the gossip. Laszlo was very surprised. He wondered, how can she say such things so calmly? He felt confused when he looked at her. Even if she can't express resentment, there is not even a hint of animosity. Laszlo looked deeply into Idel's clear but energetic eyes. He clenched his fist. In his heart, he affirmed, she really is a proper duchess. In Laszlo's heart, a thought arose. Her perfect composure and choice of words, all meticulously honed through lessons, her demeanor, gestures, and words are all flawless. He suddenly thought back to himself, and me, even though I bear the title of Count. Laszlo's thoughts sunk when he realized the distance between the two, still unchanged from before. Laszlo clenched his slightly trembling hand. Perhaps, this is the feeling of shame. He tightly closed his eyes to try to regain his usual composure. Laszlo spoke, breaking the silence. He suggested, Anyway, I hope you will reply to that letter yourself. My words of defense probably won't be believed. Idel was surprised. Me? She gave a hesitant smile and hesitated. But, what should I write? Laszlo was stunned for a moment, unconsciously unable to answer. Whatever you want. But then, as if suddenly remembering something important, he was startled and added, But there is one thing I would like you to write, that I will never treat you according to the world's expectations. Idel opened her eyes wide in surprise. She repeated that phrase, the world's expectations. Laszlo avoided her gaze. He cleared his throat to explain, treating you like a slave, or something shameful. Idel was flustered. Oh, honestly, thank you. He was secretly angry when he thought about the bizarre rumors that were spreading. How could there be such bizarre rumors among the nobility? I clearly stated that she would only be a servant. How could they think that I, who have a younger sister, would do such beastly things? The beasts are those arrogant nobles, not me. Laszlo felt very uncomfortable. He affirmed to himself, I have not even held a woman's wrist before, moreover. He looked at Idel, who was shyly and hesitantly pondering, Okay, I should write. Laszlo frowned slightly. He assured himself, she is just another small woman, that is all. In Laszlo's mind, the moment when he reached out to support Idel suddenly surfaced. She looks strong, but she is so pitifully frail. He saw her shyly avoid his touch, so she can't even bear to be touched by a lowly mercenary like me. Laszlo affirmed to himself with an iron determination, therefore, I will absolutely never touch her. She said, Lord Count. Idel hugged the letter. She said sincerely, Really, thank you very much. Laszlo pursed his lips tightly. He did not respond, but only repeated the vow in his head, absolutely never. That night, cold winds swept in. Daisy lamented. The cold is bone-chilling. She tightened her clothes and shivered. But I can't help but take a bath. Idel next to her replied, there is no other way. It has been a very tiring day. She pondered about the living conditions here. It seems like there has never been warm water in this mansion. Idel looked at Daisy, feeling a pang of sympathy. Daisy, such a young girl, yet she knew exactly where to apply the medicine. How old was she when she started working? She cheerfully waved her hand. Good night, she replied. You get some rest too. Idel felt a warmth in her heart. I definitely have to treat her better. She entered the room and looked up at the desk in surprise. That is. Idel looked at the pen and paper on the desk. Count Chrysis sent me paper and a pen so I could write a letter. He really did pay attention to what I said earlier. She recalled what she had said that morning. I do not have a pen and paper. Could you lend me some? Laszlo sighed. Don't worry about that. Just write whatever you want. Idel excitedly hurried to the desk. What should I write first? She sighed softly to herself. I have so much I want to write. But maybe the letter will be checked before it is sent. I can't write like I used to. To the one I love and respect, Barbara. Idel put the pen to paper and began to write. To Lady Barbara M. Celestine, dearest Celestine. She concentrated, writing eagerly. Barbara, you always cared for me and looked after me. I do not know how to thank you for remembering me and showing compassion to a sinner like me. As she wrote, Idel recalled, I still clearly remember the first day I met you, 7 years ago, at Countess Radrick's tea party. Back then, she heard the whispers of the other ladies. How could that person come here? Is he really here? The naive Idel of that time asked curiously, what is wrong with Lady Celestine being here? The brunette lady sighed. The black-haired girl turned around. Idel's friend quickly stopped her. Idel, Idel. She reminded her of the unspoken rules. This is Countess Radrick's tea party. The relationship between those two is not very good. You will see soon enough. They are as different as night and day. Idel tilted her head slightly, confused and wondering, then why did Countess Radrick invite her? She replied, apparently. The loud voice of the butler echoed. The Marchioness Celestine has arrived. The powerful woman entered. The widowed Marchioness Barbara M. Celestine has entered. As she walked, she still radiated a brilliant and elegant aura. Idel looked up in utter surprise. That is not the sound of high heels. She held her breath and listened more carefully, realizing the painful truth. She is walking with a limp. Is it a prosthetic leg? The sound grew louder. Idel flinched. The sound of her footsteps echoed louder and louder as she came inside. Is this why she was invited? Radrick stood behind, arms crossed, a triumphant and intriguing smile on her lips. I do not know what kind of conflict the two of them have, but taking advantage of someone's disability like this is unacceptable. Idel grabbed the hem of her dress and quickly went through the crowd toward Barbara. She pretended it was a joyful chance encounter. Oh my lady, what a coincidence. Do you remember me? Last time, when my carriage wheel broke in the middle of the street, you helped me. Idel took her hand. You left and refused to accept my thanks, so I was hoping to see you again. Idel continued her enthusiastic act to dispel the awkward atmosphere. So, you are Lady Celestine. Barbara looked down. A look of surprise and interest flashed in her eyes. Oh, something happened, Idel replied immediately. Yes, because I am still quite inexperienced in social circles. I did not recognize you. Another lady added her compliment. You were so generous. How wonderful. Radrick turned around in confusion. Idel said, I was really grateful at the time. She thought to herself, I hope my enthusiastic greeting. Idel prayed silently in her heart. Will look natural, to cover up the unpleasant sounds and the silence. Barbara smiled. She took her hand in a subtle response. Barbara said softly, in a tone of admiration, all right, you really are quite the character. Idel said softly, if I made you uncomfortable, I apologize. She smiled gently, not at all. Remembering the past, Idel felt proud. I was young back then, and I felt proud that I helped a lady in a difficult situation. The tea party continued with gossip full of sarcasm. Have you heard about that? In the end, Lady Oberon announced her divorce from her husband. Didn't the Oberon family go bankrupt because they were scammed? Barbara quietly drank her tea, ignoring the conversation. Oh, I heard the lady started working as a translator and going out more. Could it be that she asked for a divorce because she earned some money? The whispering continued. Working outside lowers her husband's authority and makes him look bad. Idel paid attention to the story. While her husband was generous enough to endure all of that, she still asked for a divorce. Maybe she had a lover on the side. She turned her head away. She felt uncomfortable, not expecting society to easily damage a person's reputation so easily. Barbara's stern voice suddenly rang out. She neglected her duties. Idel and her friend were startled. She firmly placed her teacup on the table. Barbara crossed her arms. She leaned back in her chair with a very serious attitude. It seems young people these days are much more conservative than when I was young. She continued to question those around her with sharp arguments. Why does everyone have such rigid thoughts, even more so than in my time? Why is it wrong to show your abilities and be recognized for them? Barbara's voice rang out strongly, like an affirmation, like a sinking ship, trying to save a collapsing family, trying her best to do better. What is wrong with a desire like that? Idel listened intently to every word. Her eyes widened in awakening. Desire, can I pursue that without being condemned? Radek interrupted loudly in a sarcastic tone. Your words are weighty. Can you compare the fact that a man bears the burden outside with the fact that a woman abandoned her family? Lady Oberon, she is a progressive woman who dares to take on responsibilities that her husband cannot bear. Barbara just chuckled coldly. She retorted sharply, in this day and age, everyone has to fight for their rights, yet people only know how to criticize others. Barbara calmly took a sip of fragrant tea, composed. You should have fought for your own rights, but instead you are here dragging others down into the mud. In the crowd, a contemptuous voice rang out maliciously. It is not surprising that people say she devoured her husband. It turns out she has been interfering with his work since she was young. Radek turned around gleefully. Another person added, I can see it. She seems to have seen herself through those mockeries. The ladies around sided with Radek. You do not need to pay attention, Lady Radrick. We have the same thoughts as you. She laughed triumphantly, satisfied that she had gained the upper hand. Well then, let us switch to another topic. Idel continued to follow their conversation. After the noisy tea party, everything finally came to a close. Before Barbara left, Idel called out quickly, Please wait a moment, Lady Celestine. She spoke with an urgent attitude. Could you spare me a moment? She turned around. What is it, Miss Canyon? Idel said sincerely, I was wrong just now. I dared to pity you. I did not realize that you were the strongest one among them. Barbara was surprised. She clasped her hands together and smiled sweetly. I want to become a strong person like you, Lady Celestine. If you do not mind, could I visit you often? She smiled and happily replied, That is a wonderful suggestion. I also want to talk with you more often. Idel was immersed in beautiful memories. From then on, we were often together, sharing many stories. Little by little, we became closer friends than anyone else. Perhaps, during this time, no one cherished and loved me more than Barbara. Regret suddenly welled up in Idel's heart. If only I had listened to Barbara, even just a little. She wondered with endless regret, would things have been different? She remembered the day Barbara grabbed her shoulders and tried to stop her. Adele, do not get used to sacrificing yourself. Marrying an old Duke Lancaster, you have to escape the brainwashing of these awful men who want to take advantage of you. The past Idel could only tremble and answer, but if I do not obey my father, the only thing waiting for me is death. Barbara snapped in pity. She begged earnestly, Why do you have to die? Please, Adele, look at me. If you ask for help, I will do everything to help you. She opened her eyes wide and looked at her thoughtfully. Idel's eyes filled with tears. She clenched her fist. The memory ended. That was the last time Barbara and I met. She gently placed her hand on her chest to calm herself. Idel was moved, her cheeks flushed. She covered her mouth with her hand. Idel said softly, I am sorry, Barbara. She prayed silently in her heart. Now, I only hope that Barbara, when you receive this letter, you can be at ease a little. In the bathroom, Marcia's sharp voice rang out. Really, Adele was once summoned by the Count. She stepped out of the tub. Mina replied, Yes, Lady Bohem. The girl excitedly ran over, recounting in detail, but it was just a daytime meeting in the drawing room, and she left not long after. I do not think there is anything big going on. Marcia irritably put on her bathrobe, saying resentfully, "That thing is very cunning, not an ordinary person. And look, even Celia is defending her." Mina quickly handed over a towel, while sneering, "Celia thinks so too. Layla and Daisy as well. Birds of a feather flock together." She clicked her tongue in annoyance, because things were not going her way. Marcia clenched her fist, a sly smile on her lips. "We have to teach them a lesson." She came up with a plan for her trick, so they can't raise their heads again, these rebellious children who won't repay the favor. Mina enthusiastically praised, her tone high-pitched. "Speaking of that, some of the maids are complaining that they can't keep taking cold showers. I was even suspected of why I do not shower with them anymore." Marcia exclaimed in alarm, "What?" She snapped, "You did not say anything, did you?" The girl shrugged, affirming, "Of course not. I am very tight-lipped. Hot water is the privilege of me and Lady Bohem only." Mina covered her mouth and laughed slyly. "Who told me to pay 100 lingtons every month?" The girl thought to herself, "Anyway, I can easily get that money back by selling things from the Count's house." Marcia frowned, reminding the girl, "You better be careful with your tongue. If this gets to that young lady." Mina obediently clasped her hands, listening. "Of course, that young lady definitely won't care about this." She laughed triumphantly, thinking confidently, "That is right, there is nothing to worry about." The fire burned brightly in the fireplace. Marcia thought slyly in her heart, "As long as Miss Linnea believes me, the Count is not home often. This house is almost in my hands." On another day at the mansion, Idelle gave the letter to the steward. "This is the letter that the Count instructed me to write. Please take care of it." He replied, "I understand." She looked at the letter in her hand with lingering affection. Daisy diligently wiped each banister of the staircase. Celia wiped the sweat from her forehead. "More of these clothes. How can I never finish, and they keep giving me pointless things to do." From afar, Idelle was awkwardly carrying a basket of things. Celia and Layla continued their gossip. Something must have displeased the steward. "Where is she now anyway? It is easy to guess," she said dejectedly, making a guess. "She is probably whispering strange things to Miss Linnea again." As expected, Marcia was brushing Linnea's hair. The girl looked up. "Is that so?" She continued, "Yes, miss. Marcia, never say anything wrong. Everything, from socializing to the work in the mansion, is entrusted to me, Marcia." Linnea lowered her voice. "I understand. Do as she says. This mansion must be run like a perfect noble family." Marcia replied concisely, "Yes, miss." After a hard day's work, Daisy's tired voice rang out. "My shoulders." She gently rubbed her shoulders. "I have been cleaning so much that my arms ache. There is not a single spot that is not sore." Idelle praised from beside her. "You have done a really great job, Daisy." Idelle asked softly, "Are we expecting guests? Why is everything so clean all of a sudden?" Daisy quickly replied, "This mansion does not get any guests. It is probably just the steward's mood." She could not help but be surprised. She paused for a moment to think. "Now that you mention it, it has been a month since I have been here, and I have not seen anyone come. Count Chrysis is a nobleman close to the emperor, yet no guests visit the mansion." The image of Laszlo's cold face suddenly appeared in her mind. It is probably because of the bad rumors about the Count. She spaced out as she recalled her own initial prejudices. "I did not have a good impression at first either." Idelle gently stroked her hand, feeling the change in her thoughts. "Even so, his kindness to me, looking at his behavior, I do not think he is a bad person. It is thanks to that I am able to live here, anyway." Daisy's voice interrupted her stream of thought. "There are not any guests, but sometimes we do it for the miss." Idelle startled. "Huh, what?" She smiled and gave her a warm piece of bread. "It is Count Chrysis's younger sister, Miss Linnea. You have heard about her too, right? Eat your bread." Idelle took the bread, flustered. "I heard that many people have had to quit because of the miss." Daisy replied, "That is right. The days when the miss is angry are really scary. She has never had to work a day in her life, so I do not understand why she cares so much about our work." She listened in surprise. "Is that so?" She recounted, "I heard the Count has been earning a lot of money since he was young." Daisy put a piece of bread in her mouth, continuing the story. "Thanks to that, even though she came from commoners, she has never had to go hungry. That is all there is to the story." She chewed the bread and said in a dejected tone, really, if he had to struggle to become a nobleman, she should just live her life and be grateful. I just do not understand why she is so childish. Complex thoughts arose in Idell's heart. The Chris's siblings, who became nobles overnight, and me, who went from noble to maid. It feels like everything is turned upside down. She remembered her initial difficulties. I learned how to do laundry for the first time at this mansion. Before learning, I did not know anything. Idell realized the difficulties of the two Laszlo siblings. Perhaps it is the first time standing in such a high position. Maybe they do not know how to live in the position of a noble. She assessed the difference. The Count Chris's family, even though they are close to the emperor, is not very elegant, but very quirky. The head of the Count family does not seem to care about managing the family, and the only miss is focused on the affairs of the servants. They are not strange, but simply do not know what to do. Idell thought in confusion of Marcia and Mina. It is even stranger that there is no official steward in the mansion, so the power falls into the hands of the female manager. She stopped thinking and spoke up. Daisy. Idell asked to confirm her suspicions. Is it true that the maids quit because of that miss? She covered her mouth and shook her head. No, many people quit because of the head maid, but if you blame the miss, the Count will write them a good letter of recommendation. The image of Laszlo with a stern appearance appeared in her mind. His amber eyes were steadfast. About the letter of recommendation. Thank you for working hard. Daisy praised him without sparing words. He looks very stern, but in reality, he is a kind person. Idell secretly admitted. That is right, his appearance is a little scary, but he is a good person. She looked up, lost in her own thoughts. But there are really too many problems. Even so, the Chris's family is still a newly emerging noble, not a family on the decline. Idell silently began her secret calculations in her head. With the solid power given by Emperor Marcus Tuberin, trusted ones like Count Chrisus also need to take on a worthy role. She could not help but worry about Laszlo. In that case, Count, it is better to quickly find a reliable partner, for example, by getting married. Idell fell into thought. She said to herself, in noble society, marriage is an effective means of survival. Didn't the emperor introduce him to a suitable person? Daisy urged, you should eat too. She nodded. Right. Idell prayed silently, her eyes thoughtful. Anyway, whoever becomes the Count's wife, I hope it will be someone who understands me. The next day, on a quiet morning, Idell stood straight, maintaining proper etiquette. A sarcastic voice rang out. How interesting. Linnea crossed her legs elegantly, her hand lightly touching the armrest. The girl asked, her voice full of authority, You are Idell Lancaster. Idell sighed inwardly. These two siblings always call people in so suddenly. She looked at the girl in front of her. It is Laszlo's younger sister, Miss Linnea Chrisus. She bowed her head. But she is not at all like her brother. Idell answered, Currently, I am just Idell. The Lancaster family is no more. Linnea interrupted, I know that. She was surprised to realize the girl's attitude. Is she angry? Idell stood facing Linnea and quietly speculated. By the way, I do not know how old she is. Maybe late teens, but without any pressure. The girl raised her hand to cover her mouth, making it difficult to answer. Duke Lancaster was an old man of 60 years, right? How could you marry such a person? She wants to become the Duchess so much. Huh? Idell replied slowly, Unfortunately, my marriage was not something I could choose. What my father told me to do, I had to do. Linnea said in surprise. Oh, how disgusting. How could a father do that? She bowed her head, thinking bitterly in her heart. Really, miss. Something that even a young girl knows. So why did not my father realize it? Linnea had not stopped yet. The girl continued to question. Hey, how can you live with an old man like that? Idell looked up. She replied bluntly, he had a long-term mistress, so he never shared a room with me. The girl was shocked. A mistress, Idell continued. That person also managed the Duke's rebellion fund, so she must have died with him. Linnea was startled by the very heavy information. What? The girl frowned slightly, stammering, then. Linnea looked in confusion at her still bowing and asked, What were you in that family? Idell's eyes fell into thought. She began to recall, there was a time. She remembered her own purpose in life. I also yearned to prove my worth. Idell was immersed in broken memories. I believed that if I worked hard and fulfilled my responsibilities in the assigned position, I would become a member of it. She thought, but Idel responded to Linea's question. I was just a placeholder to present a perfect family in the eyes of outsiders, and at the same time take on the odd jobs that no one wanted to do. She bitterly blamed herself. Foolish Idel. Idel felt extremely dejected looking back. It really was a stupid life. Linea suddenly snapped. The girl felt extremely uncomfortable. What is it? Why are you smiling like that? The girl asked in a suspicious tone. You also despise me. Do not you? Idel paused. How? Linea clenched her hands on the banister. The girl suddenly stood up, her face flushed, and started shouting. Now you are just a slave. Why are you smiling? Aren't you thinking that how can a commoner like me act like a miss of the Count family? You still think you are the perfect wife, huh? Idel was confused by this excessive reaction. Why are you suddenly so angry? Did I say something that offended you? If you tell me where I went wrong. Linea clenched her fist, shouting in excitement. You are looking down on me. The girl's eyes became fierce. The girl gritted her teeth and ordered, kneel down immediately. Linea continued to shout when she saw Idel still standing there. Why are you standing there looking at your master like that? Idel quietly bowed her head. She gently pulled her skirt. I apologize. Linea was startled and widened her eyes to look down. She slowly knelt on the floor. Her voice was so light. Since you have not ordered me to lower myself, I thought I should stand. Linea was confused. The girl trembled and asked, what is it? Don't you have any self-respect? Linea angrily roared. You were once the wife of a duke, but now you are doing this in front of the younger sister of a count. Idel replied calmly, I am no longer the Duchess. In her heart, a bitter thought arose. The self-respect of a noble, how meaningless that is. Idel said in an even tone, confirming the clear position of master and servant. You are my master, and my feet are not worth that much. She wondered, is pride or honor worth it? Idel continued to sink into silence. She accepted the truth. My world has been completely turned upside down. Linea silently looked at her. Her body trembled with anger. You dare to answer me back. You think I do not know you nobles, Linea roared. You guys only know how to call people then mock them. You are all liars. Do you know who is protecting your lives? Idel remained in the position of bowing her head and quietly listened. The girl continued, my brother trained the mercenaries like stray dogs and won the war, did not he? But why? In Idel's heart, a late empathy arose. I understand, Miss Linea has seen the image of other nobles through me. Linea closed her eyes tightly and shouted, get out of my room immediately. I do not want to see you for another second. Idel thought, the center of social circles that I left. This girl is standing there. She quietly left the room immediately after that. Idel gently raised her head, her heart heavy. She could have been free and lovely as well. She looked up, whispering softly, somehow, she reminds me of her. Thinking about it, even their names are quite similar. Idel's memories flashed, a helpless voice rang out. I can't take it anymore, Idel. I can't bear it any longer. Idel went to comfort her. Once you are married, things will get better. Just endure a little longer. The girl brushed her hand away and said loudly, no. Idel's eyes widened in shock at her younger sister's fierce resistance. The girl trembled, unable to speak. The girl choked on her sobs. I am different from you. You can endure it, but I have had enough. The girl clutched her chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. I do not have any reason to live anymore. Idel had hastily chased after that small shadow. My younger sister is no longer by my side. She helplessly watched her sister, Lynn Canyon. Idel remembered what she had learned about the family. The history of the Count Canyon family stretches back a long time. Fragments of memories appeared of her great-grandfather. My great-grandfather, a gambling addict, won a piece of land. On that land, a sapphire mine was discovered. From a poor wretch, he became incredibly wealthy and offered a large amount of gold to the royal family. She thought to herself about the ironic title of nobility. The royal family at that time was facing a financial crisis and bestowed the title of Count in return. Thus, the Count Canyon family was born, but it had the appearance of a nouveau riche, without class or honor. A shout rang out, along with the warning sound of a stick cutting through the air. Lynn Canyon, have you clearly memorized who and where the four great families are? Lynn answered, "Yes, father." Duke Lancaster and Count Barrington. Dustin shouted. The stick's warning sound rang out. Wrong. This stupid girl. Lynn Canyon, 10 years old. The girl closed her eyes tightly in fear. He called Idell. Idell, you answer for her. She replied politely, "Yes, father." Idell Canyon, 12 years old. The remaining families are Duke Barrington, Marquis Tolane, and Marquis Winblair. Dustin turned and put the stick behind him with satisfaction. That is right, the correct answer. Those 4 families are forces that even the royal family must be wary of. Therefore, you must never forget. He glared at both of his daughters. Dustin pointed the stick at the 2 girls and snapped a warning. No one is allowed to look down on the Canyon family, and you must remember that one of you is required to marry into one of them. He slammed the stick on the table to emphasize the order. Understood. Idell and Lynn could only softly answer in resignation, "Yes, father." The girl followed Idell, asking in a small voice, "Idell, sister, when I turn 12, will I be like you?" Lynn worried about her own inadequacy. "I think I am really stupid." She was surprised. "Why do you say that, Lynn? You are not stupid at all." The girl lowered her head, her eyes teary. "But father just said that." Idell said softly, "That." She went closer to Lynn and comforted her. "Father is just always harsh with his words. What father means is that he wants you to try harder, not that he really thinks that way." The girl replied, "Really?" Idell took Lynn's hand, diverting her attention. "That is enough, Lynn." She pulled the girl closer to her and comforted her. "Don't be sad anymore. Let us go downstairs and eat cookies. I will share mine with you." The girl looked up and squeezed her hand. "Sister Idell." Idell raised her hand and touched Lynn's cheek. "After we are done eating, we will study together. I will help you. Don't worry." Lynn's face suddenly became brighter. Lynn walked beside her and whispered, "Yes, I agree. With you, everything will be solved." The steward in the kitchen said irritably, "Go back to your room, Miss Lynn. From today, you are forbidden from snacking." Idell moved lightly to avoid making any noise. There were footsteps on the upper floor. She keenly realized that it was Marcia. The sound of the head made footsteps. It seems she just went up to the 2nd floor. Idell carefully hid herself to avoid being discovered. It is the Count's work hours now, so the room will be empty. Thankfully, no one is here. After she left, she also moved quickly. Idell quickly went into the Count's room. Although it is a bit dangerous, taking direct action is still the fastest. A look of apology flashed in her eyes. "I am sorry for sneaking in, Count." Idell looked through the documents in the room. Here it is, the purchase receipt from Bobek's store. Top-grade potatoes 20 kilograms, 225 lingtons. Top-grade carrots 10 kilograms, 105 lingtons. Top-grade tomatoes 1 kilogram, 120 lingtons. The information made her ponder. Top-grade. All the delivered vegetables are poor quality though. Every type of vegetable is priced high. A total of 2,038 lingtons has been paid in full. Alan Bobek's. Idell keenly realized the problem. She is taking advantage of the fact that no one in the mansion can distinguish the types of vegetables. She began to want to investigate further. So, she is pocketing the money for the ingredients. Where is the record of this corruption? Idell quietly left the room. People like this will definitely leave behind records, because they are so greedy, they do not want to miss a single penny. She intended to find out more about this matter. She has definitely been tampering with things other than food ingredients. Where is the head maid's room? If I secretly followed her again now. While she was leaving, a voice called Idell from behind. "Who is there?" The voice made her freeze. The person who called her was a girl with red hair. The person was Linnea. The girl said again, "Idell, is that you?" Linnea continued to ask, questioning, "I heard you were transferred to work in the kitchen. So what are you doing on the 2nd floor?" Idell thought anxiously. What should I do? She turned around and decided to take the initiative to speak first. Before it is too late, I have to say something. Idell said, "Hello, miss." The girl did not have time to react to her words. "Hello, no. I am asking what are you doing here?" Idell replied. She hesitated, speaking in an intermittent manner. Actually, Idell organized her thoughts in her head. Now I should just say what is necessary. Then she started lying. "I am worried about the miss." This answer startled Linnea. "Worried about me, you?" Idel clutched the hem of her dress, looking troubled. I heard that the miss was punished by the count last time. I worry about whether you are okay. She clasped her hands together, speaking with concern. At that time, it was an unavoidable situation. Idel looked directly at the girl. The miss was also very scared. Was not she? She remembered the image from last time. I still remember her trembling hands at that time. Now, if I do not say it, there won't be another chance to say it. The inquiries comforted Linnea. Yes, I am fine, but, did you ask my brother? Ask him to reduce the time I am forbidden from going out. Idel spaced out and thought for a moment. She continued to explain clearly. I just said in case, and he agreed. Right. The girl, hearing this, acted reproachfully. You really do not know any fear. This is the first time someone has dared to ask my brother for something like that. Idel said comforting words to Linnea. I am sure he understands that the miss did not have any bad intentions. Thankfully, it was such a relief. Hearing this, the girl jumped up in disagreement. That is because Idel does not understand my brother well enough. The girl began to complain, blaming, he only ever scolds me. She sighed. Oh dear. Linnea waved her hand to regain her composure. No, I was not going to talk about this. The girl's words surprised Idel. Thank you. After she finished speaking, Linnea turned her face away and blushed. Idel spoke up. Miss, but the girl interrupted. But, I have something I want to say. Do you know Viscountess Emerson? She quickly replied, I know. But what is the matter? Linnea said the situation. Recently I went to a party hosted by her, and now I have received a second invitation. Saying this, the girl hopefully asked, so that means she was impressed with me, right? Seeing that Idel did not answer, Linnea asked again, what do you think, Idel? At this time, at Camille's castle, the red-haired girl sighed at the magnificent scenery of the castle. This year's party decorations are really great. Camille, I do not understand how they came up with such an arrangement. The black-haired girl standing next to her calmly replied, Thank you for the compliment, Angela, but I have prepared many more impressive things, so wait and see. The black-haired girl was Viscountess Camille Emerson. She asked, Do you know Linnea Chrysis? She has been invited as well. The red-haired girl, Angela Bliss, was a distant relative of Camille. She confirmed, Is she the younger sister of the Count who came from a mercenary background? Camille replied in a calculating tone, Yes, that is right. She will also contribute to making my party more fun. At this time, on Linnea's side, the girl was still expressing her opinion. What I mean is, Linnea expressed with a hopeful face, Can I become friends with her? Linnea Chrysis, the girl who was isolated in noble society. Right now, she definitely needs a friend to lean on. I understand that feeling. Idel took a step closer to Linnea. If it is a problem like that, please observe first, at least until the third invitation. Usually, the time until the second meeting is for both sides to get to know each other. The girl paused when she heard this. Is that so? Linnea turned her face away in embarrassment. It is a good thing I asked you. I almost got carried away and acted too friendly. The girl glanced at her. Actually, according to those words, I have only met Idel 3 times. Linnea thought for a moment. What does she think I am now? Idel tilted her head and smiled slightly. Miss Linnea, she gently explained, true friendship is something that is carefully cultivated over time. If you meet that fate, you will gradually realize it in the most natural way. The girl was stunned. Time and fate. Linnea took her own hand, smiling. That is right, is not it? The girl admired silently. Will I have that kind of fate? Linnea finally realized many things. Okay, I am going now, Idel. The servants greeted her as she left. You are leaving now, Miss Linnea, be careful. Linnea walked straight to the gate and stepped into the carriage. Waiting until the wheels rattled and moved, everyone sighed in relief. She finally left. Let us go inside now. The maids talked among themselves. Neither the miss nor the head maid are here. Today I can relax a little. I wish it could always be like this, but when the miss comes back, she will definitely get angry and make a fuss. In that case, it is better for the miss not to go to parties. Idel quietly listened to those words while washing the dishes. You should be a little careful about saying things like that. She was only thinking about Linnea. I wonder if the miss did her makeup well today. Idel ignored the whispers behind her. Surely after the tea party before, the miss knew to dress up when necessary. But I am still wondering what the dress looks like today. She took a breath and told herself, next time, maybe I should cleverly mention the outfit, and not let the miss wear the dress like last time again. Idel wiped the rim of the plate clean, feeling restless. I hope the miss returns safely, without anything happening. The carriage suddenly sped back to the mansion like the wind. Marcia burst open the door and shouted, "Someone come here, hurry." A maid was dissatisfied. "What can we do even if we get there?" she urged. "I do not know either, but if I do not go I will get scolded, so I have to go." Mina ran over in a panic at the same time. "Sorry for being late, miss." Linnea suddenly flew into a rage and smashed a porcelain vase. "Hey!" The girl held an iron rod in her hand and shouted, "Who left this here?" Linnea really could not bear to see the floor now filled with scattered items. "It is already March, and you still have not removed the winter decorations. What will people say when they see this? When will you hire a gardener?" The girl shouted loudly to Marcia. "Other houses have flowers blooming brightly." She knelt down in fright. "I am looking for a suitable person, miss." Marcia pleaded. "Please calm down a little, miss." Linnea seemed even angrier. "Can't you do anything if I am not here?" The blonde maid disgustedly cleaned up the broken porcelain. "What is this?" Mina, because of her status as a servant, could not oppose the girl. In the end, she just went to compare herself with other people's houses and came back to scold us, right? So annoying. Linnea entered the room and slammed the door shut, making her jump. "Oh my God." The girl immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "Anyway, someone has to clean the miss's room. Who dares to go in here? Why me?" The head maid has disappeared. The space suddenly fell silent, without even a loud breath. Mina quickly broke the oppressive atmosphere. "What is this? Is no one here? Do you want me to choose at random?" Idel took the initiative to raise her hand. "No, let me go." She cracked open the door and immediately saw broken objects scattered all over the floor. Idel wrapped the red cloth under the floor around her. She quietly cleaned up the girl's mess. Linnea sat at the dressing table and hung her head down. "Tomorrow I also have to go and brighten that place up. This is really too much." The girl's eyes welled up with tears. "They look down on me, mock me, but they do not directly tease me in front of my face. So I can't argue back, and I feel like it is my fault. But above all, I hate myself for not being able to say a word to them." Linnea covered her face and sobbed. "Idel must be tired of me too. How stupid." Idel came over and placed her hand on the girl's shoulder. "Miss Linnea," she asked solicitously, "you must be very tired, right?" Linnea burst into tears as if relieved. "Yeah." The girl did not hide her feelings from Idel anymore. "I am really tired." She still paid attention to her lifestyle and told Linnea, "Miss, first take a bath and rest." The girl replied, "I do not want to." Linnea lamented, "After I take a bath and wake up, I have to go again. Why do they have to hold parties for 3 days in a row?" Idel gently took her hand. "If you do not go, people will gossip." She gently advised Linnea, "No one would believe you if you used the excuse of being sick. Even if you are tired, you still have to go and pretend that nothing happened." The girl felt incredibly confused. Why do I have to endure to that extent? Facing her swollen red feet, Idel asked Linnea, "Then what about you? Why have not you refused any invitations until now, and accepted them all?" The reason why, even though she always had to endure humiliation, cry and complain, she still went back to attending the parties. Linnea bitterly confided in Idel, "If I refuse, I am afraid my brother will have to bear the blame for me." The girl gave herself a pitying look. "But even when I attend, I still get scolded. Even though I tell myself it will be okay next time, once I am looked down upon and scolded, I ruin everything. What should I do now?" She used her experience to help Linnea. "First of all, you need to bring your reputation back to what it was." The girl was bewildered. "How do I do that?" Idel said calmly, "It is not difficult." She took Linnea's hand sincerely. "I will show you from now on. First of all, take a warm bath, and then, let us talk about how to do it." At the mansion of dazzling golden lights, Camille's clear voice rang out. "Angela." She fanned herself and asked Angela, "What is it like to see it with your own eyes? I mean Linnea Chrysis. She is living like a noble thanks to the money her mercenary brother earned." She sneered along. Just like Camille said, "What a funny sight." Camille raised her eyebrows with contempt. "Right, inviting her to the party is all because of her. I have to show her early that she does not fit into noble society. Angela had a question. But, will Count Chrysis stand idly by? If he cares about his sister, will he let her appear in such a state again? She folded her fan. Wait and see, Angela. The girl was humiliated so badly today. Camille leisurely pushed a glass of red wine. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow she will also shine at my party. The red wine spilled out as if arranged for a perfect setup. Linnea Chrysis. Linnea was now soaking in warm water. She indifferently looked at the glass of wine shattering into pieces. She is just a toy for my party. Linnea's carriage gradually entered the main gate of the mansion. The greenery of the upper class always stands out with the pristine greenhouse. A suited servant carefully helped the girl out of the carriage. He spoke politely, "Welcome, Miss Chrysis." Linnea passed through the threshold, facing an environment she had not had time to adapt to. "It is okay, Linnea Chrysis. Take a deep breath and go in. Just act normal. Today, I will definitely be better than yesterday." Her appearance attracted a fleeting glance from the noble guests. Linnea passed by them and went straight to the large table. She gently sat down on the chair as naturally as possible. Linnea reassured herself. "Thankfully, I sat in a safe place without anything happening." She trusted Idel's advice. "Be calm as always. Even if someone criticizes or tries to talk to me, just ignore them. The only person I know who is the most noble has already helped me." Linnea remembered what she had told her. "When you go to the party, just focus on her. Do not show any signs that you are still bothered about what happened today. Just nod lightly when you hear someone talking. Be a little indifferent to the gazes of others. Don't talk too much." The girl looked more relaxed than last time. As expected of Idel. "Well, let us try sipping some tea." The rose tea gave off a fragrant aroma on the shiny porcelain saucer. The melodious music heralded the start of the upper-class dance. But their eyes were all focused on Linnea. The girl calmly sipped the hot tea. "It is okay, just that is enough." Linnea suddenly realized how to enjoy it. Drinking slowly, I realized I never knew what good tea was like before. The girl looked around. "Although those gazes are uncomfortable, I have to endure it." Linnea suddenly chuckled. "It seems I am not completely stupid after all. Just try to endure until it is too late at night, and then go home." Camille felt a little strange. What is it? Why is she laughing like that? A call from behind the girl rang out. "Miss Chrysis." Linnea stood up and turned her head. "Yes." The girl thought to herself, "What are the ladies doing? Have I made a mistake again?" Licio said warmly, "This dress suits you very well today." Linnea, not used to being praised, was flustered. "Thank you." She smiled. The necklace was also chosen very skillfully. Bruhen happily chimed in. "These days, girls think wearing a lot of jewelry is beautiful, but in reality, the important thing is to enhance yourself." Licio nodded. "That is right. You should thank the person who helped you get dressed today." "Okay, we are about to leave, so let us go say hello together." The girl replied softly, "Yes." Linnea secretly rejoiced. "I got praised." Camille spotted them and greeted them enthusiastically. "Oh my, Lady Licio. Ah, Lady Bruhen is also here. Are you enjoying the party?" Licio laughed sadly. "The party is very fun, but we are planning to go home now. Old people can't take up space for too long." She said politely. "Oh, dear, do not say that. Please stay a little longer. The servants will bring out champagne soon." "Miss Chrysis." Linnea curved her lips and tried to smile. "I also ask for permission to leave first. If I stay too late, my brother will definitely scold me." Camille's face became stiff. "Is the party not very fun?" The girl gave a meaningful answer. "Of course not. It has been very fun since yesterday." She was startled and froze like a statue for a moment. Camille politely said goodbye. "Well then, see you again tomorrow." Licio and Bruhen both laughed at Linnea's actions. Bruhen even praised, "Not bad, Miss Chrysis. You even gave Camille Emerson another blow." The girl was still stunned and did not fully understand the situation. "A blow," she added. "That person insists on turning innocent people into fools. I feel uncomfortable every time I am at a party, but I can't say anything." Bruhen encouraged Linnea's actions. "From now on, you just act like you did a moment ago. Make it clear." The girl blushed shyly, thinking, I was just saying whatever came to mind, but it seems she heard it as a noble style jab. Warren, I understand. Bruhen and Licia left. Goodbye, then. See you again, Miss Chrysis. Linnea replied politely, goodbye to the two of you. A gust of wind blew, gently stirring the girl's hair. Linnea recalled a few days ago. Miss, who chose this dress and necklace. At that time, she was still sleepy, turning her face to answer Idel. I chose and bought both of them. Is something strange? She praised. Not at all. It is very simple and elegant. It suits you very well. Hearing this, Linnea was very incredulous. Elegant, not just rigid and countrified. Idel denied in confusion. No, if you wear this outfit with confidence, you will be more elegant than anyone. The girl was surprised by the compliment. It is the first time I have heard such words. Linnea had long been convinced by Marcia's ideas. Marcia said I am too young, so I do not know how to choose clothes. If I just let everything be my way, I will be looked down upon by noble society. Marcia also said that if I let her take care of everything, she would turn me into a noble lady in the right style. Idel denied that thought and encouraged the girl. She is wrong. Your sense of style is much better. It is a style that helps you bring out your strengths. Linnea still had a bit of doubt. Even someone like me has strengths. She smiled gently, affirming. Of course. Idel was still patient, continuing to encourage her. Look in the mirror, miss. If you know how to recognize and bring out your strengths like this, you can always win. The girl thought about what she had said before. Idel's words are so right. Trusting Idel is the right decision. At night, Linnea continuously urged, brother, hurry up, Laszlo complained. Don't urge me like that. It is late, but you are still making people go back and forth. Idel said in confusion. Called me. He saw her and spoke somewhat shyly. I almost forgot. Sorry, Idel. From tomorrow, you will be her personal maid. This decision made Idel doubtful. Huh? Me? The girl affirmed. That is right. Laszlo also added, thinking carefully, there is no one in this mansion more suitable for that than you. Linnea said even more loudly, that is right. Why did not I think of that sooner? He politely took responsibility for his mistake. First of all, sorry for calling you at such a late hour. It is just this kid kept urging me. The girl angrily blamed, brother, why would you say that? Linnea spoke to deny it. I am fine. During that time, Laszlo smiled gently and said, anyway. He reminded, mixed with a bit of joking, if you cause trouble again, do not blame me, Lynn. That made the girl even more sulky. Come on, I am not a child. Looking at the two siblings joking around, Idel thought to herself, Lynn. She said silently in her heart, so that is also her affectionate way of calling her. I understand now. Idel looked at both of them and said to herself, Count Chrysis's younger sister, Lynn Chrysis, will grow up in this mansion, lovely and free. She clenched her trembling hand. My beloved younger sister, Lynn Canyon, can I be by Lynn's side and help her? Idel promised herself, this time, I won't let myself have any regrets. At this moment, she felt Lynn's shadow approaching her. Idel gently turned back to look at that shadow. She thought again about the image of the two siblings. Although they are still clumsy, the two siblings genuinely care about each other. Idel said to herself, surely from the time they were young, they have always relied on each other to live, just like me and Lynn. She remembered her own situation in the past. Lynn and I also had older brothers, but we never really talked to each other. Idel thought back to the memories when she was young with her brothers. From their way of life to the smallest things, we were so different that we were almost strangers. The image of a whole family, but without her and Lynn. Idel asked herself, why is that? Her head was filled with questions. Because they thought that after getting married, we would be separated anyway. William's scolding still remained deep in Idel's mind. Hey, you selfish thing, if you just endured a little, everyone would be happy. Why do not you endure it? She understood that, because Lynn and I are not sons who will inherit the family. The critical words of the two brothers still echoed. Now even Lynn, who could marry in your place, is no longer here. How long do you think you can be stubborn? Quickly say that you will marry Duke Lancaster. Idel reminded herself, and now, there is really no relationship left between us. Laszlo's voice pulled her back to reality. Idel, you will also be moved to the room next to Linnea's room, and your salary will be increased. Linnea interrupted, wanting to confirm her meaning, since it is late. I will take you to see the room tomorrow. You do not feel uncomfortable, right? Idel paused for a moment, not having time to reply. He also cared about her opinion. Right, I do not want to force you to do it either. Idel smiled gently, thinking, Chris's mansion, where I will live from now on. She replied as well as promised to herself, if you have allowed it, I will try my best. I look forward to your help. Laszlo encouraged, don't try too hard. Just do what you can. The girl interrupted, quiet, brother. Idel was secretly satisfied with what she had at this moment. Now, I am no longer a Lancaster or a Canyon, just Idel. I will protect happy moments like today. The next day, a peaceful scene in the early morning at the Chris's mansion. Whispers began to appear. Miss Linnea is really beautiful, is not she? That is right, yesterday too. I did not expect that with just a little makeup, she would change so much. Despite Marcia's uncomfortable expression, the praises still continued to appear. Maybe that is why she was more gentle than usual yesterday. That is right, it was really unexpected. All the servants were surrounding Idel. As expected, Idel has had a good influence on her. They continued to shower her with compliments. I have had a good impression of Idel from the beginning. As for the head maid, I actually did too. Laszlo also did not hold back his praise. Indeed, you made Linnea look different than usual. Idel modestly replied, the miss chose all the necessary things herself. I only helped a small part. Linnea had left at this time. I am leaving. Today is the last day of the party. Not only stopping there, he also said, as for you, you also look much better than before. This compliment surprised her, and she did not have time to react. Idel sparingly replied to that sentence, yes. His mood became better. Now I will feel more comfortable meeting Viscountess Celestine. I do not know why, but it feels like she is shining even more. Seeing that Laszlo did not say anything more, Idel proactively called, Count. Her voice startled him. Ah, that is it. Laszlo seriously returned to the main issue. There is no place to sit, is there? About yesterday, I still have not finished speaking. Idel indicated that she was listening. Yes, please speak. I do not mind standing. He disappointedly said to himself, I have to add a sofa and table in the office. Laszlo sincerely expressed his meaning. You have helped my younger sister, so I want to personally thank you. But she seriously refused. I did not do that expecting to be repaid. My promotion is already too great a reward. He understandingly expressed, surely it is not easy to endure that mischievous kid. Idel hesitated and could not answer. That, it is. Seeing that, Laszlo firmly persuaded. Therefore, you should just accept it. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. It is just a small thing, compared to what you have done for us. Laszlo recalled the day before when Linnea resolutely pleaded, please, let Idel be by my side. He did not understand her actions. Linnea, did not you just go to a party? Why are you suddenly saying this? Linnea explained. I just went to a party, just like how Idel prepared me. The girl showed off to him about the outfit. Look, it is great, right? Everyone praised me and said it suits me too. Linnea happily recounted to Laszlo, it is the first time I have returned without losing face. This sentence stunned him. The first time, without losing face. Laszlo keenly recognized the issue. So that means you have always been embarrassed before. He remembered the memories from his childhood. Since she was young, she has always been a frank and cheerful child. I believed that, even in the strange, noble society, she would definitely overcome it well. Laszlo began to feel self-reproach. I trusted that and did not help, but just let her be. He began to feel remorse about those actions. And perhaps it is because of that at some point, we became so distant that we could not go back anymore. Laszlo sincerely expressed his gratitude to Idel. Therefore, you are my benefactor. He handed the blank check to her. I want you to receive this blank check as a thank you. Idel was surprised by this gift. A blank check. Laszlo shyly said, I think the gift I choose probably won't suit you, so I thought this would be better. Looking at the check in her hand, she was very embarrassed. I can't receive this. Furthermore, I do not have any place to use it. He was very confused by that refusal. Why do not you have a place to use it? Go out and buy clothes or jewelry that you like. Idel explained, originally, I can't leave the mansion. This answer made Laszlo stunned. What? He looked uncomprehending. Can't go out. Laszlo was alarmed by her thoughts. You thought you were being held captive like a prisoner. You are not a slave of this house. Idel nervously wanted to explain, but he interrupted. What did I say when I brought you here? She answered Laszlo's question. You intended to use me as a maid. He continued. You remember clearly, huh? Laszlo continuously asked Idel questions. Your monthly salary is also paid like other maids, right? You have not received it. She shyly waved her hand. No, I have fully received my monthly salary. He shared freely with Idel. Then, there is no reason for you to confine yourself in this mansion, right? She was persuaded by those words. Yes. Idel blushed and repeated again. Yes, that is right. Looking at her expression, Laszlo laughed. I thought you were very tough, but it turns out you also have moments of letting go, like helping Linnea. He greatly cherished Idel's presence. I understand how difficult it is to skillfully take care of Linnea, and now I also realize my family really needs someone like her. You are like an angel appearing. Yes, I am here to save the Chris's family. Laszlo thought to himself. Could it be? She is an angel. Ah. Idel's face became even redder. She cleared her throat and said shyly, Thank you, but if possible, I want to receive something else instead of money. He was surprised, but still replied, Ah, okay. Idel clasped her hands as if making an important request. She said the desire of her heart. Please believe that my words are not a lie. Laszlo did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Okay, I believe you. So, just say anything you want. Idel explained clearly. What I just said is my request, although not right now. She expressed with eyes full of determination. But please, always believe in my words. He also did not ask any questions but trusted her and replied, Okay, I will definitely do that. Night had fallen at the Chris's mansion. Linnea's joyful voice echoed. Look, Idel, I have been invited to another party. Idel was also happy for her. Congratulations, miss. The girl said excitedly. It is all thanks to Idel. Today was really fun. Linnea's words also made her happy. While leaving, the girl turned back and instructed. The room next to mine has been cleaned. Now you just need to move your things in. Thank you from tomorrow. Idel replied. Then I will see you tomorrow. Linnea happily hummed as she went to her room. As soon as she entered the room, a mysterious hand blocked the girl's door. Linnea startled and screamed, turning back to look at the person behind her. What is that? Who is it? Marcia, with both hands blocking the door, softly called, Miss. She held a jar of medicine in her hand and said to the girl with a terrifying expression, Surely you have had a hard time today, without Marcia. Doing your makeup is my job, but now you can rest assured. Marcia pointed to the jar. I got new flower powder. With this, you will be even more beautiful than with Idel's. Linnea angrily knocked the jar of medicine to the ground. What is this? I do not need those things. Just let me go gracefully, or do you think I am really an idiot? Now I understand what kind of cosmetics that is. If a young girl uses it, she will be criticized. She desperately defended. Yes, I completely did not mean it like that. The other maids at other mansions advised me to buy it because their mistress had used it. The girl shouted loudly. I do not want to hear it. Before I get angry, quickly get out of my room. Marcia left the room in resentment. Idel, it is all because of that Idel. You think everything will end like this? She slowly turned and left. Marcia walked down the dark hallway. Would this Marcia Bowen sit still and take it? Just wait and see. Idel Lancaster, I will definitely survive. A few days later, at the mansion, Idel's voice traveled out. You are really going far away, very far. Daisy's eyes were teary like a puppy looking at her. Idel smiled helplessly. You make it sound like you think I am about to disappear. Oh my God. She hugged the box even tighter and cried louder. The main building is too far. You won't be able to do my hair anymore, and you won't be able to gossip with me either. That is right. Now we can't snack together at night anymore. A happy emotion rose in her heart. Although I feel sorry for Daisy, I am really happy to see that she regrets it so much. Daisy held back her sobs and was relieved and happy for Idel. Anyway, I am very happy that you get to be in such a good room. She bent down and said to her, Thank you, Daisy. I feel a little guilty for being in such a good room by myself. Daisy quickly shook her head in rebuttal. Why guilty? You are the Mrs. Personal Maid. Of course you have to be in a good room. Even Mina, who does not have any special position, is in a good room. Idel could not help but be surprised. Me no. She explained further. They distributed the good rooms in order of the maids who were favored. According to Celia, they call it room ranking. My room and Idel's room were almost at the bottom of the list. Hearing this, she could not help but think, because they are so clearly distinguished, that is why there are never a shortage of flatterers. Idel secretly calculated in her heart. In fact, I will also use this truth as evidence. Daisy suddenly excitedly turned to her and said, "Ah, and by the way, Idel, I have a question." Idel immediately replied, "What is it, Daisy?" She could not hide her excitement. "How are you going to decorate this room? These days the trend is to hang small portraits. I heard there is a street with many artists that is very popular." An idea suddenly popped into her head. Decorate the room. Thinking about it, she had never thought about that. She had always lived according to what she was assigned. Thinking that, Idel smiled gently at Daisy. "Then let us go to that street together next holiday. We will go shopping and enjoy delicious food." Of course, if Daisy agreed, before she could finish speaking, she excitedly raised her hand. "Okay, that is great, I want to go." She laughed at Daisy's cuteness. "Thank you, Daisy." She quickly replied, "I am the one who should be thanking you." Idel had also moved to the main building afterwards. "I hope the holiday comes soon. I am so grateful that Daisy is so happy. And it has been a long time since I have had a date with a friend. I am also much closer to the miss than before. If every day could pass like this, that would be great." Early morning inside the room, Lynia's voice rang out. "Oh dear." The girl rummaged inside the jewelry box. "Where did that go?" Idel saw that and asked. "What are you looking for?" Lynia, while searching, replied to her. "It is my pearl hair clip. I wanted to clip it today, but I can't find it anywhere." Idel could not help but wonder. "Ah, if it is that, then maybe it is in the black box that only contains pearls, right?" While rummaging, the girl replied to her, "It is definitely that, but I can't find it there now. Maybe I put it in the wrong place." Idel approached the jewelry box. "Maybe that is it. I will check to see if it is mixed up in another box." Lynia turned to look at her. "Thank you." Idel opened each jewelry box one by one, carefully checking inside. She looked at the jewelry inside and revealed a surprised expression. Idel then told Lynia her question. "Why are a few of them empty like this?" The girl, hearing that, immediately realized. "I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Surely there are also those pairs of earrings and gold necklaces." Lynia lowered her head and her voice dropped. "If it was just one hair clip that was lost, maybe I dropped it somewhere. But in this case, it is clear that someone stole my jewelry. Call everyone here immediately." Immediately after that, all the maids gathered in the hall. Idel led the way respectfully, saying to the girl, "Please come this way, Miss Lynia." Another voice suddenly cut in, "Miss." Marcia proudly showed off her merit. "According to the Mrs. orders, I, Marcia, have called all the servants here. I heard a thief broke into the room, right? Everyone, please work together to catch the culprit." Lynia began to inquire, "Who is the person who usually goes in and out of my room the most?" She immediately replied, "The 3 maids here take turns cleaning. Besides." Marcia smiled meaningfully. "Only Marcia and Idel are there." Lynia rubbed her forehead and ordered, "Immediately search the rooms of those maids thoroughly for me. Marcia, your room is no exception. Take more people with you." She not only happily agreed but also suggested, "I understand. Maybe the close friends helped each other hide it. So search all the rooms of the other maids." Having said that, Marcia immediately got to work. "Come on, follow me." Idel looked at the people around her scattering and whispered to Lynia, "Miss, even if we search all the rooms, we probably won't find it, and we do not know." The girl crossed her arms with a nonchalant expression. "I know, if it is stolen, they probably would have rushed to sell it as soon as possible. I am also thinking about other possibilities. Even though that thing is not too expensive or precious." Lynia smiled playfully and looked at her. "But to punish correctly, we have to clarify everything, right?" Idel also laughed in response. In her heart, she secretly thought, indeed, her intuition is not bad. Sometimes she gets too angry, but habits accumulated over a long time are difficult to change in just one time. If she is carefully taught, from now on, she can gradually become more refined. If Miss Lynia becomes a wonderful lady, the future of this mansion will definitely be bright. Suddenly Marcia shouted, interrupting Idell's stream of thought. Found it, miss. All the maids immediately bustled and discussed. What? Where did it come from? Oh my God, really, who dares to be so bold? She sneered triumphantly. It is precisely. Marcia pointed towards the side next to Idell. Over there. She excitedly shouted. It was found in their room. What are you all doing? Drag out Daisy, Celia, Lila, those who stole it, come out here. All three of them were shocked and did not believe what they heard. What? No way, wait. Surely there is some kind of misunderstanding. I do not even know what the Mrs. Room looks like. Marcia said with a stern voice. Shut up. The girls tried to explain. We are absolutely not the thieves. She was silent, but her heart was surging. Head maid, you have finally done this outrageous thing. All three of them knelt down. Celia endured her trembling and tried hard to defend herself. This is really slander. Low-level maids like us do not even have the right to enter the Mrs. Room. How would we know and steal it? Linnea crossed her arms and said with a laugh, well, what you said is right. This is really very strange. She butted in, her voice full of sarcasm. Our mistress is still too naive. The main problem is not that. Marcia turned and lowered her voice, saying to the girl, those three people, they are all close with Idell, right? As I said, they are low-level maids, so their wallets are also tight, so perhaps. Before she could fabricate a story, Linnea cut her off, coldly continuing, so, does that mean Idell stole it and gave it to them? Marcia was startled, not expecting the girl to say that. Yes, that. What other option is there besides that? Linnea glanced at her and said coldly, yeah, so you think that way. She turned to instruct everyone. I will be going for a while. Everyone returned to work, including those three. Celia raised her head in surprise. Daisy lowered her head, her voice trembling. Yes, miss. Marcia did not give up and hurriedly said, you can't just go like that, miss. Linnea calmly reassured her. Don't worry. I will think carefully and handle this matter. Marcia, you go back to your place too. Marcia looked at the backs of the two people leaving and could not help but think, what can she do by running away? There is no evidence to prove that she is not the culprit. Even if she can avoid it temporarily, everyone will think that Idell is being treated with special favor. Afterwards, it will be difficult for her to continue living in this mansion. Back in Linnea's bedroom, she immediately spoke up. Miss. Idell asked her curiously, you think that I could not possibly steal it, right? Linnea turned to reply with an obvious expression, of course, but I have a bit of a question. In such an unjust situation, how could you restrain yourself from shouting out loud? The girl looked at her with puzzlement. Close friends being falsely accused because of me. The mood must be too terrible. Was not impulsively shouting a part of noble character? Idell pondered for a moment, then softly said, I am not sure either. Her eyes shone with a sadness that was difficult to hide. Whether this answer is complete or not, it is because I am no longer a noble lady. Just now, I did not feel any injustice, just thought that, finally that moment has come. Linnea seriously looked at Idell. Do you have the confidence to prove your innocence? To convince everyone, you need clear evidence. She looked straight into the girl's eyes and confidently replied, of course. Because the miss trusts me, I will prove that I am worthy of that trust. In the afternoon, in Laszlo's study, he looked at the notebook on the table and spoke up. Laszlo looked at her standing before him. I heard that when I was absent from the mansion, something big happened. Is this the document related to that matter? Idell with a serious expression put the name on the stack of documents. Yes, Count. From now on, I will explain everything I know. First of all, please listen to my opinion about this theft. He nodded in agreement. Speak. She began to present her point of view. The head maid's reasoning for pointing out me as the culprit is very weak. The fact that the lost item was found in the room of my close friends cannot be considered evidence that I am the culprit. Furthermore, she herself is a suspect without being able to prove anything. Idell hesitated for a moment and continued, before, instead of the blank check, I asked you to believe me once. Do you still remember? Laszlo propped his hand on the table and looked at her with a serious expression. How could I forget? I believe in your innocence. Idell was a little bewildered. I am not talking about the theft. Of course, I did not take anything. Why would I take her things? He startled. Beads of sweat appeared, and he softly replied, Yes, that is right. Returning to the main issue, she pointed to the notebook. What is truly important is the content of this document. It was written based on what I have observed and heard in the past 3 months, and the detailed information needs to be compared with the records that the Count is holding. Laszlo opened the notebook, reading the information Idel recorded inside, has taken the difference in the cost of purchasing food without permission, has received brokerage fees and commissions when buying things for Miss Chrysis, has received bribes from servants, divides factions according to the amount of money, and has committed many other acts of corruption. While he was reading the information from the notebook, she added, "It is difficult for me to collect complete material evidence on my own, but if I can make up for the shortcomings with the trust that you have in me, I propose that you conduct an official investigation under your name and Calliope's name." Laszlo pondered for a moment and spoke up. "Marcia has accused you of being the thief involved in this, right?" Idel closed her eyes and slowly explained. "Perhaps it is because, thanks to me, Marcia can no longer manipulate Miss Linnea, and it is also difficult to control the maids as easily as before." She opened her eyes. In her gaze was a hint of sorrow. "The reason Daisy, Celia, and Lila were drawn into this is because she wanted to eliminate even the people who are close to me. The fact that they became close to me is because they came close to help with the difficult tasks that I was in charge of." She could not help but recall the past when Daisy took the initiative to give her medicine, or the moment Celia bravely stood up to defend her. Idel gave a serious look towards him. "And the reason they and I had to take on the most difficult tasks is because they are low-level maids, without money to pay gifts and not belonging to any faction in the mansion." After speaking, she turned her eyes towards Laszlo. Silent thoughts rose up. "I have begged just to reach this moment. Please believe my words, just once." If that is Laszlo Chrysis that I used to know, surely he has also realized the strangeness in this mansion. I only hope that my testimony can arouse his suspicions and make that person see the truth that is hidden deep inside. Would he really believe my words, when even my family and the Duke family have abandoned me as a useless person? After a moment of silence, he chuckled softly, making Idel startle. A helpless smile flashed across Laszlo's face. "All the problems are intertwined. In the end, it is my fault for letting go and ignoring the affairs of the mansion for so long. I did not expect them to embezzle to the scale." Unconcealed surprise appeared on her face. "Really, you really believe me?" He looked at her with a serious gaze, his voice full of affirmation. "I promised that I would believe you. I know clearly that you are not someone who speaks carelessly, and also not someone who is greedy for meaningless things." Laszlo gently closed his eyes, thinking in his heart, "For so long, I have not had the mind to thoroughly examine the things in the mansion, and it was also my mistake to be manipulated by the words of an experienced maid. Idel is the precious person who made me wake up from that blindness." Idel looked at him with glistening eyes and softly called, "Count." Laszlo suddenly prolonged his tone. "But," she blankly looked at him, wondering in her heart, what is he going to ask me to do? Laszlo cautiously asked Idel, "Idel, are you also ready with the determination to help each other?" Marcia was immediately arrested by the knight in the main hall. She frantically resisted. "Let me go. I am innocent." Marcia's 2 henchmen were also taken away. "Oh my God. Please forgive me, Lord. We were only following orders." He and Linnea stood sternly to regain justice for Idel. The knight on both sides blocked the spear in front of her, temporarily confining her. Laszlo questioned, "Marcia Bowen, quickly confess what you have embezzled and how you did it." Marcia stubbornly denied it. "Embezzle? Not at all. It is unfair. This does not make any sense. I mean, it is them." He interrupted. "They have confessed everything." Laszlo glanced to the side. "Isn't that right, Nathan?" Nathan flipped through the records and nodded. "That is right. According to the records that I found from Marcia Bowen, she bought low-quality materials but falsely labeled them as high-end. The more he confessed, the more pale her face became. In return, she enjoyed 30% of the price difference. For expensive items such as paintings and curtains, she inflated the price a lot. The subordinates who heard this bustled. She also interfered with the cost of buying cosmetics and dresses for the miss, plus the bribes received from the maids and all kinds of other illegal acts." Nathan concluded, "Based on the double records that I have obtained, the estimated embezzled amount falls around 250,000 lingtons." The girl's face immediately darkened. Marcia awkwardly began to make excuses for herself. You know how difficult it is to manage this mansion. She bowed her head and took credit for her hard work. I have worked so hard for more than 3 years. You should at least let it go a little. The other maids quickly objected. Who can let this go? Oh my God, a person like this is really... How can this be? He absolutely did not waver. You have 2 choices, either be taken away by the night, suffer 30 whiplashes and pay a fine, or write an IOU and pay me 400,000 lingtons. Marcia panicked, her face turned pale white. 4,400,000. It was clearly 250,000 just now. Laszlo maintained his cruel attitude, and said one sentence. The remaining amount is compensation money along with the price of your life. He bluntly declared, the choice is yours to decide. Daisy hugged Celia's arm with joy. Sister Celia, so we have been vindicated, right? She burst into tears. So we are okay now, right? Celia nodded and smiled. Yes, Daisy, now you can rest assured. Laszlo tapped the tip of his sword on the stone floor. Another problem has arisen. He asked everyone, has the position of head maid become vacant? Linnea looked sulky. I do not understand why we can still let someone like that be the head maid until now. Laszlo sighed. Indeed, I also feel sorry for you. The subordinates all had the same thought. Do those 2 have the same feeling? He spoke up. Anyway, someone needs to replace that position. Laszlo's gaze attracted attention in one direction. For example, he was aiming at Idel, the one who had exposed Marcia's crimes. Laszlo publicly appointed. From now on, Idel will take on the position of head maid. The girl curled her lips, looking very proud. Linnea's 3 maids also gave her admiring glances. He directly instructed the group, anyone who does not obey Idel's orders, or has any dissatisfaction, please speak up now. At least write a letter and tell me. After the storm, the mansion sank into a heavy silence. But the shock only lasted for a moment. Lola and Mina, knowing better, packed up and ran, escaping before they were killed. Those who were guilty hastily left the mansion, while those who were innocent filled the gaps they left behind. Marco then suddenly realized, the room that we have been using all this time was originally a storeroom. Daisy has actually suffered too much. That is right, Dad. Even the Count was shocked after hearing about it. Oh my God, Celia said angrily. They left the room empty just because they did not want to give anyone a better room. If only we did not let Marcia go so easily. Layla strode off to clean. After cleaning, I have to go help Idel. She said excitedly. The work has to be redistributed, and new people have to be recruited. Celia happily said, surely 2 bodies won't be enough. I do not know if we can help with anything. The 2 of them passed by a whisper. Idel becoming the new head maid, not bad. After all, no one guarantees that the new people will all be good. She suddenly felt extremely relaxed. The mansion will be quite chaotic for a while, but just the fact that Marcia has disappeared makes my heart feel so light. Should I say thank you to Idel a bit? Before long, the sky had turned black. A cool breeze stirred the casually tied curtains. The quiet room only revealed the sound of turning pages. Idel heard someone knocking and ran out. Who is it? Laszlo did not understand why he had come here. Sorry for coming late at this hour. She blankly spaced out for a moment. He awkwardly cleared his throat. Can I come in for a moment? About the matter that day, Laszlo suddenly turned around and looked down. Are you ready yet? She innocently asked back. Yes. At this time, a group of soldiers, following the orders of their leader, began to attack, after deciding to dismiss the former head maid, Marcia Bowen, in the following few days. The mercenary team Calliope of Count Chrysis raided the related trade associations, quickly obtained important information, and finally obtained the secret double bookkeeping that she had hidden. The 3 immediately divided up the tasks, eagerly rummaging. Through the endless process of comparison and checking, the truth was finally revealed. To sum up and categorize, Marcia Bowen did not record any books in a proper manner at all. Coming to the present, Idel tiredly held her head and complained. My head hurts so much. With this situation, surely I have to start managing the mansion from scratch. She quickly regained her spirit, seriously working. Compared to the previous work, it is easier and more familiar, but there is no steward in this mansion, so I am not sure how far I can intervene with the authority of the head maid. After finishing speaking, Idel nodded in secret agreement with the thought she had just given. Perhaps I have to talk more with Count Chrysis. The gentle knocking that suddenly rang out made her suspicious. Who would come at this hour? Her mind gradually thought of the cute maids who might be candidates, making Idel feel cheerful and quickly run to open the door. I did not expect so many people to come to me like this now. If the 3-year-old me knew about this, she would be very surprised. She cheerfully opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" A voice rang out at the same time behind, causing her to look up. "First, you have to listen to who it is before opening the door. I did not expect you to be so careless." Seeing Idel's even more beautiful face under the candlelight, Laszlo blushed and covered his mouth and turned away. "Sorry for coming late at this hour. Can I come in for a moment?" A quiet space gradually lengthened. Laszlo secretly panicked. Saying it like that is really easy to cause misunderstandings. He immediately waved his hands to defend himself. "Opening the door is fine too, but do not misunderstand." Hearing that, she also sweated and continuously nodded. Yes, I do not misunderstand." Under the bright moonlight, she smiled brightly and spoke. "Please come in, Count," making Laszlo tear up with joy. "Thank you." The two people chatted together as they entered. "I am sorry for not having anything to entertain you with." "It is okay. It is me who came uninvited. Sorry." Idel quickly stepped forward and asked, "Is there something urgent that needs to be resolved?" He sat up straight and anxiously replied, "It is not really urgent, just..." While speaking, the hand below also clenched tightly. "I know I say it a bit too much, but it is thanks to you that Linnea has been so happy these days. She has also received a lot of invitations." The image of the girl smiling before those invitations gradually appeared following his story. Like that, everything is as it should be. Very natural, very proper. Idel gently corrected. "That is because the miss originally has a bright and strong nature." He agreed gloomily. "Yes, originally she was that kind of person. It is just me. I really do not know anything." Laszlo gradually remembered the image of her saving Linnea while he was absent. "All the things I could not do for the past 3 years. In just a few months, you have changed everything." He lowered his eyes and looked at the candlelight thoughtfully. Remembering when he struggled to carry the girl and run away. "How long have I been looking forward to this piece? No matter how many times I say thank you, it is not enough." Laszlo immediately cleared his throat and returned to the main issue. "Anyway, I just want to say that I hope to rely on you in the future too, not as the Count, but as me personally." Idel silently listened to his story and gradually remembered the gloomy family photo without the girl. "Linnea is a completely different child from me. The fact that she was born as the younger sister of someone like me, it was not her choice." "Yes." He shyly gave an offer. "Even if I am a person that you hate and feel uncomfortable with, then at least please take care of Linnea." She immediately retorted, "I do not hate or feel uncomfortable with you, Count. I really do not understand why you are so worried." Her hand secretly clenched tightly. "Furthermore, you probably do not want to have a spoil of war like me, right? As with the others, you should have received a work of art or a precious jewel instead." The Emperor is indeed a bit too playful. Laszlo looked at her in confusion. "What are you saying? He has bestowed upon me the most precious person." Idel innocently asked back, making him quickly bite his tongue in regret. The most precious person." His heart secretly worried. "I did not say the wrong thing, right? Among the prisoners, she is also the person with the highest status, right? She won't misunderstand, right?" She immediately changed her expression and spoke with an elegant tone. "Thank you for saying that." Her eyes sparkled, illuminated under the golden candlelight. Gradually remembering the ring on her hand, no one thought that the wife of a traitor could survive. Idel at that time was like a bird longing for freedom looking down. If the Count had not taken me as a maid, then perhaps at this time I would have. Laszlo suddenly spoke up. "Idel." He looked at her with a smile and comforted her. "It must still be very difficult now, but please continue to live on. Surely good days will come. Therefore, from now on, never think about dying again." She sullenly replied with hesitation, "Yes, if I continue to live like this, then one day." Idel suddenly burst into tears and continuously repeated, "One day." Immediately remembering when she was like a puppet. "Don't cry, Idel. Restrain your emotions like you always do, and hide your heart." With a completely fake appearance that is always smiling. On the inside she is gradually rotting, if she easily reveals her weakness like this then. Returning to the present, Idel sobbed and spoke her heart. I also just want to live a normal life. Sorry, Lord. I also do not know why I am crying. It is okay. Laszlo quickly took out a handkerchief and looked at her, reassuring. Cry a little more. She gently held out both hands to receive it, bowing her head and listening to his comfort, because for her, perhaps the most difficult thing is to live like a normal person. She began to comfort herself. Even if I reveal my weak appearance one more time before the person who has seen it before, then nothing worse will happen. From the handkerchief that was given to me, there radiates a gentle warmth like a sincere consolation. He stood by the window, attentively looking at the dark night thoughtfully. Idel on the side had curled up in the blanket and muttered to herself, I really just want to live a normal life. She at this time was like a tearful child clutching the handkerchief, a normal family, a normal love and friendship. But that is the most difficult thing, something that I will never have. She began to open her watery eyes. This handkerchief, I have to wash it clean and return it tomorrow. The next morning, a listless voice suddenly rang out. I am so hungry. Idel sat up with eyes swollen from crying all night. She happily dragged herself down the bed, slept very soundly, did not dream of anything. I did not expect to feel so hungry after crying like this. I have to quickly prepare and go eat. Starting from today, there will be a lot of work. She quickly tied her hair up neatly, then put her hand out to adjust the ribbon. Began to adjust the dress. After finishing everything, Idel stood next to Linnea and shouted down below, I have rearranged the work based on the wishes that everyone has told me. She eagerly spoke before everyone. Until we recruit new servants, there will still be many difficulties, but please seriously carry out the work with a fresh spirit. Yes, head maid. Turning to the girl pretending to be serious next to her and relinquishing the floor. And, it seems Miss Linnea has something she wants to say to everyone. Making the group of servants below gradually turn pale. Linnea at this time earnestly repented. Managing the Chris's mansion was originally my responsibility. It is really that I was worried about the burden of having to take responsibility, even though I was manipulated by Marcia during that time. The girl looked at the group of servants and began to give a sincere apology. I am sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Linnea's words rang throughout the hall, attracting everyone around. My goal is to operate the Chris's mansion in a way that is not ashamed. What is necessary, please do it well with Idel's help. The girl suddenly patted her chest and sincerely apologized. And I am also sorry for not helping the three of you clear your names sooner, causing the three maids to exclaim in surprise. It is nothing, miss. The three of them excitedly spoke in unison. We are very happy that we can still stay in this mansion. Looking at everyone gradually becoming happy and chatting with herself. Thank you, miss, for the new room. The fruits from the new store are also really delicious. Linnea's mood also became happy and she laughed loudly. Is that so? I am really glad. Everyone, let us work together from now on. The Count Chris's family, Laszlo stood outside and unconsciously smiled. Looking at his younger sister, who was gloomy before, has changed. From now on a new chapter will begin. Transitioning to the outside street, after such a busy time, finally the day of vacation that I promised Daisy has arrived. So many things have happened. Now I can finally rest. Thankfully I was able to keep my promise. Celia even lent me some clothes to go out with. Daisy excitedly turned back to urge. Hurry up, sister. Idel quickly paid attention to the tall buildings. That is right. This is the street that nobles frequent. I heard it is very popular. Surely I do not need to worry uselessly, right? Daisy suddenly turned back and asked urgently. Sister, what is wrong? Is there any place you want to go to? The two excitedly quickly entered the fun. I intend to buy a few sets of everyday clothes. I see there is a clothing store over there, so let us go there first. She walked behind, silently reminding herself. Now it is important to enjoy the fun with Daisy. I have to concentrate and not be distracted. A noble suddenly looked at her and loudly asked, Oh, it is Idel Canyon. Are you really Idel? She covered her mouth as if intentionally speaking loudly. Oh my God, are you really Idel? I did not expect to meet you in a place like this. Idel gently spoke. Miss Lucille Alton. The next second was interrupted by a sarcastic voice. Oh my goodness, is it really you? I did not expect to meet you in a place like this. Hey everyone, come here, Idel is here. Looking at the group of people that she brought, Daisy tightly held her hand and covered her mouth to ask quietly, Idel, do you know those people? I do not know why, but I feel the atmosphere is too strange. She turned back to reassure her. It is okay, Daisy. We will just say hello for a bit, and then we will leave. A random question full of sarcasm was suddenly uttered. But is a criminal allowed to go out? Starting other mocking questions from the group of nobles behind. I heard she is working as a maid to atone for her crimes. Where did she steal that outfit from? Even the royal knight was dismissed because of that. But she still shamelessly smiles and strolls around like that. She is a criminal. Oh my God, so scary. They arrogantly turned back to laugh mockingly. If she still knew shame, she should have died with those rebels. Hey, you are saying too much, although it is true that it is not wrong. Saying nasty words aimed directly at the two people. If I were her, I would have chosen death with honor. Idel immediately regained her spirit, her face serious and rebutted. I have been permitted by Count Chrysis to go out today. I can't explain anything more, so please do not interfere, ladies. And about my status and treatment, please ask the Emperor, because this life is no longer mine. Causing the group of nobles to jump up after hearing. What? Looking at them sneering, she gradually related to Marcia. Their words and actions are no different from Marcia Bowen. They only want to hurt others and hope the other party will cry. Therefore, I just need to not let myself be swayed by their intentions. Idel politely quickly bowed. Then, I will take my leave now. I wish everyone a fun outing. Making the group of nobles angry and continuing to sneer. Surely she has become the lover of that mercenary, right? That is why she dares to act like she has a reliable backing. A woman who is willing to be the concubine of an old man is so scary. The moment she called that lowly name with Count, I already realized. She glanced with murderous intent at the group of people, enduring the anger in her heart. I should not let them control me. But do I have to endure them insulting others? A voice rang out at the right time. I did not know that I always have a lover. Making the group of people who were sneering unconsciously silent. Bah! She also looked back suspiciously. He was seriously walking closer to where she was. Count Chrysis. Why is Count Chrysis here? In fact, not only Idel and Daisy came to this street. 30 minutes ago, the bustling area of Valtice, Laszlo and Linnea stopped at the snack area. Next to it was the portrait painting area, while Idel and Daisy strolled around the commercial area. On the snack area side, Linnea puffed out her cheeks and enjoyed the food. It is really delicious. The girl blissfully closed her eyes and enjoyed, recalling the past and sighing. Even if I eat expensive things, I can't forget this flavor. Surely it is, because I ate it when I was young, so it is deeply rooted. Do not you think so, Laszlo? Laszlo also chewed his food and replied, not really. He quietly looked at the food in his hand. In his heart a thought flashed. After becoming a noble, I really ate too many luxurious things. Perhaps that is why. When I eat these commoner snacks, I feel like it suits me the most. The two siblings continued to stroll around this bustling snack street. On the way, Linnea suddenly widened her eyes, recalling the memory, and asked with a doubtful voice, but brother, this is the first time I am asking. We became orphans 16 years ago. Right. At that time, you were 12 years old, and I was 3 years old. Laszlo quickly recalled, nodding in affirmation. That is right. But why are you suddenly asking this? The girl sighed and whispered in response. I am just wondering how a child has to take care of another child to survive. He pursed his lips and faintly explained, we lived a hard life, trying bit by bit. Linnea did not believe it, and pulled his sleeves and shouted, don't be so roundabout. I do not even remember the house when I was young. The girl suddenly paused, lowered her eyes sadly, and mumbled, I do not even know what my parents look like. Linnea's hand still gently tightened the sleeve of Laszlo. The girl licked the corner of her lips, and loudly and energetically made a request, but now I am no longer a child. I want to hear more stories about our childhood. Laszlo slowly blinked, remembering the past. Childhood stories, huh? In my oldest memory, the image of my parents is always associated with a warm, happy home, a normal home. Existing anywhere is fine. It was so normal that it was familiar, but that normality shattered in an instant. In a dark night in the memory, Linnea lied on Laszlo's back, crying and shouting, Mom, Dad. He quickly carried the girl running through the forest, whispering to comfort her, Sure, Linnea, I am here. In Laszlo's heart, he vaguely wondered, how long have I been running? The corner of his eyes glistened with tears, but he was still determined to swear, I will definitely protect you. I will absolutely not let go. How far have we gone? Anxious thoughts flashed in Laszlo's heart. What if they chase after us now? We have to run further. We have to hide far away. His little feet were exhausted. In his heart, he pondered, but where do we go now? There is nowhere else to go. Carrying Linnea all the way made his arms feel like they were about to fall off. His body was heavy. He was too tired. If only there was a safe place, where I and Linnea can be together. Anywhere is fine. Finally, Laszlo hid Linnea in a mysterious place. Until one morning, someone slowly pulled back the curtain and found them. An old woman looked at the two of them in surprise, asking incredulously, Oh my God, you too. Do not tell me you have been staying in this place all these days. He quickly recognized her. It was the old woman who gave us meat pies a few days ago. Perhaps because of the time spent running away, my instincts told me that the old woman smiled kindly and suggested, If there is nowhere else to go, then just come to my house. There are still delicious meat pies and soup there. At that moment, under the shimmering sunlight of the morning, Laszlo widened his eyes and realized one thing, that I can trust her. He licked his lips and asked with a trembling voice, Please, please help us. I will try my best to pay back the living expenses later. The old woman gently shook her head, laughing and refusing. Oh my, a child should not say something like that. I only have 2 old people living alone, but if you come, I will be very happy. She slowly took Linnea's hand and went ahead, asking softly, Can you tell me your names now? Laszlo slowly replied, if I can live safely with Linnea from now on, then. He licked the corner of his lips and quickly replied, My younger sister's name is Linnea, and mine is. Pausing for a moment, an idea flashed in Laszlo's head. I do not need a name or a past. I will create a new home. Finally, he exhaled and finished speaking Laszlo, just Laszlo. He slowly recalled that past, because there was someone to take care of Linnea. I went out to earn money, and it was natural to wield a sword while doing tasks for the mercenaries. Returning to the present, Laszlo softly pursed his lips and replied to Linnea's question. They really were wonderful people. He gently looked at the girl, the corner of his lips curling up, and softly continued. They took care of us with all their love, even though we were not blood-related. At their house, we had a fairly happy time. If they had lived a little longer, I would have repaid them properly. Linnea looked up with her big eyes and slowly continued. I still remember the old man and woman. They were very warm people. Speaking of this, the girl again pouted and sighed in complaint. But in the end, you also do not remember our birth parents, right? It has been 16 years, so it can't be helped. What a pity. Laszlo also shrugged in agreement. Yes, that is right. He gently patted Linnea's head, his eyes curving as he smiled and described their old home. Our house only had one window and was quite cramped, but it was a good house. Are you satisfied with this answer? Linnea's eyes glistened with tears, lowering her eyes and softly whispered, Indeed, even though I do not remember my parents' faces, I will never forget the meat pie that the old woman made. The girl clapped her hands and walked. A happy smile mumbled, Anyway, I also have my older brother by my side. The current house has also begun to please me. And I am also eager to know how wonderful it will be in the future. Laszlo walked behind, hearing that and calling touchingly, Linnea. Linnea shrugged lightly, comfortably declaring, So that is the end of that matter. Now let us go across the bridge and stroll. He laughed softly in agreement. Okay, however, when going across that bridge, the two siblings had just stepped across the bridge and saw Idel, gaping and listening to others loudly scolding her. Surely, she has become the lover of that mercenary. Right, that is why she dares to act like she has a reliable backing like that. Laszlo's and Linnea's eyes were filled with shock, widening their eyes and wondering, what words are they daring to say to Idel? The next second, the two siblings were struck by lightning and heard people dropping a comment about Idel. A woman who is willing to be the concubine of an old man is so scary. She angrily held out her hand, her eyes trembling, unable to say anything. I really. Without waiting for Idel to finish speaking, Laszlo had stepped straight to where she was. He glared, his voice stern, and roared, I did not know that I always have a lover. The group of young nobles around there all exclaimed in surprise after seeing Laszlo, Count Chrysis. They were panic-stricken, stuttering and explaining with trembling voices. Why did you come to a place like this? No. At this time, I did not mean that. Laszlo gave a cold laugh, gloomily asking back, if you did not mean that, then what did you mean? Do you spread rumors that even you yourselves do not understand? Those people were all shocked after hearing that, wondering, what is going on? It turns out they were just rumors. The white-haired noble gave a forced smile and stammeringly asked, is the commander of the guard threatening other people again? Laszlo narrowed his eyes. His sharp gaze coldly announced, I have already acted quite politely with that lowly title. He stepped forward and put his arm around Idel. A serious expression ordered, Idel is a precious member of the Chrysis family. Apologize for saying impolite words to me and my people immediately. The young nobles were trembling with fear, but still stubbornly retorted, apologize, we did not do anything. Laszlo snorted coldly, lowering his voice and inquiring Idel, do you remember their names? Daring to slander me, the person closest to the emperor, surely they have other intentions. I will investigate clearly. The young nobles at this time panicked and shouted, wait. That guy turned away hesitatingly, stuttering, sincerely apologize to you, Count. I guarantee that something like this will never happen again. The two people next to him were silent, clearly showing their hesitant attitude towards the person in front of them. Laszlo Chrysis slowly replied, his voice majestic, it will only cause trouble if we dig deeper into this matter, so I will let it go, but I am not sure how Idel will accept it. Hearing that, the other two reluctantly bowed their heads, sincerely begging for forgiveness. I am sorry, it is our fault, Idel, can you forgive us? Idel Lancaster was silent for a moment. She raised her hand in front of her chest, gently replying, I will accept your apologies. Those people were overjoyed and ran away immediately, not forgetting to say thanks. Thank you, Idel, then we will take our leave. Linnea Chrysis said unhappily, hey, I thought there would be a fight. I did not know nobles also knew how to run away. The girl angrily shouted loudly, elegance or nobility is not important at all. Idel Lancaster at this time just noticed. Ah, so you are here too, miss. Near there, Daisy was surprised when she saw her father. Why are you here, Dad? Marco patted his daughter's head. He said gently, Dad is the driver for the Count. Did my daughter get hurt? Linnea Chrysis's voice rang out. I am going out for a walk with brother. What are you doing here, Idel? Idel Lancaster slowly replied, I came here with Daisy to paint a portrait, but I happened to meet some familiar faces. The girl seemed interested. There is portrait painting here. Daisy turned her head to look, surprised and thought in her heart, it is the Miss. Idel Lancaster spoke to explain, there is a street nearby that is famous for portrait painting. I heard it is fast and the prices are also cheap. Laszlo Chrysis and his younger sister exclaimed in surprise. She intended to leave, saying goodbye. Then we will be going now. Linnea Chrysis then grabbed her sleeve. Her eyes pointed towards her brother. Wait, Idel. I also want to paint a portrait with my brother. Laszlo Chrysis exclaimed in shock. What? Why suddenly? The girl replied, her voice a bit sad, expressing her heart. I am not just saying it. Brother is always going to the battlefield. No one knows when he will be lost. If I want to remember his face and keep a memory, I should at least paint a portrait together. Laszlo Chrysis could not say any more words. Now I do not want to forget my important person. He silently pondered, his heart somewhat sad. Perhaps that is the obvious worry when being someone in this family. Every time I leave the house, Linnea has to prepare her mind like this. He raised his hand to cover his face, blaming himself. I have once again realized my own shortcomings. Laszlo Chrysis looked towards the front. I am also a pitiful and clumsy person. He looked at Idel, pondering in his heart. Perhaps there is still one thing that me and Idel have in common. Living a normal life is the most difficult thing in the world. Laszlo Chrysis sighed helplessly. Linnea, you are right. Let us go together. Idel, please come with us. Linnea Chrysis exclaimed joyfully. Really, that is great. Let us go, Idel. Beside them, Marco patted his daughter's shoulder and advised her, let us go too, daughter. Daisy at this time was like a lost soul. Ah! Her heart screamed. The fun vacation of me and Sister Idel, because I stood far away, I could not hear anything before, did it turned into a trip together with the masters. On Idel Lancaster's side, she also felt extremely guilty. It seems I am a bit sorry for Daisy. Next time I must spend a vacation with her. A moment later, they had arrived. The receptionist there happily spoke, not forgetting to show off their skills. Welcome. We are a painting studio that completes within 30 minutes. Linnea was immediately overwhelmed. You know, even this place, it looks good. Laszlo Krisis lightly tapped the girl's head, explaining further, usually, portraits of nobles take more than a month to complete, but here I heard they use pastel colors and complete it very quickly. This information was collected from the source, Nathan, these days nobles, this thing, that thing. Idelle Lancaster stepped in, saying with interest, it is really interesting. She turned to say to Daisy, who was amazed and looking around, the commoners painting portraits was originally a trend imitating noble culture. Now it is the opposite. It seems nobles also want quick and cheap paintings. Linnea Krisis also sighed. Yes, it is really strange, but also interesting. Idelle Lancaster carefully counted each coin on her hand. 1, 2, but because this place also serves nobles, it seems the prices are high. Linnea Krisis exhaled, and said calmly, that is right, who likes to sit for so long, but nobles are no different either. The girl suddenly stopped. But it is good to take advantage of the interest and come paint. But Linnea Krisis realized something was wrong and shouted loudly, indeed, painting in the state is not good at all. Laszlo Krisis, not understanding what was going on, just hummed. The girl reminded, it is useless to just wear beautiful clothes. You also have to shave your beard and fix your hair. He did not care much about these things, so he replied vaguely, why fix it? It is fine to paint sloppily, ah well. Linnea did not accept it. The girl angrily hit him. Oh, come on. Beside them, Idelle Lancaster suggested. Let me pay for the portrait. Daisy shyly replied. I also have some saved money. Laszlo Krisis was tormented by his younger sister. Hey, I will do it later. At this time, the people of the shop came. Guests, I will lead you to your seats. A blond man came to show them the way. Our students will serve the ladies. Their skills are quite good, so do not worry. That room was indeed formal. The decorations inside were very aesthetic. Daisy sat down next to Idelle Lancaster. She was clearly nervous. It is the first time doing this, so I am starting to feel nervous. She reassured her. Don't worry too much. Think that you are just resting comfortably with me. Daisy regained some composure. All right, I will try. Idelle smiled gently and looked at her. At this time she sank into thought, remembering the old things that she still regretted. Portrait, I have only painted one time after getting married. In the end, the Canyon family portrait did not have me in it, and I could not even keep a single painting with Lynn. Idelle sat still in her seat, pondering thoughtfully. The portrait frames in the Lancaster family have all been burned. If there is not another opportunity, perhaps this will be my only portrait. A moment later, a voice rang out announcing, that is done. Idelle and Daisy went to admire the painting. Both were very surprised. It is really beautiful. Really very beautiful. The painter next to them curiously inquired, are you two the maids of the two people who came with you? These beautiful faces are such a waste. Why do not you try being singers or actresses? He added, with the intention of introducing, if you want, I can introduce you to a theater troupe that I know. Idelle immediately refused. I do not have that intention. I am satisfied with my current life. The person still did not want to let her go, continuing, with a face like that. Just standing is enough to sell tickets. Why do not you want to try it? This is a good opportunity. You should think about it again. At this time, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Hey! Laszlo Krisis appeared right behind him, coldly saying, if you are done painting, please paint another one for the side. That person startled in fear, replying with trembling voice, yes, who? He looked towards Daisy's father, saying loudly, Marco, paint one with your daughter. He surprised and pointed at himself, me. This person is Daisy's father, and the driver of Count Krisis. Marco Molton. Laszlo frowned and said loudly, since you have come here anyway, paint one with your daughter, I will pay, so do not worry. The two Marco's father and daughter happily replied, thank you, Count. He turned towards the owner of the shop, suggesting, shop owner, I ask you to paint another one, please paint this person's portrait alone. Idelle was surprised, pointing at herself and asking back, my portrait too. Seeing her surprise, Laszlo spoke to explain. Lady Celestine wants to know how you are living these days. Although you will be meeting her directly next time, I plan to send her a portrait beforehand. So she can see. She said gratefully, really? Thank you very much. He gently replied, thanks to that, I can have a relationship with the Marquis family. I am the one who should be grateful. Idelle slowly adjusted her dress. In her heart was overflowing with happiness. The thing about meeting Lady Barbara, I did not even dare to hope for. She brushed her blonde hair, smiling brightly, silently sighing. I thought writing a letter like that was enough to be satisfied, yet I can still expect a better life than this. Idel looked at the scenery outside. They were very beautiful with the purple-pink sky mixed together. She commented, "Today is really a great day." Laszlo proactively offered, "If it is okay, we can go home together by carriage." Idel politely refused. "It is okay. We still have some things to do here." He laughed sadly. "Right, you should also enjoy your free time." Linnea waved goodbye. "We will be going first. See you at home, Idel." She sent them off. "You too, be careful on your way." When the carriage had rolled away, Idel asked Daisy, "Then shall we stroll around the stores a bit more?" She replied cheerfully, "That would be great." Returning to the mansion, the sunset had turned a pink hue. Laszlo dried his freshly washed hair. It really was a longer day than expected. Thankfully, I painted a portrait with Linnea, and it was also an opportunity to give Marco, who has always been loyal to me, a meaningful gift. His thoughts seemed to slow down, and Idel's portrait. Her temperament can be deified with just one painting. Laszlo stared at the painting in a daze. "It has to be sent to Lady Celestine." He held the picture frame and walked back and forth in the room. "Sending it, actually." Laszlo suddenly had a bit of reluctance. Or should I keep it temporarily? He persuaded himself that he had made the right decision. I also have not told her about this beforehand, so she probably won't be expecting it. That is definitely it. Next time when there is an opportunity, one will tell her beforehand. The eventful vacation had ended, and the new servants that Nathan had selected had arrived. Idel was responsible for guiding them. Then, "Let us begin, shall we?" To fill the new wardrobe, first let us empty the old one. Yes, head maid. Because of becoming the head maid, my personal work doubled, so I had to select a new personal maid for Miss Linnea. Therefore, I asked Celia and Lila to help find someone, but Layla quickly refused. "Thank you for this offer, but we refuse." Celia found an excuse to avoid it, partly because we are not familiar with that job, and a lot of veteran maids have run away this time anyway. We want to focus on helping the new maids who will come to work. The two of them agreed in unison. Instead, we will do everything we can to help with the things we can help with. So Idel, please do your best. She smiled kindly. "Thank you for cheering me on." So among the new servants and the old maids, I selected 2 suitable people, and 1 more person, a talent who is very suitable. Idel instructed the 2 new maids step by step. "All right, then, let us classify the things that need to be thrown away and the things that will be sold." "Yes, head maid." Daisy suddenly snapped her fingers to attract attention. She raised her hand and asked for permission. "But I am not sure if I can classify correctly." She immediately played the role of a solid support. "I will be by your side to guide you, so do not worry." Linnea said excitedly. "Okay, let us start. First of all, let us filter out the things that do not suit me." Daisy was determined as if she had just been given confidence. "Daisy will definitely do well. Yes, I will try to do it." Idel silently observed her working from afar. The Miss will meet many different people in the future. Daisy's gentleness will help a lot in cultivating her qualities. Daisy picked up an old dress. This should be thrown away too. Right, the girl was indeed unusually gentle. It is a bit wasteful to throw it away. I do not know what to do now. Let us ask the head maid for her opinion. Until now, Daisy had only been familiar with interacting with people who were much older than her. I hope that, regardless of status, they will have a positive influence on each other. Linnea brought that dress and asked her, "Idel, what does this dress look like?" Idel looked over it and said, "Perhaps it should be taken to be repaired a bit." The girl nodded. "That is what I thought." Her mood at this time was much happier. "Very good. We have cleaned everything up this morning. In the afternoon, the tailor from the costume room will come. At that time, we will order the necessary clothes." The girl was also infected with the happiness. I understand." Linnea was sincerely grateful to Idel. "Thanks to you, head maid." In the afternoon, the elegantly dressed tailor lifted her dress and bowed. "I am very pleased to meet you. I am the tailor from Dyname's shop." The girl presented her request. "I intend to order one of each type, going out clothes, picnic dresses, and ball gowns." She gave Linnea a book. "Then please choose from this design chart. I will take the measurements immediately." Idel stood by her side and offered enthusiastically, "Do you want me to help?" The girl immediately agreed. "Of course. Where do we start?" She spoke gently to instruct. "The order is not important." The tailor had the opportunity to verify the rumors. Indeed, it is just as the rumors say about this miss. She completely relies on the maid, not doing anything herself. She's secretly calculated. Like this, I can definitely sell it at a high price, right? Linnea stopped at a page of the book. I think this dress looks okay. The tailor enthusiastically introduced. Miss, instead of that, please take a look at this one. She dragged on. What do you think of this youthful dress design? This is our newest model, very popular with the misses of the same age as you. The girl could not decide, so she asked Idelle for help. She understood her meaning and replied instead. This design is quite unique, but the dress that the miss just chose will be more to her liking. The tailor tried to steer her. But that dress is a bit plain. Summer is coming soon. But a dress that brings a cool feeling like this is the trend. Idelle quickly realized her intentions. It seems that the tailor is trying to sell off the hard-to-sell goods. What should I do now? The stubborn tailor continued to introduce. Or I will suggest you wear this white muslin dress. Linnea closed the book. No need. The girl resolutely said, I will only order the white dress that I chose just now. She was surprised. Yes. The tailor was suddenly flustered. You wanted to buy 3 dresses. Linnea did not change her mind. The rest I will choose slowly later. Why? Do you regret it? If not then. The girl rubbed her chin and guessed. It seems that you are not satisfied with my choices. Is my sense of style that bad? She turned purple, only able to smile awkwardly. It is not like that. Then shall we start taking the measurements? She felt that she could feel more at ease about Linnea. Now she is doing well on her own. The self-confidence that was once lost is also quickly returning. So from now on she can continue to learn, step by step. So that she can live with the dignity of a leader, and so that she can always choose for herself good people by her side like choosing valuable items. I will gradually guide her. The girl quickly paid. Then, I will give you the sales money. Linnea gradually changed her tone, thanking him for the good price. There are many types of cosmetics I do not really need. I have sold things successfully for the first time. The amiable merchant replied, It is nothing. Since you bought so many new items, it is only natural. The little girl pushed forward a ribbon-tied jar of cream medicine. Include this one in the bill too, please. He respectfully said, Yes, miss. I will finish the payment here and leave. Linnea generously offered it to Idelle. This is for Idelle. She was momentarily stunned. Why are you giving this to me? Isn't this something you bought for yourself? The merchant, already out the door, still managed to overhear a few words. But this should be for someone who works hard. Idelle reluctantly accepted the little girl's kindness. Thank you, miss. Linnea waited until he was gone and said, Actually, this merchant is quite famous. If this story gets out, your reputation might even rise, miss. Linnea was slightly startled. Really, I did not exactly do it on purpose to achieve that. The merchant, encountering positive energy, could be cheerful all day. So she is someone who takes care of her servants. And she treats merchants well too. This is a good business deal. Idelle naively asked, Then I do not need to return it, right? Linnea turned away, embarrassed. Of course not. Do I seem that stingy? It is a gift. She carefully held the jar of cream medicine in her hands. Thank you, miss. The little girl seemed generous for the first time. Since it is a gift, you have to use it carefully, okay? Idelle suddenly felt indescribably happy. So, I have another precious item now. My room is now filled with gifts and letters from dear friends. It was a warm space, filled with love. She rubbed the back of her hand. These past few days, I have been applying the ointment Daisy gave me, and the cream the miss gave me, and the scratches have healed quite a bit. Idelle opened her diary, and turned to a new page. Should I write this down in today's diary? She reminisced about her outing with Daisy. During the recent holiday, I bought a diary at the general store with Daisy. Besides the ledgers and documents I have to record every day, I wanted a place to keep my own memories. Idelle picked up her pen and carefully wrote a few lines. I want to record as many memories as I can create in this mansion. Linnea suddenly called out frantically, Idelle, are you in your room? Come here for a minute. The little girl hurriedly flung open the door and ran in. Sorry, I was in such a hurry that I did not have time to knock. Idelle stood up abruptly, worried. What is wrong? Miss, did something happen at the tea party today? Linnea grabbed Idelle's hand earnestly. Please. The little girl spoke incoherently. Please take care of my brother. Linnea pleaded. Please. Idel looked at her blankly. Huh. The little girl acted spoiled. Idel. Idel was confused. Yes. Linnea was momentarily flustered. First, listen to my story. On the same day, at noon, at the Bringhen mansion where Linnea was invited, Jeremiah and the other young ladies gathered at the outdoor tea table. You look wonderful today too, Miss Linnea. Linnea responded with sweet words. Thank you. Miss Jeremiah looks beautiful too, and fits this garden perfectly. She was radiant like a rose in a green garden. It is an honor to be praised by you. Jeremiah Bringhen, the Grand Lady Bringhen's granddaughter. I was introduced to the Grand Lady Bringhen's granddaughter before. Refer to chapter 22. The little girl happily chuckled to herself. I did not expect to be introduced to such a good friend. We talk well together, and she is kind too. I really like her. Moreover, no one bothers me in this mansion. Linnea chatted with them very comfortably. Before, when I went to parties, there were still people who glared at me, but everyone here is nice, so I feel really at ease. Another young lady spoke up. But, Miss Linnea, the little girl eagerly responded. Yes. The girl inquired about Laszlo. Does Count Chris's hate parties? I have not heard anything about him ever attending one. Linnea truthfully replied. Oh, it is just that he is too busy. It is great to be able to talk frankly without being nagged. The little girl added. There are some days when I do not even get to see his face once. One of them exclaimed. Really? The young lady speculated. That is true. He is the captain of the royal guard after all. He must never have any free time. The girl paused for a few seconds. But the young lady slowly put down her teacup. Count Chrisus looks a little scary. The girl quickly waved her hands in explanation. It is not that I am saying anything bad. Since he is in the royal guard, it is only natural that he looks serious and a little scary. But, to be honest, Jeremiah interjected. I understand what you mean. He feels a little difficult to approach, right? The girl immediately nodded. That is right, exactly. He also seems quite uninhibited, although I have only met him once. Everyone turned their gaze to Linnea. Hey, why do not you help your brother a little, Miss Linnea? He will have to get married sooner or later, right? The little girl was lost in thought. People often say that some truths can only be felt when there is no malice. Linnea stood in front of Idel and gently tiptoed. Now I understand. The real problem now is not me. The little girl's hands involuntarily trembled. Idel told me before. Most of the nobility judge reputations based on a person's appearance and relationships. Linnea sincerely bowed. And I can't make my brother obedient. So, Idel, please help him change, so he can get married. The little girl did not know what to say. If things continue like this, my brother won't even be able to make friends. Honestly, Idel thought so too. The next morning, Linnea brought her to Laszlo for a direct confrontation. Brother, are you in there? Come out for a minute. He lazily frowned at the little girl. What is wrong so early in the morning? Linnea, and you brought Idel too. What is going on? Linnea looked at Laszlo's disheveled appearance, which was hard to look at. Look, Idel, is not he a mess? I do not know if he is a noble or a thief. He frowned. Why are you suddenly picking a fight? Idel, on the other hand, was more concerned about Laszlo's health. He looks very tired. This is a big deal. The little girl was fuming. Do you know what I heard at the party? He was startled. Did someone look down on you again? Linnea embarrassedly recounted. Everyone said that you are just a country noble who just came to the capital, and that you won't be able to date or get married. Laszlo did not care much. They also praised me for looking noble, right? That is good enough. The little girl mumbled. The young lady's eyes are very sharp. Linnea looked directly into his eyes seriously. That is good enough for what? Aren't you going to marry me off? Laszlo was puzzled. Why are you saying that? I do not want to leave you here for long. Look at you, looking like this. The little girl pointed, telling him to look at himself. Linnea became irritable. Who would dare to marry me like this? Nobles care a lot about appearances. Right now you look like a robber who would want to be friends with you. Laszlo became even more dazed and clueless. Really? Do I look that bad? Laszlo's pleading eyes met Idel's. Idel stroked her chin and added logically, of course, the Count does not need to pay attention to anyone besides the Emperor. She sided with the truth. But if you want to participate in high society, perhaps you should change your image a little. The little girl, emboldened, scolded, see, Idel said softly. You just need to say it tactfully. Linnea raised her eyebrows. But if I am too gentle, he won't feel the shock. He spoke in a somber tone. Just say it straight. Laszlo sadly asked. What do you want me to change? What is wrong with me like this? She looked at him strangely. Yes. The little girl also sensed the heavy atmosphere. He is deflated, has not he? Idel honestly listed off a series of things. You have to cut your hair and shave your beard. You also need to take care of your skin. Your clothes always have to fit well, and depending on the season, the person you are meeting, or the event, the style will also be different. Laszlo was a little overwhelmed. Wait a minute. Every word she uttered was like a heavy stone on his head. Count, not only do your clothes not fit, you also do not wear the accessories that are considered mandatory for noblemen. You even wear military training shoes with formal wear sometimes. It is truly unbelievable. Laszlo completely collapsed. Wait, Idel. He suddenly felt how pathetic he was. Okay. Idel also stopped, not knowing from when. She realized her indiscretion and hurriedly said, I am sorry, sir. I said too much. He did not feel that this was too much and brushed it off. It is okay. It is just that I really did not know. Feeling that the other person was not too concerned about her rudeness, Idel breathed a sigh of relief and explained, Actually, you are probably not used to the nobles in high society. Whether you follow it or not is up to the count. No one is forcing you. But to maintain the dignity of a noble, perhaps you should consider it. Hearing this, Laszlo raised his head, seemingly still not understanding the meaning of her words. Suddenly, Linnea spoke in a slightly irritated voice, causing both of them to startle and turn to look at her. Count Chrysis. Idel thought to herself in disbelief, hearing Linnea's irritated voice like this. Both of their attention was focused on Linnea in front of them, her hands on her hips. She thought to herself, this is probably the first time I have heard it. Linnea suggested with a smile, Count Chrysis, if you are not going to give up that title, then shave your beard and make your debut in high society. If one only looked at the little girl's face without considering that harsh tone, everyone would think it was a great idea. Laszlo was still stammering her name when Linnea glared at him fiercely. You have a few days off soon, right? At that time, try transforming yourself from head to toe into something luxurious. Hearing her say that, he was dumbfounded. Luxurious what? Linnea at this time was as if the correct switch had been flipped. The little girl rushed up and grabbed Laszlo's collar and shook him hard. Make yourself luxurious. Do you understand? Idel, you have to take responsibility for taking care of him and perfecting him. Perhaps he had never seen Linnea's scary expression before, so he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Okay, stop it now. And Idel, standing outside the battle, was holding her face in deep thought, telling me to directly doll up Count Chrysis. It sounds difficult. Then she shook her head to shake off the thought she just had. But I can't complain. Helping the Count prepare to get married is also the duty of a head maid like me. A few days later, in the afternoon, at the Chrysis mansion, Laszlo flusteredly scratched his head and explained, I have never let anyone touch my hair or beard. Idel stood next to him and smiled to reassure him. It is okay, Count. He will do it carefully. Laszlo seemed unable to resist and swallowed hard, his expression extremely resigned. Behind them, Idel was chatting animatedly with the barber. Right, he also eagerly replied, Yes, if you are ready, then let us begin. As for Laszlo, his face turned pale, thinking to himself, I am not a child, but why do I feel like I am being watched? The barber approached him and asked, Count, are you planning to keep your hair long? Laszlo replied a little shyly, I did not intentionally let it grow long. The barber then suggested, Then let us cut it short. At this point, he hesitated. Well, I have never cut it short before so. Not letting him ask the next question, Idel stepped forward and lifted the hair that was too long over his forehead and instructed, Let me leave this much of the bangs. And cut the back short and trim the mustache neatly. The barber asked again, What about the beard? While the two of them were still chatting animatedly, Laszlo was frozen in place by her actions. His face flushed pink from his cheeks to his ears. Idel did not hesitate and made a decision. Shave it all off. The barber quickly began to take care of his unkempt hair. A moment later, he had completely finished dealing with his unkempt hair and announced, All done. It must have been tiring sitting for so long, Count. Laszlo, not imagining what he looked like, had a pensive look on his face, and at the same time replied to the barber, Tiring. You are the one who did the work. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, and could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God, such a handsome face, and you have been hiding it all this time. You will probably receive a ton of love letters later. Would you like that?" Even Idel was stunned and frozen in place. Laszlo stared blankly at himself in the mirror. Is this me? Idel also felt emotional, gently touching her chest as if to calm her throbbing heart, thinking to herself, I thought he would be handsome, but just cutting his hair and shaving his beard made him this attractive. Linnea excitedly stepped in front of him and praised, as expected of the barber that Idel recommended. Laszlo asked her shyly, does it look okay? Linnea did not answer him directly but said, starting tomorrow, you will probably receive marriage proposals. Laszlo scratched his ear awkwardly, I probably need to fix it a little. And Idel was standing next to him, staring at him, still not recovered. Noticing her gaze, Laszlo also froze, his cheeks flushed red again. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was quite awkward, Idel spoke up to ease the situation. Count, you were already handsome before, but now you are even more eye-catching. His face was as red as if it was about to burst into flames, and he thought to himself, handsome, that much. Linnea, standing next to him, witnessed this ambiguous atmosphere and covered her mouth to laugh. Idel stood in front of him, straightened her back, and said, let me help you even more, okay? Laszlo did not know what else to say, and could only hum, okay, thanks. Not letting anyone guess her next move, Idel cleared her throat and announced, then, let us move on to skincare now. Laszlo felt like he was about to fall over. Linnea happily sang, quick, let us do skincare, to be cute and beautiful. In the evening, in the vast mansion, a man's loud laughter echoed. Nathan clutched his stomach and chuckled so much that he could not speak. Who did this to you? Or is there someone you want to impress? Oh my God, my stomach hurts. Laszlo slammed his hand on the table and scolded embarrassedly. Why would you think of it that way? Not only was he not afraid, but he also chuckled. A stubborn person like you changing usually has that kind of reason. Laszlo was teased until he was embarrassed and turned away. It was Linnea, so please be quiet. Nathan teased again, excitedly as if he had found a new game. Since when have you been listening to the young lady? Suddenly, his voice softened, and he spoke in a serious tone. You are right. I have always lived according to my own will. Linnea has worked hard, and now I am just doing what I should be doing. Nathan was also stunned by his attitude. He looked at Laszlo with an incredulous expression. Captain. Suddenly, a noise startled Nathan and he shouted, who is there? On the contrary, Laszlo's attitude was quite calm. Come in. Nathan paused at that calm attitude, and only a moment later, he hurriedly said as if to stop him, no, who would order someone in without bothering to confirm who it is? Before he could finish speaking, Idel had slowly walked in. She hesitated and asked him, are you still busy with work? Then I will come back later. Laszlo did not pay attention to the words of the person next to him and turned to ask her, you do not need to pay attention to him. What is wrong at this hour? Idel bowed, presented the expense statistics, and asked for his opinion. I plan to buy clothes and accessories for you. Laszlo did not care and placed complete trust in her. You have probably prepared well, just proceed. Receiving his approval, Idel's face became even brighter. Yes, then I will take my leave. Laszlo also smiled and replied, yeah, thank you. In a corner of the room, Nathan looked at the expression on his face and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Captain, in all my life, I have never seen you smile like this. He carefully watched Idel's departing figure and thought to himself, there is no need to ask. This scene is definitely the work of that girl. As for Idel, she was still walking away, unaware, thinking, I hope it suits him. Nathan kept watching that figure, wondering, but is this ultimately good or bad? On the wide road, a luxurious carriage was slowly rolling along, and the sound of lively conversation in the carriage echoed throughout the road. That is what I mean, brother. Linnea said in a spoiled tone, we have to plant a lot of roses in our garden too. The garden at the party I went to last time was really great. The little girl kept begging her brother, we have to take care of our garden to make it as beautiful as other mansions. Brother, answer me. Laszlo finally agreed in frustration. Okay, I will hire a gardener soon. He turned his head to the window and pondered, I have to find a butler first. It is a worry. Even though I want to pay more attention to the household, my training with the Royal Guard is not progressing, so I do not have any free time. Nathan, nearby, also wanted to whine. The information gathering department should also assign more personnel. Then he thought of the people in the information gathering team. I wish those guards would learn half of Idel's diligence. Even as royal knights, they are ultimately just young noblemen who were raised well. No matter how much they train, because of their weak will, they are just spinning their wheels. On the contrary, my mercenaries from Calliope survive because of their strong will and iron skills. Laszlo rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly, constantly wondering, how can I bridge the gap between them? Suddenly, a voice startled him out of his thoughts. Brother. Linnea asked sternly, you are not answering me. What are you thinking about? Laszlo replied meekly, I am sorry. Thinking about work. The little girl seriously reminded him, remember, after we get there, do not stand there blankly. Do you remember what Idel told you recently? Laszlo raised his hand and rubbed his chin, then replied, of course, how could I forget? A few days ago, at the Chrysis mansion, he was holding a crimson letter and a few sprigs of dried flowers. Is this an invitation to the Bliss Count family's garden party? Behind him, the little girl Linnea quickly stepped forward and explained, the invitation from Mrs. Emerson's party last time. Coincidentally, that day is also your weekend off. Go with me, Laszlo softly said, intending to refuse. If we are going together, there are many other parties. He turned around abruptly and glared at the little girl with sharp eyes. Is it necessary to go to the party that person invited us to? Noticing his strange attitude, Linnea shrank back but still wanted him to go with her. Yes, but I am not scared anymore, and I want to show everyone your transformed image. The little girl looked at Laszlo's somewhat serious attitude, and was a little scared, and then grabbed Idel's arm. Say something, Idel. She also softly replied, yes, miss. Immediately after, Idel also spoke up to persuade him, Count, I also think this is not a bad debut stage for the Count, and if you can escort Miss Linnea, it would be even better. Laszlo rubbed his chin, in a thoughtful pose, and asked her, why do you think so? Idel quietly looked out the window and replied to him, because of that party. There will be many people who look down on Miss Linnea. Her explanation was like a thorn in him, causing the atmosphere in the hallway to suddenly become heavy. So, you will have to witness it yourself. Miss Linnea has faced high society alone. Idel's words caused him to stare at his sister for a long time in a daze. Back to the present. Laszlo was staring at the innocent and naive Linnea in front of him. Just like Idel said, I have to see it with my own eyes. The little girl just happened to be turning her head to look out the window. We should be there soon. Get ready, brother. After speaking, both of them turned to the window and looked at the scenery around the massive mansion in front of them. Okay, if I do not know anything, then I can't protect my important people. Inside the grand hall, the nobles present at the party were still chatting lively. I heard the Chrysis family's carriage has arrived. A young man with cherry blossom pink hair stepped out with an arrogant smile and a mocking tone. Angela, Camille, Miss Chrysis, Linnea Chrysis, has she bothered you too? Right, he was Angela's cousin and the eldest son of the Bliss Count family, Enoch Bliss. Camille also put on a scared look and replied to him, yes, someone from a common background is showing off more than me. It was the same at the last party. I saw her standing on the sidelines so I paid attention to her a little, but she looked at me with contempt, making the atmosphere uncomfortable. Her words made the people present Judge Linnea harshly. She is indeed lacking in foundation. That is what I mean. So can you make her learn a lesson? The girl Angela stepped forward from behind and said with an innocent and holy expression, you two should not be too harsh. That poor girl will probably come alone without any companions. Camille pretended to hug her and exclaimed, oh my God, Angela, how can you be so kind and innocent? Angela replied hypocritically, not at all. Enoch, standing from afar, also chimed in, don't worry, I will find a suitable friend for her. He smirked, I know someone who is looking for a wife. As soon as Enoch thought of that person, he told the two hypocritical girls, he is a little bad in his manners, but he is looking for a young girl, and she will definitely be satisfied. If we can connect the two, would not that also be a good thing for that girl? Camilla covered her mouth and laughed mockingly, oh my God, I wonder if she will be grateful for the matchmaking. Enoch also chimed in with a malicious tone, that is not my business. Suddenly, Angela noticed the sudden silence around her and quickly turned around. Why is it so noisy all of a sudden? Then her eyes seemed to find someone in the crowd, and she looked interestedly. Oh my. Angela's eyes met Laszlo and Linnea, who were striding in, and she wondered, who is the man standing next to Linnea Chrysis? As soon as Enoch saw them, he turned to her in a fluster and asked, Angela, you said Linnea Chrysis would not have any companions. Who is that guy? I have already sent a servant to ask her mother to take care of the matchmaking. Angela tried to search her memory and replied vaguely, I do not know. It seems like it is the first time I have seen this face. Could it be the captain of the royal guard? The nobles standing in the hall also whispered among themselves, Huh, it seems right when you say it. Even though he cut his hair and beard, it is definitely him. Someone from the royal guard knows that well. Suddenly, one of them recognized him and excitedly shouted, That man is the captain of the royal guard, Laszlo Chrysis. On the other side, Laszlo, whose hand was hurting from being pulled by Linnea, said softly, Don't pull me, Linnea. Witnessing them staring blankly at her brother, the little girl smirked triumphantly. Look, brother, everyone's surprised. That Camille woman's face darkened, and she fidgeted so much that she unconsciously bit her nails. Who is she bringing? It seems like she is determined to confront us. Seeing that she seemed agitated, Angela stepped forward and took her hand to comfort her. It is okay, Camille. Either way, let us go greet them first. Camille excitedly shouted. What? She should be greeting us. Angela put on an understanding expression and advised Camille. She brought Count Chrysis, so there is nothing we can do. His status is higher than ours. We will go greet them instead, so you can take care of the other guests. Hearing this, Enoch's face turned pale, and he stepped back. If Angela has said that much, then okay. He thought to himself, Thank goodness, I really did not want to go greet that guy. He hurriedly handed over responsibility and ran away. Well then, I will leave it to you to greet them, Angela. From behind the two, Angela and Camille approached. Greetings, Miss Linnea. She put on a bright smile and deliberately inquired, Oh, do you remember me? Linnea gently replied, Greetings, you are Miss Angela Bliss who sent me the invitation, right? It has been a while since I have seen Duchess Camille Emerson. Camille also tried to put on a hypocritical face, squinting her eyes and smiling. You look beautiful today, Miss Linnea. You came with a wonderful guest. May I be acquainted? Linnea smiled calmly and replied, Of course. Even looking at me with those eyes is not scary. The little girl politely introduced, This is my brother, Count Laszlo Chrysis. This is Duchess Camille Emerson, and Miss Angela Bliss. Not hearing him speak, Linnea politely said, Oh dear, my brother is silent again. I hope everyone understands. In her heart, she laughed. Well done, Laszlo. Camille could only helplessly accept. Yes, of course. Angela quickly stepped forward and asked with a bright smile, As far as I know, this is the Count's first time attending a party, is it not? Laszlo slowly replied, I do not even understand how it turned out this way. She said with a cheerful face and a sincere smile, It is an honor that the Count's debut is taking place at our family's party. I would love to introduce you two to my grandfather. Angela asked, What do you think? Linnea quietly looked at her amiability, and her heart was filled with thoughts. I had guessed that their attitude would be different when my brother was with me, but it feels completely different from when I was alone. In reality, it is much worse than I thought. It does not feel good at all. Suddenly, the soft sound of footsteps and his warm voice rang out. Are you talking about the head of the Bliss family? Angela quickly replied, Yes, if you come with me. But before she could finish speaking, Laszlo interrupted. There is no need. I will go greet him with my sister directly. Seeing him like this, Camille raised her voice unhappily. How rude. She hurriedly smiled politely and said to the two siblings, All right, then I wish you two a pleasant evening. Angela turned around to reassure her. It is okay. Camille, the Count has already said so. Let us go greet the ladies instead. She curled the corners of her mouth, with a smile full of meaning. Laszlo Chrysis is that kind of man, huh? He looks arrogant, but he is not bad. If you are going to appear and take off the mask, then at least you have to attract attention to this extent. Angela glanced at them while continuing to reassure her. Relax, Camille. She closed her eyes and replied calmly, I am fine. On the other side, Laszlo, whose cheeks were flushed red from being held by his sister, said in a low voice, Let go now. And Linnea, who was bright and stubborn, replied, No, the events in high society are going to be even more interesting. At the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's office was filled with hearty laughter. DeMarcus laughed until he was shaking and said to Laszlo, who was red with anger, I heard that Count Chrysis dressed up beautifully today. I did not expect it to be true. Is it your sister's handiwork? He sighed and replied, the person who proposed it was Linnea Chrysis, and the person who assisted was Linnea's personal maid. He laughed and replied, personal maid? Oh, the daughter of Count Canyon, right? No one can keep up with her when it comes to these things. He has grasped all the information already. He is good at pretending not to know, Laszlo thought to himself. DeMarcus said with a bright face, teasing him, Laszlo, even if you were forced to go, to be honest, you look handsome now. He was helpless. This is not for others to admire. He slowly said, how could I not know? You probably understand what I mean, right? With this, you can't escape from noble society anymore. You have made a difficult decision. I really thank you, DeMarcus affirmed. He sighed. It is indeed a troublesome thing. Actually, there was not much of a big reason. He nodded and hummed. Laszlo recounted, my sister said this. If I have a brother who looks like a beggar, no one will want to marry me. DeMarcus laughed loudly and said, your sister is no ordinary person, huh? He leaned forward and firmly affirmed that it won't be long before the ladies in social circles come looking for your sister. He raised his coffee cup to drink and replied, then I am relieved. DeMarcus asked him with a deep voice, what are you relieved about, Laszlo? He continued, what they want is not your sister, but you. Laszlo's eyes widened in shock after hearing that. Over the years, Laszlo Chrysis, the emperor's right-hand man, had always avoided the nobility. His actions of changing now meant that he was determined to integrate into noble society, and it was also no different from a declaration that he would become a loyal person worthy of the position that the emperor expected. Therefore, to the nobles who only knew how to observe, he would be a very attractive candidate for the young ladies to choose as their husband. He looked blank with questions. Then, why Linnea? DeMarcus was helpless. Can't you figure it out so easily? If they can establish a relationship with your sister, it will be easier for them to propose marriage to you. Laszlo was flustered. I have never thought about marriage. The emperor said, is that so? Then when do you think you will have that intention? He thought for a while and then slowly replied, if your majesty orders me to marry, then I will probably have to do it then. He raised his coffee cup and continued, that answer is regrettable. Even though I look like this, I am still someone who believes in destined love. Seeing Laszlo silent, DeMarcus had no choice but to speak up. It seems like you do not believe it. Huh. Putting the cup back on the table, he lamented, perhaps I am the last romantic left in the world. The emperor suddenly stood up. I hope that one day, such a person will also appear before you. Now, I will go first. He also hurriedly stood up to follow. Do you have something urgent? DeMarcus raised his hand to say goodbye and replied, I have a date with my beloved wife tonight. As for you, you can do whatever you want, whether you want to go to the training ground or go home. Laszlo was full of questions. The empire, even the emperor knows about love. Isn't the marriage of the nobility just a political act to connect two families? It is decided by need rather than love, and it is all lies and betrayal, nothing more than hypocrisy. At least, that has always been the case in the reality I know. Thoughts ran through his head. But Laszlo hesitated. Fragmented memories appeared, making him wonder if something called true love really exists. If I can believe in it just once more, then... Linnea rested her chin and sighed. So that is it, Idel. In the end, I still could not dance with my brother at the party. There is no other way, huh? Idel asked. Is that so? She sighed and said, although I knew in advance that the Count did not know how to dance, I did not prepare for it. That was my fault. The little girl panicked and hurriedly comforted. No way, this is not the end. There are still other opportunities. Besides, Linnea hesitated to say, I told him everything about the people who embarrassed me, and it turned out that there were more people than he imagined. So he was really shocked. The little girl recalled the moment she was making a fuss, pointing and saying, that one, oh, and that side too. It is not over yet. A troubled voice told her, I swear, if he had a sword in his hand at that time, he would have drawn it out immediately. You can only laugh here. Lowering her fist, Linnea recalled her brother's dark face and recounted, I found it both hateful and grateful. The little girl continued to sigh. If only I had told him everything frankly at the time. She sat across from her, smiling softly. It was definitely worth it to go with the Count. From now on, the miss won't have to face it alone anymore. Idel was surprised to hear a sweet voice from Linnea saying, "Of course, ever since Idel gave me advice that day, you have always been important in my heart." The little girl said calmly, "Now I am no longer afraid of being considered ignorant or of making mistakes and doing things wrong like before. Because from now on, I will learn everything with Idel, everything." Hearing Linnea's words, she was filled with pride and surprise. "It is my greatest joy and honor, Miss," Idel said. The little girl also smiled brightly and said, "I am very happy to, Idel." Linnea hesitated and asked, "So, can you read these invitations with me? There are so many new names that I have never seen before." Idel gently agreed, "Of course, I will help." He held his forehead and sighed. "So these letters are to find out about me." Laszlo said, "Even families that I have never associated with shamelessly send invitations. In the end, sending them to Linnea is just a way for them to force me to attend their parties." Idel skillfully advised, "Actually, this should have happened a long time ago. It is just taking a little time." She slowly analyzed, "You are both a close aide to the emperor and have the title of count, and now you also have a handsome face that everyone likes, so it is only right." He blushed, dazed and not aware of it, and hesitantly asked Idel, Am I a heartthrob? Am I handsome?" She honestly nodded. Laszlo asked, "Is this also according to the rules of noble society that you mentioned?" Idel, with a sharp mind, replied to him, "Everyone definitely wants to connect with the count. Their purpose is too clear, but on the contrary, this is an opportunity to grasp them." Laszlo quickly replied after hearing that, "Then, it is better not to refuse. Please choose the families that we should send reply letters to for me." She nodded, "I understand." Idel held the stack of letters in her hand and thought to herself, if he replies, he will have the opportunity to meet many families. At that time, there will definitely be matchmaking. Continuing with such meetings, there may be a family that can really help Count Chrysis, and that is definitely a very good opportunity. She hesitated and thought, then, recalling the moment when he firmly refused skincare, "I can only endure getting my beard shaved, but not skincare. If I have to do it, I would rather have you put on a mask or do something for me instead." Looking into Laszlo's eyes, Idel thought, "The truth is that the Count's eyelashes are thicker and longer than I imagined." She remembered the small scar just below his left cheek. His body temperature seemed to be higher than others. Vague memories appeared. And when you look closely, you can see that his eyes shine with brilliant beauty. All of those things, everyone will eventually know, Idel thought to herself. "Idel," a warm voice called, pulling her back to reality. She startled. "Oh, it is nothing. I just accidentally thought about something else." Laszlo panicked. "It seemed like your face was better just now. Or did I see it wrong? Your face is so red. Could it be that you were catching a cold again?" She placed her hand on her heart and was horrified. "Oh my God," Idel wondered. "Why is my heart beating so fast?" He sighed worriedly. "Could it be because you are working too hard?" Idel was flustered, and she thought to herself, "There is a possibility. Is that so? It seems like I am quite tired too." Without realizing it, Idel returned to a serious demeanor, reassuring herself, "Stop thinking nonsense. Focus." She politely thanked Laszlo. "Thank you for your concern, because there are jobs that are not without difficulties." He asked curiously, "Difficulties?" Idel reminded herself, "Now, I must focus on what I need to say." She calmly said, "There are things that are very difficult to decide if I only rely on the position of head maid, because the right to access important information in the family belongs to the butler." He was embarrassed. "I feel guilty about that." Laszlo scratched his head and awkwardly explained, "From the beginning, it was not that there was not a butler in the house, but each person who was hired was a spy from the 4 major families. By the time I realized it, they had already eliminated them themselves. They wanted to restrain me while not leaving any evidence. The reason for hiring Marcia was also because she did not leave any traces when contacting the powerful families. As a result, this is not a completely right choice." But Laszlo hesitated. He sighed. "Therefore, it took a lot of time to find a trustworthy person. Nathan is also running around busily." Hearing Laszlo's story, she nodded her head and sighed along. "It is indeed a difficult problem. There are not as many people you can trust as you might think." He said helplessly, "That is right." Idel said in a soothing voice, "Sharing trust is never easy." Suddenly, Laszlo stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "That is right. You can be my butler, causing her to startle in a panic. Idel was full of surprise, only knowing how to blankly say, yes. He analyzed. You have also managed the financial flow of the family and also have the ability to supervise the entire mansion. She hesitated in confusion. Wait a moment, Count. But Laszlo was like a light bulb. Why did not I think of it sooner? Idel asked timidly. How can I be a butler? The most important thing is whether I have the ability to betray you. That is the problem. He smiled, a smile full of trust with a face that shone like the morning sun. Laszlo knelt on one knee on the tiled floor, gently comforting and encouraging her. You have already received my trust, so now it is your turn to prove it. He said softly, you promised that you would make me trust you, and I also know that you never talk nonsense, and you are not greedy without reason. The warm, gentle voice soothed Idel, causing her to be stunned. Idel hesitated, causing the words to get stuck in her throat. That, it is true. But, Laszlo laughed and said to her, don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, things have been very messy until now. No matter what you do, or how you do it, it can't be worse than it is now. She sighed after hearing that. That is a worthy consolation. He said in surprise, you even know how to tease. That is really surprising. Idel could only laugh awkwardly and replied nonchalantly, there is no other way. Laszlo asked, then will you do it? Suddenly, he stood up and hesitated. Oh, I have something to say. Follow me for a moment. Laszlo nodded and said, Idel, there is a secret that you need to know. After speaking, both of them entered a hidden room behind a bookshelf. It is almost time for me to enter the Imperial Palace, a steady voice echoed in the mansion. A few days had passed since Count Chrysis shared the family secret, and she became the butler. Small changes were slowly appearing in the mansion. The voice of a maid rang out. Everyone, the head maid. Oh no, the butler. Is she still in the front hall? Laszlo led Idel out of the half-open room. Idel, there is a secret you need to know. Before he could tell her, it is almost time for me to enter the Imperial Palace. Idel respectfully bowed. I wish you a safe trip, Count. Laszlo adjusted his clothes. All right, I am relying on you to take care of the mansion again today, Idel. Oh no, my new butler. She seemed ready for this new position. A few days had passed since Count Chrysis shared the family secret, and she became the butler. In the front hall, a clear voice rang out. Everyone, the head maid. Oh no, the butler. Is she still in the front hall? A maid cleaning the stairs replied. She is already gone to the kitchen. The red-haired maid hurriedly walked away. Thank you for telling me. And what is that secret? Idel heard the knock on the door and said loudly, come in. She opened the door to deliver a message. Excuse me, butler, the fabric merchant has arrived. She was busy and could not directly oversee everything. They have arrived. Huh. Idel quickly instructed. Tell them to wait in the reception room, and prepare some simple drinks for them first. The red-haired maid obeyed. Yes, just leave it to me. She turned back to her work with paper and pen in hand. Idel told the merchant. Then, let us continue our conversation. He continued. Yes, butler, these are the best butter and cheese in our store. If we are talking about quality then. She diligently wrote down everything carefully. In short, that is it, and that is how I became the butler. Before leaving, the merchant took off his hat and bowed to Idel. Next time, I will bring even better quality products. I have more authority than before, but I also have to bear more heavy responsibilities. She then had to be busy going to the reception room to meet the fabric merchant. This and this, can you make it a little thicker? I am spending each day diligently. Clearly feeling the weight of the trust that I have shared with the Count. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, it is hard for us to make it any thicker. The fabric merchant tried to persuade Idel, but with the material of the curtains, this level is enough. Just choose moderately. She shook her head and refused the deal. That is too bad. Then next time, if you have better material, please contact me. He realized he had misspoke. Yes, just moderately. Huh. My mouth is really too talkative. Idel had a principle that when preparing basic items, she should not easily compromise. As soon as the fabric merchant left, Linnea excitedly found her. Idel. The little girl trotted over. You seemed busy all morning. Was everything all right just now? Idel calmly replied. Yes, miss. Please do not run. She looked at Linnea's refined appearance and was suddenly curious. Are you preparing to go out now? The little girl was excited. Yes, I am going with Daisy. Linnea eagerly waited. It won't take long. But the gardener will definitely come next week, right? Idel smiled. Of course. Just look forward to it. The little girl entrusted the responsibility to her and waved goodbye. I am relieved if you say so. Then I will go now. While I am away, please take care of the mansion for me. Idel watched their departing figures until they disappeared. Some people might say that it is enough. Celia handed her a thick stack of paper. Butler, the report that you mentioned before, according to what you instructed, I have tried to write it. Can you read it for me? Idel immediately agreed. Of course. But I know better than anyone that even a very small difference can determine the reputation of the family. She met with Nathan to report the situation. Can it be considered that the basic hiring of servants is done? He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. They are all people I have thoroughly investigated to see if they are trustworthy. Is this okay? Idel was very grateful. Yes, it is because of Calliope's help that it was possible. Nathan deliberately avoided it. It is not that I did it, because I wanted to please you, but because the captain told me to do it. She was still very grateful despite that. I know. Thank you, Nathan. He pretended to clear his throat. The final interview of hiring people was done by you, though. Nathan did not turn red with embarrassment because of the setting sun. What are you thanking me for? We are colleagues. Those words are embarrassing to hear. He was half joking, but truthfully, he was not that uncomfortable. Nathan had ultimately changed his mind. There was a time when I doubted you, but I will trust the captain's decision to choose you as the butler and entrust everything to you. He turned away so that the sunset would warm his cloak. You have worked hard, butler. I have business with the mercenaries, so I will take my leave first. Idel gently clenched her fingers. Perhaps I am feeling the weight right on these hands. She turned her head to look at the magnificent sunset falling, and realized that she was carrying on her shoulders a responsibility even greater than the secret that the Count had given her.